This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1388. Yang Bo's self-proclaimed codename is 007. The royal family's reply email was simple. What does your excellency want? The person replying to the email was the emperor. The main reason was that a series of recent events had made the emperor feel deeply uneasy, as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. This invisible hand was controlling everything. The royal family had suffered one misfortune after another. The emperor had collected a lot of information, and his special think tank had analyzed it, but they hadn't found any mastermind behind it. To call it a coincidence was simply impossible. The crown prince's scandal a while back had lowered the royal family's prestige to an all-time low, and it was even broadcast live online. And this time, regarding the cloning issue, although the imperial government was relatively calm, various rumors circulated privately, showing a complete disregard for the royal family. If the empire were only discussing it privately, that would be one thing, but the alliance was bringing these matters up for public discussion. The discussion resulted in the discovery of biological samples of the emperor's clones, something the royal family themselves had orchestrated. The emperor had no way to object. He couldn't provide any evidence. And there was an even bigger problem. The two clones were real. So the royal family was negotiating with the Federation, but they were demanding exorbitant prices. The higher the public outcry from the alliance, the more emboldened the Federation members became. The emperor, looking at this 007, sent the email and awaited their response. Yang Bo replied directly to the email. How much do you value this information? Instead of directly stating a price, Yang Bo passed the buck back to the other party. The emperor, seeing that the other party hadn't directly asked for a price but instead passed the buck back, knew these people were not to be trifled with. Of course, the emperor also knew that those who could obtain this information were no ordinary people. So he directly sent a message. That depends on how much you have. There's nothing we can't afford. Yang Bo read it and replied, I believe you can afford it, but you're not the only buyer. Do you think my alliance with them would be interested? The emperor narrowed his eyes upon seeing 007's message. Because this information could be obtained from anyone involved in the information, or from their opponents. In other words, there were three potential buyers: himself, the people involved in the information, and their opponents. The emperor felt this matter was somewhat tricky, because the other party already knew what he wanted from this information. However, he also suspected that the other party had leaked this information to him at this time to extort him. The emperor almost laughed at the thought, but he felt even more hatred. Someone dares to rip me off. Someone is trying to take advantage of my misfortune. I, the emperor of a mighty empire, have actually fallen to this state. The emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire was filled with resentment. However, being an emperor, he possessed great composure, so he directly sent a message. I know there are other buyers. I'm asking you to name your price, aren't I? The emperor had made up his mind to find this guy. What's taken now will be repaid tenfold, 100-fold later. He wanted to show the other party the true power of the number one family in the interstellar world. The royal family of the Blue Ocean Empire could be considered the number one family in the interstellar world. Even the Grand Dukes of the Empire and the financial groups of the Alliance couldn't compare. Firstly, their status was incomparable. While the Grand Dukes were undeniably noble, they were slightly inferior to the royal family. As for the financial groups of the Alliance, they were even less so. The royal family at least had its own armed forces. While the financial groups of the Alliance had security companies, they had no law enforcement power. Yang Bo was unaware that the emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire harbored resentment towards him. Even if he knew, he wasn't afraid, because Yang Bo was already planning to extort him. I need warships. What level of warships can you provide to the best of your ability? Yang Bo sent the message directly. The emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire, upon seeing 007's message, thought to himself, this guy wants warships. Who exactly are they? Could they be pirates? The emperor of the Azure Empire thought this because no one else needed warships. If the people selling this information were from the Alliance, whether it was a conglomerate or a politician, they wouldn't be able to possess the Empire's warships. As for the various states of the Federation, that was even less likely. Because that would be extortion, unless those states wanted to offend him. In the Azure Empire Emperor's mind, the other party should simply give him this intelligence in return, and then he would reward them. Or they should try to cultivate a relationship with him. After all, he was the emperor of the Azure Empire. As for the claim that the intelligence seller was from the Empire, that's even more impossible. Because these nobles of the Empire, while outwardly silent, secretly wanted to see him fail, hoping the royal family's reputation would be ruined. This is because other nobles also aspired to royalty. Therefore, the Emperor of the Azure Empire concluded that the person trying to extort him was a pirate. What kind of warships do you need? You know who we are, we can't possibly sell warships privately. The Emperor of the Azure Empire certainly wouldn't let them succeed so easily. 2 A-class warships. The message from the other party amused the Emperor of the Azure Empire. He laughed at the other party's overestimation of their abilities, and also at himself for actually being extorted. So he replied, absolutely impossible. You know we can't possibly give you 2 A-class warships. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly after seeing the reply. Then, in a forceful tone, he sent a message. If you don't want your emperor's naked image to continue circulating in the Alliance's media and online, I don't care. Yang Bo had no idea the other party was the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire. Yang Bo assumed it was someone like the Emperor's chief steward. Yang Bo could, of course, find out who the other party was through internet information, but there was no need. Yang Bo also knew that hackers weren't omnipotent, not to mention the power of the Blue Ocean Empire's royal family. He didn't need to do anything that might expose his identity for such trivial matters. Upon seeing this message, the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire gritted his teeth. 007's words had struck a nerve. Others might not know if the clones were real or fake, but he knew they were real. Although the clones were inside tanks filled with liquid during the live stream, they were still clearly visible. Not only was he completely naked, but the Queen's clone was also clearly visible, and the Queen's clone was real too, because these clones were the Emperor's doing. The Emperor created his own clones for experiments. And he had already conducted many experiments, including energy potion experiments and soul transfer experiments. The reason he used his own clones was because their DNA was identical. He also conducted experiments related to immortality, because individual differences have a significant impact on energy potion experiments. Therefore, he could only use his own clones for experiments, minimizing any adverse factors. 2 Class A warships, you have quite the arrogance. The Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire sent this message through gritted teeth. Yang Bo was somewhat suspicious upon seeing the reply, because it was unlikely that the other party, as the Emperor's subordinate, would use such a tone. This involved the Emperor's face, and the prestige of the royal family. However, Yang Bo didn't care and continued sending messages. If you're willing to see your Emperor and royal family continue to embarrass themselves in the Alliance's media and online, I don't care. Let me be clear, I've been waiting for this opportunity. If you think it's not worth it, then I sell it to someone else. I must say, your Emperor's physique is quite impressive. Bang! The Emperor of the Azure Empire slammed his fist on the table, shattering it to pieces. The message seemed to mock his nakedness, but don't forget, the Queen was there too. The thought of many people seeing the Queen's clone naked made the Emperor feel a mountain pressing down on his chest. Although it was a clone, only the Emperor knew that they looked exactly alike. However, the thought of the other party demanding 2 A-class warships gave the Emperor a headache. The 3 nations had strict regulations on warships, especially A-class ones. None of the 3 nations allowed private ownership of warships, let alone A-class ones. It wasn't that there were no other ways. But this made the Emperor feel humiliated. Not only had the other party extorted him, but they had also mocked him. I am the Emperor of an empire. 2 Class A warships can't be traded for different conditions. The Emperor waited several minutes before sending this message. Yang Bo didn't mince words and replied directly, if it's impossible, then forget it. Let's pretend we don't know anything about this. The Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire was furious that the other party was refusing to do business. His face turned ashen with rage. The other party had him cornered. At this moment, the Emperor suspected that some high-ranking noble was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Thinking of this, the Emperor became worried. Could this be a trap? In other words, trading warships was a trap from the start. If he agreed and the transaction went through, and the other party used this as leverage, his position in the empire would become extremely precarious. As for the honor of the royal family, that was out of the question. But now, he really needed this information, and it seemed the other side couldn't possibly finish collecting all this intelligence from the Alliance in a short time. It might take a very long time. Then how do we trade? And how can I trust you have more intelligence? The Emperor of the Blue Empire decided to ask first. It would be even better if he could capture them during the trade. Thinking of this, the Emperor remembered he had many other methods, such as the fleet Bart had seized from Pandora. And he could also find ways to install backdoors on the A-class warships. I really hope this is a trap. Then we see if I, the prey, am more capable, or these self-important hunters. The Emperor quickly felt reassured. Because there were too many ways to manipulate the subsequent trade. So the Emperor sent a message. I can agree to your terms, but I need this information now. That's impossible. You politicians are the most shameless. Unexpectedly, the other side replied immediately. Isn't our royal family enough? The Emperor's murderous intent returned. Ha ha. What credibility does your imperial family have left? Look at your former crown prince. I really don't know why your emperor chose such a person as crown prince. He seems to prefer troublemakers. Yang Bo sensed the other party's dissatisfaction from the message, but instead of backing down, he continued to mock them. Yang Bo was secretly hoping the emperor would be enraged. Then he could ambush him during the delivery of the warships. He might even settle scores with him later. This was exactly what Yang Bo hoped for, because if the emperor really wanted to settle scores or ambush him later, he would have to use the imperial family's own power. Yang Bo believed that depleting the royal family's power would greatly benefit his future conquest of the second world. He knew the emperor couldn't possess unlimited strength. There were losses in personnel and other resources. The emperor was so angry he laughed when he saw 007's message. He immediately sent a message. This is an insult to our imperial family, you will pay the price. Yang Bo wasn't surprised at all by this message, because what the other party said was true. Ha ha. Since I'm offering you these things in exchange, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not one of those weak nobles in your empire. Since I offended you all, I raised the price on short notice. 3 Class A warships. My price isn't high at all. Once this information gets out, no one will remember the negative publicity your emperor has received. This time, I saved your emperor's face, you should thank me. And thanks to someone making this deal, you managed to save your emperor's face a little. I give you 1 day to consider. If I don't receive any positive response within a day, I will sell this information to a third party. Now you can pray that I sell this information to the other party's opponent, so you can save your emperor's face without paying a price. Yang Bo's reason for raising the price on short notice was to provoke the other party, because he knew from the message that they were already enraged. The emperor, upon seeing the message from 007, widened his eyes, and his breathing became rapid. The other party completely disregarded his warning, instead becoming even more arrogant and taking advantage of his misfortune. The emperor now faced an awkward situation, unable to reply to their message. The emperor felt incredibly aggrieved. A dignified emperor being treated like this. However, the emperor didn't want to lose this opportunity, knowing that without this information, the alliance's media would ridicule him for an indefinite period. Fine. The emperor replied directly. He had made up his mind to use this opportunity to kill all those who had blackmailed him, and before they died, he would let them know what the imperial family truly was. Chapter 1389. Yang Bo's expression turned somewhat strange upon seeing the okay from the other party. The other party had agreed too readily. Could it be the emperor negotiating with me? A thought popped into his mind. Thinking this, Yang Bo was even more delighted. He had just made a bold move, practically begging the emperor. How do we trade? The emperor sent another message to 007, seemingly realizing the unease that he had agreed too readily. Notify us when you're ready. To show my sincerity, I can provide some information and evidence. Of course, those involved are all minor figures. Yang Bo replied directly. Yang Bo also knew that the most dangerous part was the warship transaction, because the warship's control would be in someone else's hands. Perhaps the other party would turn on him and use the warship to attack him. Or perhaps they would leave a backdoor inside the warship. Of course, this was exactly what Yang Bo wanted. If he wanted to complete the transaction smoothly, Yang Bo wouldn't offend the emperor at all. Upon seeing the message from 007, the emperor inwardly sneered, but still suppressed his anger and replied, "Thank you, but there are still some problems. We can't directly order the fleet commander to abandon the warships. And our royal family can't openly trade with you." Yang Bo, seeing the message, knew the other party was telling the truth. It's simple, we can stage a scene. We play pirates and rob the warships. Yang Bo had already planned it out. These 3 warships are unusable for a while, so a way to make them disappear needs to be found. Then Yang Bo, under his guise, accidentally finds these warships. He could then use these warships as the planetary fleet of the second world. Anyway, if he were to turn against the royal family, even if the emperor suspected his identity, there would be nothing he could do. Of course, some things needed to be considered when executing the plan. The emperor sneered inwardly upon seeing 007's suggestion. He thought the other party was an idiot. So what if the pirates got their hands on these warships? He could control them anytime, anywhere through the warship system backdoors. Once he got what he wanted, he could take revenge on these pirates anytime, anywhere. Moreover, these warships could be custom-made. The Emperor, of course, couldn't say anything, so he replied, "Your suggestion is excellent, but don't forget, these are 3 Class A warships. How many pirates are you going to send to plunder these 3 Class A warships?" Upon seeing this message, Yang Bo sent a message without hesitation. "Are you out of your mind? We only want 3 Class A warships. Are you going to send 3 squadrons? Aren't you going to build warships for the Federation? The 3 Class A warships will be delivered together. Won't we have a chance then? I don't know how the Emperor could use idiots like you. No wonder the imperial family has had so many problems in recent years. It turns out the Emperor's subordinates are all people with insufficient intelligence like you. I'm truly worried for the Emperor." Yang Bo guessed that the person negotiating with him was the Emperor, hence his blunt targeting. Yang Bo wanted to provoke the other party. He wanted to mess with the Emperor's mentality. The Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire, seeing 007's series of messages, gritted his teeth even with his deep cunning. Thankfully, there was no one else around. Then 007 sent another message. "I teach you a lesson. Your Emperor can send escorts for 3 A-class warships, and we eliminate those he wants dead for free. And we can pin the blame for the lost warships on someone else. We can even bankrupt the insurance companies that insured the 3 warships. You idiots, think it over. Now you know why I need 3 warships, right? Because these 3 warships are no loss to you at all. All you have to do is provide access to these 3 warships and their specific routes. 3 warships, you've gotten a huge bargain." The Emperor of the Blue Empire had already thought of all this. Seeing 007's messages, he sneered inwardly. However, at this stage, he still needed the intelligence the other side possessed. Most importantly, if he turned against them now, he wouldn't be able to find out their origins. The trading warships could not only obtain intelligence from the other side, thus reversing public opinion, but also find them, and show them the true meaning of royal dignity and imperial power. "Then we do as you say. Now you can send us some messages, and we notify you immediately if there's any news." The Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire didn't want to talk to 007 anymore. Any further discussion would only make him lose his temper. "Okay." Yang Bo chuckled inwardly, replied with a single word, and then logged off the network. After seeing 007's reply, the Emperor of the Southern Ocean Empire deleted all the emails and began to ponder. The royal family can gain many benefits from this transaction. Firstly, it will influence international public opinion. The Emperor knows that once he obtains information about the scandals of high-ranking officials within the alliance, internal infighting will ensue. Furthermore, he can release this information in stages, leaving the details of others for last, thus subjecting some to public criticism first. Then, when information about others is released later, these individuals will launch a fierce counterattack. This can be used to destabilize the internal political situation of the alliance. Secondly, it will allow him to suppress dissidents within the empire. 3 A-class warships represent a huge asset. If the empire sends agents to trade these warships, and they are stolen by pirates en route, those in charge of the trade will be held responsible. Thirdly, the 3 warships will likely be insured. The empire has many insurance companies, and many of these companies are backed by the royal family's competitors. The insurance companies that insured these warships manufactured by the empire would suffer huge losses. There's a fourth benefit. The federal central state is lobbying extensively to expedite the acquisition of the warships it ordered. I could also profit from this. Of course, there are unknown benefits, namely how these people I'm dealing with obtained this information. They definitely have a vast intelligence network. If I capture them, kill the leaders, and then the royal family can take over this intelligence network. Just like taking over the warships Bart brought back from Pandora. This will strengthen the royal family's power. Another unknown benefit is the ability to frame certain individuals. Recently, many things have happened within the imperial royal family, and some seemingly harmless individuals now harbor ulterior motives. The Emperor of the Azure Empire summoned the Grand Eunuch. The Grand Eunuch arrived and left after half an hour. Soon, the Grand Eunuch dispatched people to contact the public relations team from the federal central state. The Emperor of the Azure Empire could no longer tolerate this. Even with his deep-seated shrewdness, he was constantly bombarded with discussions from the alliance, the media, and online forums. This was a blatant humiliation for him and the Queen. Meanwhile, after disconnecting from the internet, Yang Bo returned to March Star. Then, Yang Bo controlled his remotely operated exploration ship, changing its course. Yang Bo's plan was simple. Use his remotely operated exploration ship to find the second world. Then he would travel to the star system, where the second world was located, and along the way, collect the lost warships. to form the Second World's fleet. However, Yang Bo calculated that it would take at least 5 years. The exploration spaceship would take nearly 2 years to reach the Second World. And even after learning the news, it would still take him more than 2 years to reach the star system where the Second World was located. If he followed the route taken by the imperial family, it would only take 2 months. However, the Emperor had the space jump portal to the Second World heavily guarded. Furthermore, there was the question of how to approach the Second World with a remotely controlled exploration spaceship, given its location in outer space. There were armed ships and space laboratories there. Yang Bo returned to the upper level from the basement of the March Star Villa, and then entered the Second World game. After playing the game for 2 hours, it was summer in the Second World. At this time of year, there were generally no conflicts between countries in the Second World. Wars in the Second World usually broke out in the autumn, because by then, neighbors had harvested their crops, and they could simply go and plunder. Before autumn, neighbors' houses were empty. Fighting before autumn would actually damage crops. If they fought in the spring, it could even disrupt production. Fighting in the autumn not only allowed them to directly plunder the opponent's harvest this year, but also wouldn't affect the following year's agricultural production. Yang Bo thought about it carefully and realized that in 2 months, he would probably be busy in the second game world. First, there was a high probability that war would break out in the area where his game character was located. In this ancient-like world, the purposes of war were varied. First, it could be to plunder grain and money, or even land disputes. Second, it was to deplete the population, especially when harvests were poor. Countries would launch wars to deplete their own or the opponent's population. By depleting the population in advance, the people within the country wouldn't riot due to severe food shortages. Of course, winning the war would be even better. A victory would mean seizing food from the enemy, allowing one's own people to survive a year of poor harvest. Another concern is Prince Holden. Yang Bo estimated that Prince Holden's father would definitely launch some action against him after the autumn harvest, whether the kingdom sends troops, disguises himself as pirates, or even hires pirates. Because Prince Holden has embarrassed his king and offended so many nobles. Yang Bo kept these 2 things in mind, lest he forget them while busy with other things. As for the specifics of what to do, Yang Bo had no clue yet, because he didn't know what the other party intended to do. However, Yang Bo wanted to make the gamers in Prince Holden's territory cry. Right now, these gamers in Prince Holden's territory were very proud, both in the game and in reality. But once a character in the Second World game died, it would take 2 months to create a new one. Yang Bo believed that these gamers, who had worked so hard to create their characters, would be heartbroken when they died. This was because most of these gamers were idle nobles, especially those in Prince Holden's territory. They were now inseparable from the Second World game because it allowed them to show off in real life. Moreover, these gamers felt a great sense of accomplishment because they lacked the ability to do anything else. In reality, these noble gamers wouldn't be allowed to start businesses by their families, because they would lose even more money. This was a backup plan Yang Bo had prepared. He would then blame the territory's failure on the royal family's covert manipulation. The reason it's called a backup plan is because Yang Bo wants to gauge the reactions of the Blue Ocean Empire's royal family and emperor to his takeover of the Second World. If the emperor doesn't make it public, then he won't either. Yang Bo isn't afraid of stirring things up secretly. If the emperor ultimately can't resolve the situation, he might make it public and use the empire's influence to settle it. At that point, Yang Bo will reveal everything. Then he used Bart's identity to stir up trouble within the empire. Even at crucial moments, Yang Bo felt he could eliminate the current emperor and install a new one. Of course, these plans were currently just a general direction. Looks like we need to raise the price of gold in the Second World a bit more. Yang Bo planned to further inflate prices in the Second World. Of course, within the game, because of the dozens of knights he had sent out from his game character's territory, only a few were still struggling to survive. These knights were also noble players, and they had suffered heavy losses. The higher the price of gold, the more they would regret it. Then he could blame these players' failures on the royal family's covert control. The Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire, having just read some information sent by 007, inexplicably sneezed twice. However, the Emperor didn't pay much attention, instead ordering the information to be compiled, gathering as much information as possible about the individuals mentioned. Then, he would follow his orders. After the game ended, Yang Bo checked the intelligence department of the Federal Central State. He discovered that the Federal Central State's public relations team was in contact with the Emperor's chief steward. In other words, the Federal Central State wants to acquire a portion of the warships first. The Pirate Alliance's warship orders are still frozen. The Central State needs the warships first, and then they can begin training. TSK. Yang Bo hadn't expected the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire to receive such a benefit. Never mind. Let this guy get the benefits first. Yang Bo shook his head. His goal anyway was warships. When will I get 2 more capital warships? I must get capital warships within 2 years. Yang Bo set a deadline for himself, because only by acquiring capital warships within 2 years could he use them in the Second World. After Su Wei and the others returned from their mecha training, Lu Jingxiang came to the kitchen. Watching Yang Bo skillfully prepare the food, she said, Yang Bo, I'd like to arrange for 2 of the company's employees to stay in the villa. What do you think? No. Yang Bo refused immediately. But what if something happens? It won't be good for you. After all, you're a celebrity now. If something happens to a female employee, it will affect public opinion. Lu Jingxiang said. There aren't enough rooms in the villa. How about letting them stay in the hangar on the hill behind? Yang Bo sighed inwardly. That's the downside of doing business in the alliance. What do you think the public opinion will be like if they spread this around? Then rent them a villa, or even book a hotel. What if something else happens? You said it yourself, someone might target you. If your company's employees are harmed because of this targeting, the public opinion will be unbearable. But I don't like living with these strangers, and I have a lot of other things in this villa. Then how about building another villa? There's still time, or maybe a temporary villa. That's a perfect solution. It's settled then. Chapter 1390. Lu Jingxiang knew that Yang Bo's villa contained many things. Especially Yang Bo's underground laboratory, which held numerous experiments. Furthermore, Lu Jingxiang disliked Li Qiubai, always feeling that this woman seemed to have ulterior motives, but she had no evidence. Of course, Lu Jingxiang understood, after all, finding a man as outstanding as Yang Bo in the alliance was extremely rare. On the contrary, Lu Jingxiang felt very at ease with Yulia, because Yulia gave the impression of being lazy and unambitious. She had offered Li Qiubai an extra month of annual leave, along with reimbursement for travel expenses, but Li Qiubai refused to take it. This was clearly suspicious. Yulia, on the other hand, seemed somewhat tempted when she first mentioned taking leave. Lu Jingxiang was helpless about this, as it was merely speculation. However, given Yang Bo's reputation, caution was necessary. No one knew what other events might occur during the ancient martial arts tournament. First, there are the capitalists within the alliance. They long wanted to get involved in March Star's affairs, and they might use this international event to create trouble and find an excuse to interfere. March Star's development is inseparable from Yang Bo. Because the raw materials for March Star's energy potions, most of the mutated creatures, live on Yang Bo's private land. An attack on Yang Bo could also disrupt March Star's development. Furthermore, there's Yang Bo himself. Back when he was with Lu Jijie, he was attacked by the Ash organization. Yang Bo himself is very safe in his villa, but the safety of his company employees is questionable. No one knows that these people might use the company employees to cause trouble. If the company's female employees suffer harm due to the boss's actions, Yang Bo will then face numerous alliances. Yang Bo directly applied online to build another villa 3 kilometers from his own. Yang Bo's application was quickly approved, and he then commissioned a company to construct the villa. The villa could be built in just 3 days. Because the villa wasn't custom-made, but a standard model, it only achieved the highest level of protection. The company also received temporary access to Yang Bo's territory. After Yang Bo placed the order, drones entered the territory within an hour to survey the land. Yang Bo still used antimatter batteries. More accurately, this was also an energy core, just using antimatter as the material. It had a lifespan of 30 years, and after 30 years, it could be used for another 30 years with just one maintenance. Connecting Yang Bo's territory to the city's energy system was impractical. Su Wei and the others had no objections to Yang Bo's decision. However, upon hearing Yang Bo's decision, Wang Muxue looked at him suspiciously. I have a feeling something's wrong. Yang Bo slapped Wang Muxue lightly. You don't trust me, you doubt me. Heh, do you think I believe you? A super hacker wouldn't secretly check other people's privacy online? You guys are just repressed perverts. You might even be spying on others. Wang Muxue rolled her eyes. Yang Bo said irritably, You don't trust me? Believe me or not, I teach you a lesson. Pa! You used to seem so serious. I never imagined you had so many tricks up your sleeve. Wang Muxue glared fiercely at Yang Bo. Because of Yang Bo's abnormal physique, when they were together, Wang Muxue was passively manipulated by him into various positions. Even though Wang Muxue was unwilling, Her strength was inferior to others. Anti-government forces are coming to attack me. That's why I wanted to give everyone in the company a holiday. This Li Qiubai is also problematic. Yang Bo decided to tell Wang Muxue about related matters only to a limited extent. Anti-government forces? What organization? Wang Muxue became interested upon hearing this. The Freedom Front. They said 2 people this time. Of course, this is only what I found out so far. That's why I went for mecha training recently, in case something happens. It will greatly increase my chances of survival, and I already ordered a space mecha. Yang Bo put his arm around Wang Muxue. Wang Muxue had the best proportions, tall and slender, with long, shapely legs. In comparison, Xia and Annie were more voluptuous. Su Wei, on the other hand, was cute. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang also had good figures. However, Wang Muxue, as a general, had the advantage of her status. The Freedom Front. You actually managed to find out the movements of the Freedom Front's anti-government armed group. The Freedom Front is the most secretive anti-government armed group in the alliance. They have carried out more than 1,000 terrorist attacks. The Freedom Front has been completely silent for 150 years. I thought they were finished. Wang Muxue looked at Yang Bo with some surprise. Yang Bo, of course, knew that the Freedom Front had carried out over 1,000 terrorist attacks, 95% of which occurred before the alliance entered space. After the alliance entered space, due to technological advancements, the impact of the Freedom Front's terrorist attacks diminished, mainly because various counterterrorism measures responded quickly. However, this terrorist organization was extremely brutal in every attack. The mortality rate for those involved reached 95%. These desperate criminals were fearless and utterly insane. It's simple. If they want to attack me, they first need to get to our planet. And our planet is relatively remote. I directly hacked into the customs backend data. Yang Bo then explained in detail how he investigated. Wang Muxue felt somewhat dizzy after hearing Yang Bo's explanation. After Yang Bo finished speaking, she couldn't help but ask, "You mean you not only hacked into the customs system, but also the communication system, and even other people's wristwatches, using them to eavesdrop on their every move?" Seeing Wang Muxue's surprised expression, Yang Bo chuckled, "Of course not. I also hacked into public surveillance systems. If I wanted, I could even hack into the planetary surveillance systems of various planets, using satellites in the sky to monitor them. Of course, I can also control satellites to launch energy attacks against them. And I guarantee no one can find my trail." Faced with Yang Bo's boasting, Wang Muxue was utterly shocked. "How did you do that? Will you one day be able to control a warship?" Wang Muxue couldn't understand it, because the systems Yang Bo mentioned each possessed sufficiently robust security networks. Furthermore, they involved surveillance satellites, whose security levels were extremely high. Those council members wouldn't want to be attacked by energy weapons released from satellites in the sky. This is quite difficult, mainly because warships are always staffed. And many of the warship's control systems require manual operation. Yang Bo shook his head. "You really attacked a warship?" Wang Muxue was even more shocked. The reason warships need so many soldiers is because many commands require manual operation. For example, with the warship's weapon systems, even if the captain issued an order, the weapons operator still needed to manually grant access. Moreover, the warship's various energy weapons also had manual control methods. And these energy weapons each had their own independent control systems and operating systems. What shocked Wang Muxue was that these warship control systems were not open to outsiders. Yang Bo knew so much detail, he must have hacked into the warship systems. "Of course not, I just hacked into the Ministry of National Defense and saw some classified information. I'm not the kind of person who would do anything illegal or criminal," Yang Bo naturally denied. "Heh!" Wang Muxue chuckled upon hearing Yang Bo's words. He could hack into customs and the national communications system without committing any illegal or criminal acts, and even find suspicious members of the Freedom Front, and violate citizens' privacy. "And what is Li Qiubai's identity in your company?" Wang Muxue asked again. "The first time I came to the company, she secretly tried to seduce me. So I checked her background and found out she's a double agent. One is the Swordsmanship Association. They want to know if I mastered more ancient martial arts in the second world. The second is the Koran Research Institute. They commissioned her to approach me and extract more information about interstellar life." Yang Bo explained. "Then why did you keep her at the company? Could it be that you have some designs on her?" Wang Muxue was speechless upon hearing this. No one kept any secret from Yang Bo. "I haven't figured out what to do yet. I originally planned to have her convey some false information, but I'm not ready yet. Yang Bo was planning to sabotage the Koran Research Institute. Besides, I can't produce my evidence. All my evidence was obtained illegally. And after we get rid of her, they might send someone else. Let's just leave it at that for now, and see what happens. In the Alliance, all evidence must be obtained through proper procedures. If the evidence collection process is not standardized, then the evidence is invalid. Your approach is correct. Whether it's the Imperial Swordsmanship Association or the Koran Research Institute, they won't give up until they get what they want. Now that she's exposed, it's actually better. What about the other person in the company named Yulia? Could she also be involved? Wang Mushua felt Yang Bo's choice was right. She immigrated to the Alliance as a refugee. We haven't found any more information yet. The main problem is not knowing which department stores the relevant information. For me, the hardest part is sifting through countless data points from the relevant institutions to find the useful data. Yang Bo shook his head. What are your plans regarding the anti-government forces? These people haven't carried out terrorist attacks in years. This time, they might escalate things. Wang Mushua was more concerned about Yang Bo's plans. Of course I have a plan. I'm going to take action myself. As a superpowered individual, you need real combat experience to grow. Hearing Yang Bo say this, Wang Mushua asked curiously, have you reached a bottleneck in your superpower level? Not yet, but I also mastered another ancient martial art. Yang Bo didn't have any real plans. He was simply reacting to whatever came his way. It wasn't that Yang Bo didn't want to plan, but he simply didn't know what the anti-government forces' plans were. Besides, even if he knew what their plans were, who knew if they were true or false? The highest level of combat is reacting to whatever comes your way. Relying on a plan might backfire. Anyway, Yang Bo's main goal was to become famous. To survive in society, you have to make a name for yourself. Within the framework of the Alliance, celebrities have far more influence than ordinary people. Yang Bo was more concerned with gaining a reputation not only within the Alliance, but also within the Empire and the Federation. Is there anything I can help you with? Wang Mushua felt that Yang Bo hadn't told her the truth, but she couldn't press him further. Because within the Alliance, even between spouses, privacy must be respected. Especially since they weren't married. I also found some interesting information. You can actually accumulate merits in your army. That guy in the First Fleet named Li Yong has earned several merits. Someone is providing them with intelligence on pirates, but these people are doing it very discreetly. And then, there's Zhao Dongfeng recently. Don't you feel that his story of gaining merit is exactly the same as Li Yong's? Both are about gaining merit by attacking high. Yang Bo added. Wang Mushua shook her head. This is nothing new, everyone knows it. And what I want to tell you is that some warlords and pirates have murky relationships. Some pirate groups are even supported by financial groups within the Alliance. Yang Bo, hearing this, pretended to be interested. Really? I have to investigate. Wang Mushua sighed. Alas. Within the Alliance's system, it's difficult to rise without connections. Sometimes being too outstanding is a disaster, because being too outstanding will block the advancement paths of these families or financial groups. Then these overly outstanding people will be quietly eliminated. So you better not investigate their affairs. Once they find out, they have many ways to make you disappear. Yang Bo, hearing this, pretended to be surprised. Hearing Wang Mushua's advice, he quickly nodded. I understand. No matter how good my hacking skills are online, others can still destroy me in real life. It's good that you understand this clearly. Wang Mushua nodded. Yang Bo's reason for revealing his hand was to prepare for what was to come. He wanted Wang Mushua to believe he was omnipotent in hacking. He also wanted her to know he was omnipotent in intelligence gathering. Once he acquired the warships and formed a fleet in the second world, he still needed someone to command them. Wang Mushua was the best candidate, especially since she had already been suppressed within the Alliance fleet, and now that he had planted 2 spies within the Alliance army, Wang Mushua's role would be significantly diminished. Because the intelligence system relies on existing information when making judgments. Yang Bo felt that once he acquired the second world, he could perhaps avoid open warfare. It's not that it can be avoided, but a covert struggle isn't necessarily unavoidable. Meanwhile, at the company, Li Qiubai was deeply disappointed upon hearing Lu Jingxiang's arrangements for him. He hadn't completed either of his 2 tasks. He had originally thought he could take this opportunity to move into Yang Bo's villa, and then figure out a way to proceed. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo had actually built a new villa to accommodate him and Yulia. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to threaten Yang Bo. But if he agreed, he wouldn't be able to gather more information, because Yang Bo didn't come to the company often, and the two of them wouldn't have much time to interact. In the end, Li Qiubai agreed, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to get close to Yang Bo. Chapter 1391. The villa was quickly built in 3 days, a testament to the power of technology. Li Qiubai and Yulia were granted access to the territory and the villa. However, their access was limited to the newly built villa and a 200-meter radius around it. Meanwhile, the 3 major ancient martial arts associations, along with relevant departments of the Alliance and March Star, jointly announced the date for the Ancient Martial Arts Arena Tournament, 6 months from now. March Star formed a temporary preparatory team for the tournament. They planned to broadcast it live online. Furthermore, significant progress was made on the Federation's purchase of Imperial warships. This was driven by 2 factors. First, Zhang Han of the Federation's 3rd Fleet conducted a live broadcast online. This was specifically about the Morning Star pirate gang, where clones resembling the Imperial Emperor and Queen were discovered on their warships. The Imperial government then contacted the Federation's central state. The main purpose was to retrieve the information shown in the live broadcast for investigation within the Empire. This was the official explanation, but the real purpose was to prevent the matter from escalating further. To prevent these items from falling into the wrong hands, the Federal Central State seized the opportunity to make its own demands, requesting the Empire to deliver the warships. Additionally, the Emperor himself wanted to obtain the intelligence provided by 007 as soon as possible. The Federal Central State and relevant Imperial departments reached a new agreement. The Empire would deliver the warships to the Federal Central State within the stipulated time and continue to freeze trade with the Pirate Alliance. Because the Pirate Alliance had not found any trace of the Morning Star pirate crew. So where did the Emperor's clone, and so many other celebrity clones, come from? There are currently no further clues. The Empire anticipates delivering several Class A warships to the Federal Central State within 2 months. The specific delivery schedule and route have not yet been finalized. The Empire and the Alliance already possess reserves related to warship construction. Materials for warship construction, spare parts, and various robots for warship manufacturing are readily available. This ensures the rapid replenishment of lost warships, or the rapid expansion of military forces in the event of war. Affected by this news, the current price of warship-related materials is mainly due to the pirate attacks on dozens of mineral planets in the Federation, causing a shortage of material supplies. The Alliance and Empire's mining companies are activating some dormant mines. The mining companies own many mineral planets, many of which are currently in a dormant state. Without war, the prices of these resources would hardly increase. Although the Alliance and the Empire have sufficient material reserves, these reserves need to be replenished after depletion. The recent war between the Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State has driven up the prices of related materials. Although the Alliance is not directly involved in the war between the Federal Central State and the pirates. After all, the Alliance didn't do business with the Pirate Alliance. However, the Empire needed to purchase materials to build warships, causing fluctuations in the materials market. Furthermore, the attack on the mineral star of the Federal Central State by the Pirate Alliance disrupted the supply chain. Therefore, the Alliance and the Imperial Mining Company raised material prices. This had a significant impact on Yangbo, because Li Zhan's warship docks were in dire need of materials. Although on the surface, Li Zhan's warship manufacturing costs would increase significantly. Yangbo gained substantial profits from the conflict between the Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State. Otherwise, Li Zhan wouldn't have been able to acquire so many warships. Furthermore, Li Zhan's losses weren't as great as they appeared. This is because Yangbo manufactured his own warship docks and intelligent robots. In contrast, the warships of the Empire and the Alliance weren't manufactured by a single company. Warships are the culmination of high technology, involving every aspect of the world's most advanced technology. It's simply impossible for a single company to manufacture them. This is because it involves numerous patents. Different systems belong to different companies, and these companies hold patents for those systems. From a security perspective, warships are military equipment, and neither the Empire nor the Alliance could possibly entrust all their technology to a single company. Furthermore, from a profit perspective, it's impossible to allocate such a vast amount of wealth to a single company. Whether in the Alliance or the Empire, manufacturing warships requires a vote in Parliament. And these legislators wouldn't agree without sufficient incentive. Another person anxiously contacting Yangbo was Zhang Han of the Imperial Third Fleet. Zhang Han's family was a shareholder in a conglomerate in the Federal Central State. Zhang Han was originally a captain of a squadron, holding the rank of colonel. Zhang Han's blow to the Morning Star pirate gang was of great significance. Firstly, the Federation had recently been at a disadvantage in its battles against the Pirate Alliance. Zhang Han's clean and decisive victory, broadcast live online, greatly reversed some of the negative public opinion currently circulating in the federal central state. Of course, this negative public opinion refers to other states besides the Madhya Pradesh, as well as the Alliance and the Empire. No one in the Madhya Pradesh dared to stir up negative public opinion, because in the Federation, the conglomerates were king. On the other hand, due to the crackdown on the Morning Star pirate group, the emergence of the Clone Emperor, and some celebrities and prominent figures from the Clone Alliance and the Empire, the Federation's Madhya Pradesh secretly gained considerable benefits. First, it reached an agreement with the Empire prioritizing the supply of warships to the Federation's Madhya Pradesh and freezing the Pirate Alliance's warships. This allowed the Federation's Madhya Pradesh to complete its fleet construction ahead of time, while the Pirate Alliance, without warships, was in a weaker position. Furthermore, many conglomerates from the Empire and the Alliance were secretly contacting the Madhya Pradesh, because these people also feared that members of their families might be on the clone list. And for the families involved in the clones shown in the live stream, their first priority was to ascertain whether the biological samples of these clones were indeed from their own families. Moreover, these conglomerates also feared that the clones would leak their biological samples. Therefore, after Zhang Han's live stream ended, many conglomerates from the Alliance and the Empire privately contacted the Central State, requesting intervention in the incident. The Central State also keenly recognized this as an excellent opportunity, so it directly used remote monitoring methods to have these people monitor the clones throughout the entire process. Of course, to achieve full monitoring, some form of compensation was required. Thus, the Central State secretly gained considerable benefits. Zhang Han's current urgency stems from his desire to earn merit. While Zhang Han's potential contribution is substantial, he finds himself in a somewhat awkward position, as he previously served as a fleet captain and commander. Zhang Han now aspires to become the captain and commander of a main fleet, but his merits are insufficient. The captain of a main fleet requires the rank of admiral. Zhang Han, originally a colonel, has already achieved significant merit this time, making promotion to major general a certainty, and even being nominated for lieutenant general due to the considerable impact of his actions. Now, Zhang Han wants to accumulate more merits to strive for admiral status. Of course, this also involves internal power struggles within the financial families of the federal central state. The importance of a captain and commander of a main fleet is self-evident. In the past, Zhang Han wouldn't have competed for admiral status, because previously, the captaincy and command of main fleets were monopolized by certain families. However, the central state is now adding at least 3 new main fleets, although the Federation still has plenty of generals. But if Zhang Han accumulates enough merit, he can easily secure a main fleet. Zhang Han is aware of his situation, which is why he is eager to continue accumulating merits. Zhang Han has been sending messages to Crazy 9527, but there has been no reply. This made Zhang Han incredibly anxious. He had never imagined he had the chance to become the captain or commander of a main fleet, although officers in the Federation Army were mostly appointed through connections. Because of these connections, seniority was paramount. The Federation Central State had over 900 generals, including more than 100 generals. There were over 200 lieutenant generals, and over 400 major generals. The reason for so many generals was primarily the exceptionally long lifespan of superhumans. As a colonel, it would have taken Zhang Han at least 200 years to become a general, and during those 200 years, his family would have needed unwavering support. But now, by a stroke of luck, he has distinguished himself and has the opportunity to become an admiral, and even more so, a captain and commander of a main fleet. Therefore, Zhang Han's ambition is like a weed now. With family support, all that's left is to achieve merit. Yang Bo also knew Zhang Han had sent the message and roughly guessed his thoughts. Yang Bo wanted Zhang Han to be anxious because he needed a way to control him. Congratulations, General Zhang, on your merit. Yang Bo finally had time to talk to Zhang Han. Zhang Han has recently been in the limelight, receiving repeated publicity from the federal central state. Moreover, family resources are also tilting towards him, because the family has also gained many benefits from this matter. However, Zhang Han is very anxious because the competition for personnel appointments in the newly established main fleets of the central state is fierce. Many people are eyeing the position of commander of a main fleet. After Yang Bo sent the message, Zhang Han immediately replied, "I must thank you for the information. I'd like to express my gratitude. What do you need?" Yang Bo saw Zhang Han's message. The other party was so direct. This is how the Federation and the Alliance operate. The Federation prioritizes its interests. Therefore, when discussing interests, they are quite direct. Unlike the Alliance and the Empire, which are more subtle. What can General Zhang offer? Yang Bo messaged him. Zhang Han saw 9527's message and replied, "Now I have the opportunity to become the captain and commander of the main fleet, and I need your help. What are your thoughts? Please let me know. My family is currently providing me with significant support." Upon seeing Zhang Han's message, Yang Bo immediately understood his meaning. In other words, Zhang Han needed more intelligence, so he could make more demands. Yang Bo thought carefully and realized Zhang Han couldn't provide what he wanted. His only need right now was warships. But he couldn't make that request. Moreover, these people in the Federation had a common problem. When they needed you, you were like a god. Once they didn't need you, they would turn against you. Just like Li Zhan, the governor of Kalaya, had already given the companies and legislators in Kalaya sufficient benefits. But these people were still plotting against Li Zhan. So, despite Zhang Han's current humble stance, once he became the captain or commander of the main fleet, he might turn against him and take back double what they had given him. For such a person, Yang Bo naturally had to give him a chance. "I need standard energy stones," Yang Bo replied after a moment's thought. Standard energy stones were the energy stones used in warships. Zhang Han wasn't surprised at all after seeing 9527's reply. Zhang Han had analyzed the situation himself. 9527 was most likely a rival of the Morning Star pirate crew. Zhang Han had analyzed the Morning Star pirate crew's warships' navigation routes. Although the Morning Star pirate crew's warships didn't record the location of their base, their navigation logs showed that the Morning Star pirate crew's warships operated with considerable secrecy. Furthermore, the cargo the Morning Star pirate crew was transporting this time was extremely sensitive. Outsiders simply couldn't know the warship's route. Therefore, Zhang Han guessed that the source of his intelligence was a pirate, and a rival of the Morning Star pirate crew. He needed to use this opportunity to wipe out the Morning Star pirate crew. After this incident, the Morning Star pirate crew faced a double bounty from both the Empire and the Pirate Alliance. Now that they wanted standard energy stones, his guess was confirmed. "Of course, no problem. How many energy stones do you need?" Zhang Han replied immediately. Zhang Han was already mentally calculating. Giving them the energy stones now would allow him to slowly uncover their strengths and weaknesses. Once he became the captain of the main fleet and gained control, he could then target them. This process might take 2 or 3 years. The construction of the main warships and the preparation of supporting warships would take considerable time. Furthermore, forming true combat capability would also require time. He might even gain access to more information through them. The more the better. The more you give, the more valuable the information I provide later. Yang Bo replied upon seeing the question. "Of course, no problem. Where shall we trade?" Zhang Han readily agreed. "Get ready, wait for my notification. We talk more when we meet." Yang Bo knew these guys had ulterior motives from their quick response, so he decided to give them a chance. Zhang Han chuckled inwardly after seeing the reply. As long as he could meet them and figure out their background, he could give back double what he had given them. "Okay," Zhang Han replied directly. After disconnecting from Zhang Han, Yang Bo thought to himself, "Hopefully, Zhang Han won't disappoint me." I'm eyeing his flagship. Chapter 1392. After reaching a cooperation agreement with 9527, Zhang Han felt completely relieved. As for 9527's pirate identity, although it wasn't certain at the moment, Zhang Han didn't care. Because in the Federation, companies were everything. Moreover, other companies and conglomerates had done similar things before. Many companies in the Federation used to cooperate with pirates. However, after the conflict between the Pirate Alliance and the Federation's channels for obtaining information about pirates decreased significantly. Another crucial point was that pirate groups were also wary of each other. Internal conflicts within the Pirate Alliance were greater than external conflicts. Given the opportunity, they would try to swallow each other whole. It was said that the number of wars between pirates was greater than the number of pirate wars against other countries. Thinking about this, Zhang Han became even more curious about 9527's identity. I wonder if this guy is an insider of the Morning Star pirate crew, or a member of another pirate crew. The Morning Star pirate crew's routes are so well hidden. This 9527 has completely destroyed the Morning Star pirate crew. The Morning Star pirate crew is now in hiding. Looks like they changed their identity. But the most important thing for a pirate crew is its reputation. The Morningstar pirate crew not only lost its warships this time, but also its reputation. They have to start all over again. And they can't afford to appear too outstanding in the short term, otherwise they arouse suspicion. But where are they going to get a batch of standard energy stones? The 9527 line definitely won't be known to the family. Zhang Han wouldn't let his family know about the 9527 line. If his family found out, he might be excluded from any opportunities. Because he wasn't the only one in the family, and he had already made such a significant contribution. Most members of the family considered it enough. The consequence of the family finding out was that they would use the information provided by 9527 to push other family members down. Internal competition among families in the Federation was equally fierce. Of course, this applied to the financial groups of the Alliance, the nobles of the Empire, and the companies of the Federation. Internal competition was extremely brutal, and because everyone knew each other well, the results were sometimes devastating. Zhang Han was happy, and Yang Bo was also very happy. Yang Bo returned to March Star, changed his clothes, and then left the villa in a flying car. Senior Su. Yang Bo arrived at the location of the Ancient Martial Arts Association's organizing committee and met Su Xiangdong, the president of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association, and vice president Qian Wuji. Another vice president, Meng Bufan, was not present. Senior Qian. Yang Bo greeted the two warmly upon seeing them. Yang Bo. Any new insights lately? Su Xiangdong and his companion personally greeted Yang Bo in the lobby of the hotel where the organizing committee was staying. They led Yang Bo upstairs, asking as they went. No. My current skill level is relatively low. I'm still training Meteor Fist. Yang Bo shook his head, his posture humble. There were other people in the hotel lobby. Seeing Yang Bo and the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association walking upstairs so warmly, they were all envious. The three arrived at Su Xiangdong's residence, and then Su Xiangdong asked, "How's your Tai Chi practice going?" "My understanding of Tai Chi is still quite basic. Tai Chi grows stronger with stronger opponents, and the stronger one is, the greater the combat power it unleashes. This junior is currently focusing on practicing Meteor Fist. I practice Tai Chi again when my strength reaches a certain level," Yang Bo humbly stated. "These are some of our cultivation insights. You can take a look. Furthermore, we plan to publish Tai Chi. However, we need to impose restrictions. Only members of our Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association can learn it," Su Xiangdong said. Yang Bo knew this wouldn't be very effective. Although learning it was restricted, those who learned it could still share it with others. Others, without authorization, couldn't publicly demonstrate it. However, ancient martial arts at this stage had long since moved beyond public demonstration. At this stage, ancient martial arts were more often used as a means to unleash superpowers. "I don't think this is appropriate. Tai Chi, this ancient martial art. Even within our Alliance Association, its dissemination should be restricted. It depends on individual talent and contribution." Yang Bo shook his head. "Your suggestion is excellent." Unexpectedly, Su Xiangdong agreed immediately. Yang Bo rolled his eyes. So this old guy was waiting for him here. Qian Wuji chuckled at Yang Bo's reaction. "Our status prevents us from imposing restrictive clauses. It would be met with opposition from members within the association. Yang Bo, it's fine if you make your request. After all, you were the one who first proposed the method of using Tai Chi power. We only refined it based on your ideas. So you have the absolute right to speak." Su Xiangdong also chuckled. "We're not trying to trick you. It's just that our current status prevents us from doing so. Would you like me to introduce you to the members of the Federation and the Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association?" They each said two vice presidents this time. Yang Bo shook his head. "I have other things to do lately, and I don't want to get involved with them." Hearing this, Su Xiangdong asked, "What have you been busy with lately? Do you need our help?" "I recently become obsessed with mechas, but I'm not very talented, so I'm currently designing a mecha that I can pilot," Yang Bo replied with a smile. Yang Bo's answer surprised the two men. Qian Wuji asked in astonishment, "You're designing a mecha yourself?" "A training mecha. The operating system and weapon system of a training mecha are much simpler than those of a live mecha," Yang Bo explained after taking a sip of tea. Hearing this, Su Xiangdong asked with a strange expression, "A few days ago, a training mech pilot named Little Bull Runs Fast was very skilled. Could it be you?" Yang Bo, hearing this, asked curiously, "Why do you think it's me, senior?" Su Xiangdong explained, "Because the training mech's combat style incorporates many ancient martial arts techniques. And the combat style is also that of ancient martial arts. We discussed it in detail. Little Bull runs fast. That mech pilot has an extremely strong combat awareness. However, his combat awareness is quite different from our traditional ancient martial arts. Yongbo, you might not know this, but the way people like us who have practiced ancient martial arts for a long time use mechs is very different from those, like you, who haven't practiced for long. To be honest, people like us aren't suited for mech combat. We feel too slow controlling the mechs. Our hand speed can keep up, but the mech's reaction speed can't. Now that you mention it, I knew it was you. Yongbo chuckled. Senior's guess is accurate. Actually, I noticed it too. The fighting style of ancient martial arts is completely different from that of mechs. Although mechs can perform various actions, each one is programmed. Ancient martial arts fighting movements are free and unrestrained. Moreover, many ancient martial arts fighting movements cannot be performed by mechs. Furthermore, I think long-term use of mechs might affect the performance of ancient martial arts. Qian Wuji nodded upon hearing Yongbo's analysis. You're right. After reaching a certain level in ancient martial arts, one will no longer come into contact with these machines. Because both mechs and ancient martial arts test on-the-spot reactions, but one involves programmed movements, while the other involves the free movements you mentioned. If you react incorrectly when encountering an opponent, the consequences are unpredictable. However, in today's society, the chances of encountering danger are relatively low. Hearing this, Yongbo chuckled inwardly. You see in a few days whether you encounter danger or not. Furthermore, Yongbo saw a business opportunity, selling training mechs. When the anti-government forces caused trouble on March Star, these ancient martial arts masters would realize the need for mechs for protection. Because no matter how strong the ancient martial arts masters were, they were no match for the mechs. Faced with the energy weapons of the mechs, the ancient martial arts masters were nothing more than easy prey. Of course, this wouldn't be possible without his own performance. Yongbo planned to use the terrorist attacks by these anti-government forces to boost his reputation. The main advantage of training mechs is their simple operation and relatively straightforward movements, which won't interfere with the combat awareness of ancient martial arts. Furthermore, training mechs are primarily used for self-protection or escaping dangerous areas. The defense of training mechs is the strongest among all mechs. This buys the user more time. Yongbo wouldn't publicly reveal this plan. When the arena competition starts, as the biggest sponsor, you should say a few words. Su Xiangdong added. Forget it, I'm not used to those kinds of occasions, Yongbo said. You can't do this, you need to participate in social activities, Su Xiangdong said, assuming it was due to Yongbo's personality. Fine, I just contribute my contribution points, Yongbo shook his head. I just don't want to be famous. Besides, I recently gained 2 more girlfriends. Now I have 5 girlfriends. If I become too famous, someone might use me as a target. Yongbo made up an excuse. Hearing this, Su Xiangdong said, it's not a big deal, she's just your girlfriend. Yongbo shook his head, forget it, I won't show up. The Imperial and Federation's ancient martial arts associations are thinking of having you perform on stage. They want to see the founder of Meteor Fist demonstrate his ability to use Meteor Fist, Qian Wuji added. I rather not, I don't want to be famous, Yongbo shook his head. Then it's your choice. Su Xiangdong had no choice but to accept Yongbo's continued refusal. However, Yongbo having several girlfriends was a matter of great importance within the alliance. Bring your girlfriends out sometime, I treat you to dinner, Su Xiangdong added. Then I invite you to my villa as a guest. Alright then, let's go practice Tai Chi now, and see who has a deeper understanding? Su Xiangdong suggested. Okay, Yongbo nodded. Chapter 1393. Yongbo, Su Xiangdong, and Qian Wuji arrived at the training room. Yongbo provided the concept and basic moves for Tai Chi, an ancient martial art. The rest was for Su Xiangdong, Qian Wuji, and Ming Bufan to study it together. Tai Chi is known for its adaptability. The stronger the practitioner, the stronger the Tai Chi becomes. Su Xiangdong, as the president of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association, was not only powerful due to his connections, but also because of his own strength. Of course, to become president, strength alone is not enough. Presidents of various associations within the alliance all possess powerful networks, meaning they have strong backgrounds. Su Xiangdong's strength is a plus. Frankly, this level is a general term, meaning anything between A and S levels can be called a plus. Therefore, even within the same A+ level, some people might have a combat power of 100, while others might have 1,000 or even 10,000. Some people ask, is the gap really that big? Considering Yongbo's strength, Compared to those superpowered individuals who have just entered the A+ level, could Yang Bo fight 1,000 of them? Yang Bo first sparred with Su Xiangdong, starting with Tai Chi push hands. Su Xiangdong held back his power. The sparring was mainly to experience the flow of power between them. Su Xiangdong was afraid of using too much power and hurting Yang Bo. Su Xiangdong valued Yang Bo highly. Although Tai Chi is currently only rated 3S, Su Xiangdong and his group believed it surpassed 3S. However, the highest rating for ancient martial arts is currently 3A. Su Xiangdong and his companions had a simple plan. First, to publicize this ancient martial art, and then find a way to promote it to 4S or even 5S. This is something that will surely go down in history. What is the essence of Tai Chi? The interplay of emptiness and fullness, opening and closing. The core principle is actually using the opponent's force against them. The biggest advantage of this is that it uses the least amount of force to deal with the same target. Yang Bo and Su Xiangdong started with simple push hands, then both sides abandoned their techniques and fought faster and faster. In just 1 minute, Yang Bo was pushed away by Su Xiangdong. Impressive. Senior used my strength to counterattack, and now my arm feels a little numb. Yang Bo said deliberately, and even flattered him. Among your generation of young people, you are already considered one of the best, able to fight me for a minute. Even old Qian couldn't fight me for a minute. Su Xiangdong laughed. Su Xiangdong had just used Yang Bo's strength to directly counterattack Yang Bo. Qian Wuji shook his head and said, "Who can compare to you, old Su? You're a freak." Qian Wuji wasn't wrong. To become the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, one must be exceptional, especially in martial arts. Yang Bo, after the Tai Chi announcement, the association will reward you. What do you want? Su Xiangdong asked Yang Bo after he changed out of his training clothes. Senior, I designed my own training mecha, but I don't have the manufacturing capability. Could you help me? Yang Bo didn't refuse. If it's just training mecha, I can find a way to get you a smart factory. Su Xiangdong offered a smart factory without hesitation. Hearing this, Yang Bo exclaimed in surprise, smart factories aren't cheap. The market share for training mechas is very small. There are quite a few idle smart factories. Besides, your contributions to the association are too great. The main problem is that the association doesn't have any contribution points right now. Su Xiangdong shook his head. None of the 3 ancient martial arts associations had many contribution points. They all ended up in Yang Bo's hands. Then thank you very much, senior. Yang Bo didn't care how Su Xiangdong and the others manipulated things. As long as he got the smart factories, that was enough. Then Yang Bo had dinner with the 2 of them before parting ways. When he got home, Yang Bo felt a little uneasy. He now had 2 villas on his private land. The next morning, Yang Bo got up and went to his room to use the internet, only to find that the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association had added a new 3S level martial art called Tai Chi. Tai Chi had 4 founders, the core founder being Yang Bo, the founder of Yang-style Meteor Fist. The assistant founders were Su Xiangdong, Qian Wuji, and Ming Bufan. This martial art not only required contribution points, but also required an association assessment. The assessment criteria mainly focused on individual talent and personal qualities. As for this particular martial arts technique, there is no further information available. Moreover, this technique is only open to members of the Alliance. This immediately caused a sensation. Aside from the secret techniques of various families, most ancient martial arts techniques within the association are available for exchange. Now, this technique not only restricts exchange but also requires additional assessments. What interests everyone even more is the origin of this technique. Judging from the ranking of the members, the founder should be Yang Bo. Considering the Yang family Meteor Fist, many speculate that this technique is likely more advanced than the Meteor Fist itself. While Yang Bo was watching the news, in a newly built villa not far away, Li Qiubai was being berated by his clients. The Imperial Swordsmanship Association was one of Li Qiubai's clients. They commissioned Li Qiubai to investigate what other powers Yang Bo had comprehended in the Second World Game. Actually, Li Qiubai was a little suspicious. After all, the Second World Game was operated by the Imperial Swordsmanship Association. Even the operators didn't know that powers could be comprehended in the game? Now, suddenly, a Tai Chi technique appeared, and with such stringent conditions, which meant that this technique had already surpassed the current rating standards. And Yang Bo was one of the main creators. Yang Bo's identity information had long been thoroughly investigated, and Yang Bo had no opportunity to come into contact with anything else, except for comprehending the Yang family Meteor Fist in the Second World. So this Tai Chi was very likely also comprehended in the second world. The Imperial Swordsmanship Association wasn't unwilling to use more methods, but Yang Bo was basically always in his villa. Therefore, they had no opportunity to contact Yang Bo. As for Yang Bo, he was also an oddity in the second world game. Yang Bo's game character in the second world game is currently carrying out the King's Border Defense orders. Yang Bo's game character is also in a separate castle on the opposite bank of the river. There aren't many players from the second world there, so they can't contact Yang Bo in the game. Furthermore, Yang Bo is mostly using a game autoplay feature. The Swordsmanship Association members didn't understand why Yang Bo was doing this before, but now they speculate that he's learning a new ancient martial art. Li Qiubai was somewhat aggrieved by the client's scolding, because he had tried every method possible, but still couldn't get what he wanted. Yang Bo watched the news, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had also noticed that Li Qiubai had been scolded by the client because of this matter. Yang Bo's main task today was to prepare to entertain Su Xiangdong and Qian Wuji. Su Wei and the others wouldn't be going to their mecha training today. At noon, Yang Bo dispatched a flying car to pick up Su Xiangdong and Qian Wuji and take them to his villa. Su Xiangdong and Qian Wuji weren't surprised at all by Yang Bo's 5 girlfriends, as they had more than him. Both of them were very powerful, so their demand for girlfriends was also quite high. After lunch, Yang Bo, Qian Wuji, and Su Xiangdong went to the rooftop for tea. I didn't notice you built a new villa. Is this a plan for 1 villa per girlfriend? Su Xiangdong asked, looking at the villa in the distance. Those are employee dormitories. Many people are dissatisfied with the development of March Star, and some might take advantage of the situation. Moreover, my territory has many mutated creatures, which can be used as materials for energy potions. It's very possible someone will target me. Of course, I'm not afraid myself, but I'm afraid they target my employees. As you both know, it's not surprising that anything bizarre happens in our alliance. Yang Bo chuckled and explained. If Zhang Buizhen didn't have your support, he would have been crushed by capital long ago. But this is for the best. If you encounter some powerful capitalists, you have to be wary of them. They have all sorts of methods. Similarly, Zhang Buizhen is fortunate to have met you. If he had met someone with powerful backers, he would have been replaced by someone else long ago. This is indeed an opportunity for March Star, but it also carries certain risks. Many people want to gain more benefits from March Star's development, Su Xiangdong said. Yang Bo nodded with a wry smile. That's why I'm reluctant to show my face. I've been attacked by terrorists more than once or twice, but I signed a confidentiality agreement. Su Xiangdong asked in surprise, You were attacked by terrorists? Yes, after I returned from Pato Star. Not only was I attacked, but my former boss and company were also attacked. It's said to be the Ash organization, but I don't know the specific reason, Yang Bo explained. Su Xiangdong understood immediately. The Ash organization's reputation spread quickly. This organization was the biggest intelligence broker. However, Su Xiangdong didn't explain to Yang Bo, because explaining would be more complicated. I found the intelligent manufacturing plant for training mechs for you. This intelligent plant has been sealed off for over 80 years. It also includes some training mech manufacturing technology. It's expected to arrive on March Star in 15 days. I send you the relevant information, Su Xiangdong said. Yang Bo quickly saw the message Su Xiangdong sent. It was an intelligent plant converted from a cargo spaceship. It was 300 meters long, 150 meters wide, and 60 meters high. The intelligent plant only needed materials to continuously produce training mechs. This intelligent plant could produce up to 62 training mechs per hour. It could operate for up to 10,000 hours. That means the entire intelligent plant would need repairs after 10,000 hours of operation. Repair is also automatic, it only requires the input of materials. The energy core of this intelligent factory currently has a lifespan of 28 years. This intelligent factory, from its completion to its storage, only used for a little over 7,000 hours, and it wasn't even operating at full capacity. Furthermore, it contains enough materials to produce 300 to 500 training mechs. Thank you, Senior. Yang Bo looked at the intelligent factory, which could be completely converted into an armed spaceship. With this intelligent factory, he could manufacture a large number of training mechs. While thanking him, Yang Bo was thinking about how to make the training mechs a hit. Using anti-government forces as stepping stones was certainly a good idea, but it would provoke retaliation from them. Anti-government forces were no threat to the alliance, but they posed a significant threat to individuals. Of course, Yang Bo also thought this was a good thing. If the anti-government forces retaliated, he could use that opportunity to leave. Staying on a planet, many things are impossible to do, many things can't be taken out, but once in the vastness of space, anything is possible. Moreover, once in space, he can continuously modify the intelligent factory, transforming it into an armed spaceship. As long as this armed spaceship doesn't enter the star systems of the three countries, and remains in public space, as long as it doesn't threaten the civilian spaceships of the three countries, no one will interfere. It's nothing. Have you been playing games lately? Su Xiangdong waved his hand. Su Xiangdong didn't intend to explain the profound impact of Tai Chi, since Yang Bo had already been listed as the main creator. There hasn't been much going on in the game lately. My character was conscripted to guard the border, so I haven't been playing much. Yang Bo explained. You should play more games when you have the chance. See if you can gain anything else. A lot of the information in the Second World game comes from mysterious sources. The Empire probably obtained the relevant information, but they can't understand it on their own. After the Tai Chi technique was announced, the ancient martial arts associations of the Empire and the Federation all came to us. So seize the opportunity now and explore the game more. Hearing Su Xiangdong's words, Yang Bo knew that the other party was hiding something from him. Don't be fooled by their good relationship now. If there's a direct conflict of interest, the other party will still target him without hesitation. Because the elites of the Alliance, or rather the elites of the entire interstellar world, are educated to prioritize self-interest. The Empire's royal family, the Empire's nobles, the Federation's companies, the Alliance's conglomerates. The best among them all receive the same education. Yang Bo didn't consider the other party a close friend. The two were only together for mutual benefit. Su Xiangdong and his ilk had sons, daughters, and nephews within their families, whose connections weren't closer than Yang Bo's. Su Xiangdong and his ilk also had personally trained disciples. Su Xiangdong hadn't yet introduced his address or anyone else to Yang Bo. This already spoke volumes. Of course, Yang Bo still had to play the innocent victim. After all, given his background, an innocent facade was the normal reaction. I will. Yang Bo simply replied with 3 words to Su Xiangdong's suggestion. In the afternoon, Su Xiangdong and his companion left, as they had many matters to attend to, especially given the recent announcement of Taiji. Yang Bo knew that Su Xiangdong and his companion might use Taiji as leverage in exchange for favors. However, Yang Bo didn't interfere, as it wouldn't be very effective. After Su Xiangdong left, Yang Bo announced to Su Wei and the others that he had secured a training mech manufacturing plant. Su Wei and the others were happy for Yang Bo. Then, Yang Bo used the excuse of designing the training mech to immerse himself in his workshop. In fact, Yang Bo had already designed it. Then, Yang Bo began gathering information on the pirates. Yang Bo also needed to monitor the activities of the Alliance's anti-government armed group, the Freedom Front. Half a month passed quietly, during which several pieces of good news arrived simultaneously. First, the intelligent factory for the training mechs was already docked at the March Star airport. Second, the Freedom Front's personnel had arrived in March Star and reached their base. Third, the Empire had confirmed the delivery of the first batch of 3 Class A warships to the Federal Central State. The fourth piece of good news is that Zhao Dongfeng, having earned 2 consecutive merits, has officially been promoted to the rank of Major General. Zhao Dongfeng's first merit was in combating a pirate group, and his second was personally capturing terrorists who attacked a police station. His first merit was awarded by the military, while his second was awarded by the government. Zhao Dongfeng has thus become the captain and commander of the 6th Squadron of the 3rd Fleet of the Alliance, and the Alliance government has also reinforced this squadron with 1 Class A warship and 2 Class B warships. This makes it a reinforced squadron. Because Zhao Dongfeng held the rank of Major General, it would be inappropriate to assign him the rank of Major General according to the standard fleet configuration. Most of the officers in the 3rd and 6th Fleets were originally recruits planted by the Alliance government. Zhao Dongfeng's acquisition of the Major General rank infuriated the He family. Despite various efforts, pressure from government departments, and the approval of other warlords forced the He family to promote Zhao Dongfeng to Major General and appoint him as the commander of an enhanced fleet. The He family was now seething with anger, but powerless to do anything. To become the captain of an enhanced fleet, Zhao Dongfeng first needed to accumulate sufficient military merit. In the military, no matter the conspiracies, conflicts, or struggles, military merit is indispensable. In the military merit is omnipotent. Therefore, Zhao Dongfeng again sought help from Yang Bo, who naturally agreed. Furthermore, Zhang Han of the Federation's Third Fleet had prepared a large quantity of standard energy stones and intended to trade with Yang Bo. Yang Bo planned to trade with Zhang Han under the guise of being the leader of the Silver Moon pirate gang. This identity would put Zhang Han at ease. Yang Bo had already remotely controlled 2 Class C warships captured from the pirates, heading to a location to conduct the transaction with Zhang Han. However, Yang Bo remained on March Star. He planned to first release mental seeds into the Freedom Front members. Only in this way could he understand the Freedom Front's next moves. During this process, Yang Bo also discovered the pirates and members of the Assassin Guild. He would take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate these people, as their visit to March Star was unlikely to be a mere visit. Then, he would go to his training mech intelligent manufacturing plant. The 3 members of the Freedom Front lived in 3 different locations, but they had already made contact. Their meeting place was a park outside the city. Because there were no surveillance devices in the park, Yang Bo often changed clothes in these parks when he was causing trouble. Hee. Yang Bo chuckled to himself, thinking that these Freedom Front members would become his stepping stones. Chapter 1394. Yang Bo stealthily arrived at the hotel where the first suspicious individual from the Freedom Front was staying. This person was disguised as an ordinary tourist and had pre-booked some attractions and traditional yachts. This person's name was Wang Dong, a network operations engineer, considered middle income in the Alliance. Wang Dong was 46 years old and a self-awakened superhuman, meaning he didn't have a biochip in his brain. His officially registered superpower level was only C level, with the attribute being mental power. He possessed exceptionally high memory. Furthermore, Wang Dong was single and a senior member of a retro group. Retro groups reject high-tech equipment, using the cheapest watches and living in houses devoid of any high-tech devices. There were many such people in the Alliance, so Wang Dong hadn't attracted any attention from any official agency. Wang Dong also enjoyed spending money in the Federation, and had even visited Devon Star before. Yang Bo waited outside the hotel for over an hour before Wang Dong returned. Although Yang Bo knew Wang Dong and his 2 companions were meeting in the park was so large that it would be difficult to find them, so he simply waited for them at the hotel entrance. Yang Bo followed Wang Dong back to the hotel. The hotel lacked high-tech facilities, and was geared towards those with a retro aesthetic. Wang Dong was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, sunglasses, and a mask, completely concealing himself. This was also Yang Bo's preferred attire when going out. Because this world had a large population, and these residents rarely interacted with others, they all concealed themselves thoroughly when going out. Wang Dong, despite being several decades old, looked like he was in his early 20s. As soon as Wang Dong took off his hoodie, Yang Bo knew his superpower level was more than C level. It was likely B level or higher, not quite A level. Because after Wang Dong entered the hotel room, his superpower glowed. Combined with Wang Dong's exceptional memory, Yang Bo knew he was carefully observing his room. Based on this alone, Yang Bo knew this guy was suspicious. Wang Dong carefully examined his room, then breathed a sigh of relief. The room's layout was perfect. Then Wang Dong took off his jacket and placed his wristwatch in a special shielded bag. Only then did he relax and sit on the sofa. Then Wang Dong just sat there, stunned. Yang Bo saw Wang Dong sitting there, but Wang Dong's expression kept changing. This puzzled Yang Bo. What was this guy thinking? Although the spiritual seed was invisible, Yang Bo was always very careful when releasing it. What annoyed Yang Bo was that this guy sat there for over 2 hours before finally getting up to take a shower. And he turned the water extremely hot. The instant the guy came into contact with the scalding water, Yang Bo released a mental seed into him. Then Yang Bo understood why Wang Dong had been sitting there in a daze. It turned out he was a member of the Freedom Front, and hadn't carried out a terrorist attack in all these years. Wang Dong couldn't bear to give up his current life. Wang Dong was living a very comfortable life now, with a job and an income, and a decent one at that, allowing him to travel freely. But Wang Dong didn't dare disobey his superior's orders. Wang Dong dared not surrender, for the Freedom Front's methods were terrifying. Moreover, Wang Dong's trip was partly for enjoyment, and partly to fulfill the organization's mission. He also obtained funds from the organization through gambling. Yang Bo realized the Freedom Front's strength was considerable, and there might even be Freedom Front members in prison. Wang Dong had been sitting there in a daze, unwilling to carry out the plan. Wang Dong still didn't know the detailed plan. He was only instructed to make contact with 2 other people first. Then, they would rent a traditional yacht and go out to sea. Wang Dong had little information about him. Even the superiors he had met during his previous trip might not be their true identities, as it was easy to change one's appearance using disguised drugs or other means in the Federation. The other two people he was meeting this time were also members of the Freedom Front. An hour later, a waiter brought the food, and Yang Bo disappeared. Soon, Yang Bo arrived at the other two people's hideout. One of these two was a low-level manager in an animal protection organization. These two men didn't know the specifics of the operation, but knowing the Free Front's modus operandi, they were sure to pull off something big. After returning to his villa, Yang Bo began investigating the three men's connections. Although their connections might be disguised, their mere presence leaves a trace. Furthermore, through their connections, Yang Bo discovered that the Free Front wielded considerable influence within the Alliance, the Federation, and the Empire. Yang Bo had long anticipated that an organization like the Free Front must have powerful backers. Then Yang Bo also found out the Freedom Front's contact on Devon. Because Devon was the only open planet of the Empire, it had a paradise island, a place teeming with all sorts of strange and monstrous beings. Yang Bo investigated this guy on Devon, and discovered he was actually a baron. Yang Bo stroked his chin, then disguised himself as Bart, and returned to Devon. The Freedom Front. What do you have to compare to me? Yang Bo found the Freedom Front laughable in his presence. Yang Bo finally understood why the Freedom Front hadn't been wiped out by the Alliance. They had roots in the other two countries. However, the Freedom Front's encounter with him, this time was their bad luck. With his status as a Grand Duke in the Empire, killing the Freedom Front would be as easy as crushing ants. In the Federation, it would be even more straightforward. John Lee's fleet would make them physically disappear. But the first thing to do was to investigate these people. After returning to Devon, Yang Bo first investigated this baron. This baron was also from a high-ranking noble family. This noble family, however, didn't have a Grand Duke, but rather a Marquis. Yang Bo investigated this baron carefully, and then something unexpected happened. The baron had another identity, the Emperor's lackey. TSK. If this gets out, won't the Empire and the Alliance go to war? The Alliance's anti-government armed group is actually supported by the Imperial family. That makes sense. After all, that's how the covert war between the three countries works. Yang Bo chuckled. He hadn't expected to find another handle on the Emperor here. This would make it easier for him to gain control of the Second World. Furthermore, this opened up a new avenue for Yang Bo. The Imperial royal family must have committed many unsavory acts over the years. He could use these acts to blackmail the Emperor. If the Emperor refused, he could overthrow him and replace him with someone else. Of course, replacing the Emperor wasn't so simple. Even though Bart was a Grand Duke, it wouldn't be easy for him to install Su Ruashin as Emperor. The Emperor had many sons and daughters, not to mention his brothers, sisters, and cousins. There were also several other Grand Dukes, and a council of nobles. Therefore, they wouldn't overthrow the Emperor unless absolutely necessary. Yang Bo continued his investigation and discovered that this nobleman not only served as the Emperor's henchman, but also acted as an informant for another Grand Duke, keeping an eye on Bart. TSK. What is an elite? This is an elite. Doing one job and getting paid multiple salaries. Then Yang Bo saw no need to continue investigating. The clues leading to the royal family were most advantageous to him. Further investigation could easily lead to unexpected problems, given the Emperor's vast network of subordinates. No one knew if these people had other identities. Yang Bo's current task was to select intelligence that was advantageous to him. Then, Yang Bo investigated the Federation, and through members of the Federation's Freedom Front, he discovered two companies. These two companies were located in two states of the Federation, Vordal and Tamil. These two companies had two medium-sized cities on these two planets. Yang Bo initially thought these two companies were the Freedom Front's headquarters, but unexpectedly, further investigation uncovered a political dynasty within the Alliance. The Luo family. Yang Bo knew things were stable now. His initial investigation of the Freedom Front revealed a presence in both the Empire and the Federation. Yang Bo sensed something was amiss because the Freedom Front was an opposition armed group within the Alliance, not the other two countries' opposition groups. Why would the Freedom Front cause trouble within the Alliance? The Federation and Empire were unlikely to officially support terrorist attacks. Because if the Alliance's wrath were discovered, these two countries would struggle to withstand it. Yang Bo had long suspected that the Freedom Front was orchestrated by within the Alliance for its own interests. Such things had happened before. When the Alliance was on a single planet, its intelligence agencies supported terrorist attacks on its landmarks. Why? Of course, it was for funding. Because after a terrorist attack, Congress would provide substantial support to the intelligence agencies. Throughout history, how many resources And how much funding did the intelligence agencies receive after that attack? Not to mention, it provided an excuse to launch wars of aggression. The Luo family is a political dynasty within a major political party in the alliance, and their primary investment is in the energy sector. Their controlled companies, particularly those producing artificial energy stones, hold a 40% market share in the alliance. This 40% market share represents a massive energy reserve. This is because solidifying energy requires even more energy. Furthermore, the Luo family's energy companies occupy 1/3 of the alliance's market share. They cannot hold too much, as this would trigger antitrust regulations. Yang Bo then investigated the energy supply of March Star and discovered that the Luo family's energy company had attempted to enter March Star, but had been rejected. It seems the Freedom Front's target this time is the energy system of March Star. Yang Bo could now guess what the Freedom Front was targeting. Large energy systems all use antimatter energy engines. However, antimatter energy engines are not the alliance's mainstream solution. The mainstream solutions are controlled by these large companies. If a major safety incident occurs with March Star's antimatter energy engine, then the energy giants will push the alliance's relevant security agencies to investigate. At that time, these energy giants can enter March Star's energy market. The alliance's most profitable players are these monopolistic energy companies, because these energy companies can benefit from a single investment for many years. Moreover, these energy companies don't need to be supervised when raising prices. They only need to send a notification to their customers. Especially the local energy companies on each planet, they have enormous influence on each planet. If anyone questions these energy companies, various unexpected events will occur. That's why the Luo family used the Freedom Front to cause trouble on March Star this time. It's all for their own benefit. After investigating, Yang Bo began planning how to gain more from this incident. The Freedom Front will definitely pull some other stunts to cover up their main objective. Yang Bo knew the Freedom Front wouldn't be so foolish as to attack the energy system directly. They'd definitely launch another terrorist attack, both to enhance the Freedom Front's reputation and to conceal their true purpose. Should we take down the Luo family? Yang Bo stroked his chin. Yang Bo thought of the Pierre family, and then of Sophie. The Red Earl organization had been secretly sabotaged by him last time, and Sophie still hadn't made contact with her superiors. This was the biggest drawback of single-line communication. Once a superior loses contact with a subordinate, it becomes extremely difficult to re-establish contact. So Yang Bo returned to Tianyun Star, and then to the underground city. Sophie was somewhat surprised recently, as the Red Earl organization had been out of contact for so many days. At the same time, Sophie inwardly cursed Yang Bo. This guy hadn't contacted her for so long since he left last time. Moreover, Yang Bo had become famous again. This time, he had collaborated with the president and 2 vice presidents of the Ancient Martial Arts Association to create a mysterious ancient martial arts technique. This made Sophie very curious about what kind of technique it was, because no one knew yet. Someone interviewed Su Xiangdong, but Su Xiangdong simply replied, "No comment." The presidents and vice presidents of the Ancient Martial Arts Associations of the Federation and the Empire all stood up to oppose Su Xiangdong's actions, but to no avail. These families value these ancient martial arts techniques most, each possessing its own ancient martial arts heritage. But now, a new 3S level ancient martial art had been added, and everyone was wondering what kind of impact it would have if their family members used it. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo proactively contacted her. So, Sophie disguised herself and went to the underground city of Tianyun Star. TSK. Sophie arrived at a hotel in the underground city and saw Yang Bo inside as soon as she opened the door. "Which one of you is the real one? I just saw the news a couple of days ago about you meeting with Su Xiangdong and the others." Sophie looked at Yang Bo. "What's the difference between real and fake? It's like the robot you use. If it breaks, you replace a part, but does that mean you can't use it anymore?" Yang Bo looked at Sophie and asked with a playful expression. "Then we have to try," Sophie said, then pounced on Yang Bo. After a fierce verification process, Sophie finally confirmed that this Yang Bo was indeed the original. "What's your relationship with the Luo family?" Yang Bo was preparing to take on the Luo family. Chapter 1395. Don't talk, hold me. Sophie was still immersed in the afterglow of their recent verification. After all, Yang Bo had many qualities that robots couldn't match. Yang Bo could only hold her tightly. Sophie's previous liking for robots wasn't just a quirk, she had many secrets. Whether as one of the heirs of a political family, or as a subordinate of the Red Earl, or as the Red Earl's wife, she had many secrets. Therefore, she couldn't find other men, and had to use robots as substitutes. What did you just say? Sophie was also curious about Yongbo. After all, the news had just reported that Yongbo was still on March Star, so how did he come to Tianyun Star now? I asked about your family's relationship with the Luo family. That is, the family of Luowen, the current Vice Speaker of the House of Representatives. Yongbo asked again. Upon hearing Yongbo's question, Sophie immediately reacted and excitedly asked, "You found dirt on the Luo family? Why are you so sure?" Yongbo didn't expect Sophie to react so quickly. "Why would you come looking for me for no reason? How did you get to Tianyun Star? And what was your identity on March Star? What dirty secrets do you have about the Luo family? The Luo family is a rival to our family, and their power is even greater than ours. The Luo family is arguably one of the top 3 political families, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control a third of the Alliance's energy companies." Sophie looked at Yongbo excitedly. "I have discovered some dirty secrets about them. However, the Luo family's power is too great. It's too difficult to take them down," Yongbo said. "Don't move," Sophie suddenly said. Then Sophie asked, "Tell me, what kind of dirt do you have on the Luo family?" "They might be the masterminds behind the Freedom Front," Yongbo replied, thoroughly enjoying himself. For someone like Sophie, dirt on her opponents was the best stimulant. And what Yongbo said gave Sophie a lot to think about. After a while, Yongbo comfortably embraced Sophie. This woman, Lin Yu, was still wild, mainly because she lived a masked life for too long, suppressing herself for too long. Whether as the heiress of a political family, or as a spokesperson for a women's group, Sophie always lived a masked life. Only with Yongbo could she let loose, because everything about Sophie was exposed to him, so she had nothing to hide. After a long pause, Sophie finally asked, "Is there any concrete evidence?" "Pretty much. The Freedom Front is planning a terrorist attack on March Star, simultaneously affecting its energy facilities, so the Luo family's energy company can establish a presence there," Yongbo explained briefly. Yongbo's explanation was general, but Sophie immediately understood. That's how political families operate. If they want to achieve a goal, they don't act directly but rather trigger it through other means. The Luo family is using a terrorist attack to create an energy security incident, then using the Alliance's energy-related standards to enter March Star. Sophie immediately understood. You know, I'm a bit afraid of death. March Star is hosting an ancient martial arts tournament. I have a feeling someone is definitely taking advantage of the situation. After all, the mutated animals on my private land are the driving force behind March Star's development. Moreover, many companies have contacted me privately, wanting to obtain exclusive rights to the mutated animals. Zhang Buishan handles it himself, but I refused, because dealing with these biological companies personally would have unpredictable consequences. Yongbo explained. Sophie nodded upon hearing this. Cooperating with Zhang Buishan is the best option. He can't do without you, and you can't do without him. Besides, he's mainly targeting external forces right now, so for a long time, he won't be able to take any adverse actions against you. Cooperating with other biotech companies requires careful consideration. These biotech companies have many ways to kick you out of the partnership, or even seize your private land. The simplest way is they use the mutated animals on your territory to create gene-altering agents, which will then cause a major public outcry. Next, they have experts assess the situation, then pin all the blame on you, and then auction off your territory, even your property, through the judicial system. So many individuals who cooperate with these biotech companies don't have a good ending. Yongbo nodded upon hearing this. Sophie positioned herself comfortably, allowing Yongbo to touch her all over. A terrorist attack could bring down the Luo family. However, the benefits our family could gain would be limited, because if a family like the Luo family falls, it's impossible for one person to take all the spoils. But knowing the news in advance allows us to prepare earlier. How have you decided to target the Luo family? Sophie asked. What good suggestions do you have? Yongbo asked Sophie in return. Because there are many secrets within political families, Yongbo couldn't investigate these matters thoroughly at the moment. I need to think about this carefully. But you have to catch up on your studies now. You haven't come to see me for so many days. I've written it all down in my little notebook. In the end, Yongbo didn't get Sophie's plan, because Sophie needed to go back and carefully consider how to maximize profits. Because the Luo family was too large, if something went wrong, there would be huge changes in politics, economics, and the financial landscape. Moreover, there was another point. Making plans in advance could easily attract attention. How could they maximize profits without attracting attention? Simply reaping profits directly in the stock market was the most foolish thing to do, because that would expose their prior planning. Yang Bo didn't care. Yang Bo changed his appearance again in the underground city and returned to Lin Yu's place. Lin Yu keenly realized that there might be problems between Third Master and Li Yong, because she hadn't sent Li Yong any messages for a long time. So Lin Yu became even more assertive, allowing Yang Bo to enjoy himself once again. As Lin Yu left, Yang Bo comforted her, "Don't worry, even if Li Yong and the others don't cooperate with me, they wouldn't dare do anything to you." "Okay, Third Master." Lin Yu wanted to leave Tianyun Star, but she didn't dare say so. Yang Bo left Tianyun Star, and then arrived in Prince Holden's territory in the second world. Alia's cultivation progress was quite fast. She was about to reach the second stage. Alia was Prince Holden's wife, and the lady-in-waiting brought by Alice. Alice had also begun her cultivation. Yang Bo was very curious about Alia. What would she be like after reaching the second stage of cultivation? Because different people cultivating the same technique would produce completely different results. I wonder if the Emperor has noticed Alia's abnormality. Yang Bo wasn't in Prince Holden's territory in the second world every day, so he had no idea if they were being targeted by the armed ships in the sky. However, Yang Bo judged that the armed ships in the sky were most likely using a passive energy detection mode. After wandering around Prince Holden's territory, Yang Bo returned to Devon Star. He inspected the construction progress of the space mech return base, and then manufactured a batch of high-temperature resistant materials and components. Only then did he return to March Star, where the Freedom Front's membership had increased from 3 to 6. However, Yang Bo didn't continue to track the Freedom Front members, because he had already released a mental seed into them. Yang Bo also discovered that some other people were preparing to cause trouble on March Star. Yang Bo was particularly concerned about the people sent by the Pirate Alliance. March Star was the first Alliance administrative planet to sentence pirates to death. Furthermore, the last time the Pirate Alliance held a conference on March Star, the result was rather embarrassing. March Star also holds the largest number of imprisoned pirates, leading to internal strife within the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance is doing this to quell internal conflicts. The Empire has frozen the Pirate Alliance's warship orders because of the Morning Star Pirate Cruise Emperor clone incident. The money has already been transferred to the Empire, but now, without warship orders, the pirate crews are going crazy. The Pirate Alliance acted merely as an intermediary, using funds from the pirate groups to order warships from the Empire, never expecting such a turn of events. More importantly, the Federal Central State is about to receive new warships. This means the Federal Central State's military strength will increase one-sidedly. This is bad news for both the Pirate Alliance and the pirate groups. Now, the Pirate Alliance is simultaneously issuing a warrant for the arrest of the Morning Star pirate group and preparing for other schemes, not wanting its pirate groups to be idle. Of course, the Pirate Alliance needs to provide funding. Therefore, this time the Pirate Alliance directly provided a large sum of money, issuing missions to the pirate groups to retaliate against March Star. Yang Bo released spiritual seeds to several elders of the Pirate Alliance's council. However, this time, the specific execution will be carried out by the individual pirate groups. The Pirate Alliance will no longer participate in any plans. Mainly because the Pirate Alliance has been terrified, the Pirate Alliance organized several operations before, all of which resulted in heavy losses. Therefore, Yang Bo is unsure what methods the pirate groups will use to cause trouble on March Star. Yang Bo naturally needed to investigate this. In March, the three major ancient martial arts associations announced the schedule for the Ancient Martial Arts Arena competition, which would take place in 3 months. The main focus was on the ancient martial arts practitioners participating in the arena competition, who were currently training. These practitioners needed to win awards in the arena competition to gain a large amount of contribution points, but they also needed to prevent others from discovering their core ancient martial arts abilities. Because each family's ancient martial arts techniques were different, the effects displayed were also different. Therefore, on the arena, they needed to use common ancient martial arts moves to defeat their opponents. These people had no choice, as Yang Bo now controlled most of the contribution points. While investigating suspicious individuals on March Star, Yang Bo prepared to trade artificial energy stones with Zhang Han of the Federal Central State's Third Fleet. Simultaneously, Yang Bo was also preparing for a deal with the Imperial Emperor, in which the Empire would deliver 3 Class A warships to the Federal Central State. These 3 warships were the 3 the Emperor would use for the trade. However, to Yang Bo's surprise, an unexpected situation arose. The Federal Central State dispatched a squadron to escort the 3 Class A warships. This squadron consisted of 1 Class A warship, 2 Class B warships, and 4 Class C warships. Adding the 3 Class A warships delivered by the Empire, that made a total of 4 Class A warships. The 3 Class A warships delivered by the Empire would normally allow personnel to be stationed in the Empire and have their permissions activated. However, the Federal Central State was embroiled in a heated dispute over the allocation of these 3 Class A warships. Furthermore, the activation of the warships required authorization from the government and the Ministry of Defense. Therefore, even if the 3 warships encounter danger during transport, they can only activate limited permissions. This is because a new system will be activated once the 3 warships arrive in Madhya Pradesh. The new system permissions require registration with the Madhya Pradesh Ministry of Defense. Only then will the 3 warships be officially under the jurisdiction of Madhya Pradesh. Originally, Yang Bo planned to handle it himself with the warships, but now he needs to notify the Greyhound pirate crews. The Greyhound pirate crew, upon receiving the notification, set off for the rendezvous point with their warships at top speed. Because this time, Li John demanded that each pirate crew bring all the warships they could carry. This was a big fish. Of course, these 4 pirate crews wouldn't bring all their warships, as they were also wary of Li John. With several things happening at once, Yang Bo was incredibly busy. And Yang Bo also had to manufacture training mechs. Although he had already designed them, he had to pretend to be working on them at home. The training mech intelligent manufacturing plant looked like a transport ship. This intelligent factory could only manufacture training mechs. It couldn't manufacture other types of mechs because they were more complex. Of course, this wasn't a big problem for Yang Bo personally. He just needed to optimize and upgrade the training mech intelligent manufacturing plant. Of course, Yang Bo wouldn't do that now. He would do it after he left the Alliance. Although within the Alliance, manufacturing mechs for personal use wasn't illegal. Even if it involved some patent issues, if it was for personal use, it was perfectly fine. Personal use meant using them himself. He couldn't give them to any third party. If he did, it would infringe on their patents. This would lead to hefty claims. Yang Bo first conducted a standard energy stone transaction with Zhang Han of the Federation's Third Fleet. Yang Bo also intended to use this opportunity to release a spiritual seed into Zhang Han. Zhang Han was traveling by transport ship, but he didn't stray too far from the Federation's Central State, as piracy was rampant, and Zhang Han didn't trust his counterpart. Who knew if this was a trap? Yang Bo was directly controlling a Class C warship. Both parties were in the same star system as the transaction, having silently sailed to this location. General Zhang, Yang Bo, disguised as the leader of the Silver Moon pirate gang, joined Zhang Han's transport ship's communication channel through the Class C warship's communication system. Chapter 1396. Mr. 9527? Zhang Han was still somewhat worried inside the transport ship, fearing it might be a trap. Zhang Han was prepared. Wasn't the transport ship carrying energy stones? If it was a trap, he would threaten to detonate them. If the energy stones were detonated, the enemy warship, if too close, would have no chance of escape. It's me! Yang Bo disguised himself as Third Master. While communicating with 9527, Zhang Han tried to analyze the enemy warship's characteristics through signal analysis. The enemy possessed a Class C warship, but its signal characteristics weren't recorded in any public data or the Federation military's system. May I ask how you should address me, sir? Zhang Han asked again on the communication channel. The communication between the two sides was currently encrypted. Just a title. I need to check the cargo first. Yang Bo was skilled and daring, not taking the enemy's transport ship seriously at all. Sir, are you planning to come and check it? Zhang Han didn't know how the other party intended to inspect the cargo. I just come directly in my fighter jet. Alright. The deal was struck. 2 hours later, Yang Bo boarded the transport ship in his fighter jet. The main reason was the considerable distance between the two ships, even though they were in the same star system. Yang Bo would only activate his fighter jet once the two ships were within a certain distance. Zhang Han personally greeted him at a hatch on the transport ship, while the fighter jet was parked on an external hardpoint. The man entered through the ship's hatch. General Zhang, congratulations. Yang Bo greeted Zhang Han from afar as soon as the hatch opened. Because Zhang Han had no one else with him, Zhang Han used a transport ship to transport the standard energy stones this time. This was because the transport ship didn't need many people. Only a few of Zhang Han's trusted men were on board. All this is thanks to you, sir. Zhang Han looked at the man. He didn't have any information about this person in his memory, though it was also possible the man had used a disguise potion. General Zhang is truly capable. Yang Bo was also curious about how many standard energy stones Zhang Han had obtained. May I ask your name, sir? Zhang Han asked again. You can call me Third Master. General Zhang must have heard of another name of mine, that is, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Gang. Yang Bo disguised himself as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Gang. Upon hearing this introduction, Zhang Han immediately understood. No wonder this guy had provided him with information. The conflict between the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Gang and the Pirate Alliance had already spread far and wide. They had even kidnapped, beaten, and extorted elders from the Pirate Alliance's council. Third Master is indeed formidable. When I heard Third Master beat up the elders who kidnapped and extorted the Pirate Alliance, I knew he was someone special. Zhang Han offered a small compliment. Haha, if these elders weren't puppets, I would have killed them long ago. But these guys are all puppets. Killing them will just bring in another one. It's pointless. Yang Bo laughed arrogantly. General Zhang, if there's anything you need, I'd be happy to help. Yang Bo said as he followed Zhang Han inside. Zhang Han understood what Yang Bo meant and asked, if I need anything, what does Third Master intend to do? It's very simple. If General Zhang has rivals, we can help him eliminate them. General Zhang must have quite a few rivals, both within his family and in the army. The solution is simple, encounter pirates and get robbed. Yang Bo said as they walked. Third Master, are you capable of dealing with a squadron? Zhang Han was subtly probing their strength. Let alone a squadron, even a main fleet is no problem. Have you forgotten that your main fleet was defeated by the Pirate Alliance last time? I can sell that information to the Pirate Alliance. I can personally handle a squadron without a problem. Besides, we don't always have to fight head-on. Why not just launch a terrorist attack? Yang Bo said with a chuckle. Zhang Han couldn't refute this, nor did he know just how strong the other party truly was. The two quickly arrived at the adjacent cargo hold, where there was zero gravity. Zhang Han directly controlled the intelligent equipment inside the cargo hold. The standard energy stones were then presented to Yang Bo. The triangular standard energy stones were placed in a container with a special solution. General Zhang is indeed incredibly resourceful. Yang Bo carefully counted the standard energy stones and discovered that the quantity was enormous. I must thank you for the information, sir. Without you, sir, I wouldn't be where I am today, Zhang Han said humbly. Because Zhang Han not only benefited from this matter himself, but his family, and even the central state also benefited. The main issue was the highly sensitive cargo carried by the Morning Star pirates, clones of the Emperor and other famous figures. They even included clones of numerous families from the Alliance and nobles from the Empire. These forces had paid a considerable price to retrieve their clones. Of course, the federal central state hadn't gone too far, given its current precarious situation. This is your luck, General Zhang. To be honest, we didn't know the Morning Star pirates' cargo was so sensitive. Yang Bo said. Could you provide more information, Third Master? This is very important to me. Zhang Han asked upon hearing this. Of course, we are the closest partners, and the more unlucky those pirates are, the happier I am, Yang Bo nodded. The energy stones Zhang Han brought were worth 1.2 trillion credits. Standard energy stones are hard currency internationally. Yang Bo knew that Zhang Han's gains this time exceeded tenfold, but this was all due to Zhang Han's own efforts. Frankly, it wasn't appropriate for Yang Bo to personally handle the Morning Star pirates matter. While the potential profits appear substantial, it also offends a considerable number of people. After all, obtaining biological samples from so many celebrities and prominent families suggests the backing of powerful figures. Only official organizations could handle this. Even for someone like John Lee, doing this would be somewhat inappropriate. The federal government wouldn't endorse his actions. Instead, the federal government might subtly undermine him. Only someone with a legitimate military background like Zhang Han would be capable of such a task. After waiting for over an hour, the two spaceships were very close. Only then did they activate the cargo robot, delivering the standard energy stones directly to the Class C warship. These cargo robots had their own propulsion system and, in the weightless vacuum of space, could propel a large cargo hold. Zhang Han was anxious because Third Master hadn't given him any information. Zhang Han knew that the standard energy stones he was offering were negligible compared to his gains from the last operation. However, the gains from the last operation weren't just his. Others benefited as well. Third Master? If I can achieve merit, I have the opportunity to become the commander of a main fleet, so I need your help. I think if I become the commander of a main fleet, our cooperation will become even better. Then, if Third Master wants to deal with those pirates, I can simply deploy a main fleet. Zhang Han couldn't help but explain. Because Zhang Han knew the opportunity was rare, and if they acted too late, someone else might get there first. I get back to you as soon as possible. I'm going to make you achieve a great feat. Yang Bo had already released a mental seed into the other man while they were talking. Zhang Han's true intentions were not what he outwardly claimed. Zhang Han already had a plan in mind. First, use the information provided by Third Master to obtain the position of commander of the main battleship. Then, he would turn around and eliminate Third Master, so that no one would know about his dark past. Because Zhang Han knew that becoming the commander of a main fleet was his ceiling, there was no way he could rise any higher. The commander of the main fleet is already the highest-ranking officer in the military. While the rank and position may seem high online, they carried little real power. In the Federation, only positions with real power bring real benefits. Yang Bo knew the nature of these people in the Federation, so he spoke sincerely on the surface. Yang Bo wasn't afraid. If Zhang Han came after him later, and the other party turned hostile, he would simply destroy his main fleet. He was currently short of main warships. Thank you, Third Master. Once I become the captain of the main fleet, I have a generous gift for you. Zhang Han promised Yang Bo a lucrative deal. Good. Yang Bo also released mental seeds into several of Zhang Han's confidants. They could then decide how Zhang Han died. If Zhang Han remained obedient, he would spare his life. After completing the cargo transfer, Yang Bo took his leave of Zhang Han. Then both sides parted ways. Zhang Han's use of so many energy stones was also a deliberate attempt to lure him in. Yang Bo returned to his warship and began inventorying the energy stones, transferring them all to the underground laboratory on Devon Star's BART. Then he discarded the outer packaging of the energy stones, along with other items. Meanwhile, Zhang Han and his trusted confidants quickly departed on the transport ship. Zhang Han feared that Third Master had ulterior motives. Yang Bo didn't intend to provide Zhang Han with information quickly. He wanted to keep Zhang Han anxious. Now, Yang Bo faced a rather thorny problem. The 3 A-class warships delivered by the Empire were being escorted by a Federation fleet. This fleet consisted of 1 A-class warship, 2 B-class warships, and 4 C-class warships. In other words, this escort fleet consists of 4 Class A warships, although the combat power of the other 3 Class A warships will be significantly reduced. However, Class A warships possess the strongest defensive and combat capabilities besides main battleships. Even with only limited access, their combat power is still formidable. Yang Bo considered it, and decided to personally infiltrate this fleet. Although there was already a combined pirate fleet composed of 4 pirate groups, including the Hound Pirates, this combined pirate fleet had a large number of warships, but they were not in the same class. Yang Bo didn't want to miss this opportunity, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The next time might be an escort by the Empire's main fleet, with support from the Federation's main fleet. Therefore, this was a one-time opportunity, and this time, he might even be able to acquire 4 Class A warships. 3 Class A warships were delivered by the Empire to the Federation, plus 1 Class A warship from the Federation squadron. If we could also acquire the main battleships from Zhang Han, then the Second World's warships would be nearly complete, Yang Bo calculated. For an administrative planet, this warship configuration was sufficient. Because both the Alliance and the Empire would have to think carefully when facing 2 main battleships. Although these 2 nations had the military strength to destroy the Second World, don't forget that the Second World also had 2 main battleships. If these 2 main battleships were to leave and retaliate, the Alliance and the Empire would face catastrophic consequences. Because defending against 2 main battleships is very difficult. Defense on an administrative planet is easier, since administrative planets are fixed. However, the entire nation's internal commercial operations, especially the transportation of goods and people, will definitely be disrupted. Of course, doing so would offend another nation. But I'm afraid that will offend the Federation again. After all, both of our main warships will belong to the Federation. However, I can use John Lee to hinder the Federation's central state. Yang Bo realized he was getting closer and closer to his ultimate goal. Then Yang Bo discovered the email he had sent to the Water Blue Empire's royal family. They had sent a message that the Empire's fleet had escorted 3 Class A warships away from the Empire. Sigh. Yang Bo sighed inwardly, not expecting the Federation and the Empire to act so quickly this time. Yang Bo guessed that the Water Blue Empire's emperor was probably involved. His unbridled mockery last time had probably infuriated them. That's why they had the Federation's fleet escort 3 Class A warships ahead of time, fearing his own people might have infiltrated. Yang Bo's guess was only half right. The Emperor was mostly just trying to see who was trying to blackmail him, and how strong he was. The Emperor also wanted to get information about the scandals involving the politicians in the alliance as soon as possible. The Emperor had another plan. If the person trying to blackmail him couldn't get the 3 A-class warships, he would use other means, such as exchanging them for other conditions, and then arrest them directly. Yang Bo had no choice but to order the entire whaley pirate crew to ambush the escort fleet. Looks like I need to prepare other methods, Yang Bo thought for a moment, deciding to add some more. So he controlled the warships to the ambush area. Yang Bo planned to prepare a giant energy bomb inside the ambush area, using the energy stone he had obtained from Zhang Han. Chapter 1397. Yang Bo's plan seemed simple. Wait for the target fleet to enter the ambush zone, then detonate the energy stones, generating a massive energy shockwave to disrupt the fleet's radar and communication systems. Then, the ambushing pirate warships would launch an attack on the fleet. This plan, while seemingly simple, was virtually impossible to execute in practice. The energy shockwave would prevent either side's radar from acquiring a valid signal. And radar is the eyes of a warship. The advantages of warships' energy weapons were obvious: long range and high power. However, energy weapons also had weaknesses: a small coverage area. Traditional shells relied on fragmentation to create area damage. Of course, traditional shells and missiles also had limited range. Moreover, traditional shells and missiles were too slow. The speed of traditional shells and missiles might not be able to keep up with a warship traveling at full speed. Therefore, battles between warships primarily relied on energy weapons. In the vast expanse of space, at a distance exceeding 2 million kilometers, hitting a target 5,000 meters long with an energy weapon. Moreover, the target was moving at high speed, so the difficulty was unimaginable. This was akin to using a sniper rifle to shoot an ant from 5 kilometers away. Therefore, the key to executing this plan was mainly figuring out the target fleet's location. This would be difficult for others, but for Yang Bo, it was too easy. Yang Bo was controlling the C-class warship he had just traded with Zhang Han. That's right, Yang Bo was going to use a C-class warship for a gamble. Then he sent the standard energy stone to the warship and installed a detonation device inside. The warship headed towards the target area. Meanwhile, Yang Bo used hacking techniques to infiltrate the target fleet. The target fleet was still within the Empire star system, so it hadn't yet entered silent navigation. The escort fleet dispatched by the Federation this time was the Federation's first fleet, with its 4th subfleet under its command. Currently, all officers and soldiers of the 4th subfleet were making the most of their time to get online. Because once silent navigation was implemented, the entire fleet would lose network connectivity. Yang Bo had already discovered the backdoors of these Federation fleet warships. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't be too perfect, infiltrating the backdoors silently. So Yang Bo used a rather crude method: deception. He tricked the fleet's officers and soldiers, who were into playing games, into downloading some software. Many of the officers and soldiers in the 4th Fleet enjoyed playing games, because for fleet personnel, there was little entertainment while sailing in the vast expanse of space. Moreover, the fleet often operated in silent navigation. Yang Bo directly found several hardcore gamers, and sent them pictures under the guise of selling equipment. These images are actually equipment pictures, but they are also hacking programs. A single image isn't enough. Several images need to be displayed together to work. Although these players are not on the same warship in the fleet, they are all using the same server. When these players simultaneously click on the images, the hacking program fragments within those images are left on the server. Once all the players have clicked on them at the same time, the hacking program fragments are complete on the server. Of course, none of the players bought the game equipment they wanted, because Yang Bo didn't have the relevant equipment. Then, Yang Bo directly hacked into all the warships in the entire fleet through the warship server. The 4th squadron served as an escort fleet, with 3 A-class warships as cargo. The two sides sailed in formation, so there would be information exchange between them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Bo implanted hacking programs into these 3 A-class warships. Hee hee. After doing all this, Yang Bo chuckled to himself. Although the fleet would subsequently sail silently, on the one hand, the fleet would periodically exchange information with the Federal Ministry of Defense through the Space Quantum Communication Module to determine the fleet's position and safety. Furthermore, if attacked by his own suicide C-class warships, the Federation squadron would definitely contact the Federation immediately through the Space Quantum Communication Module. At this time, Yang Bo had even more options, namely, directly activating the hacking program. because the energy shockwave generated by the explosion of a suicide C-class warship would be very strong. No one knew what impact such a shockwave would have on the warship itself, so it was only natural that various systems on the warship would malfunction. Anyway, there was no evidence afterward, because Yang Bo had either caused the warships to disappear or be looted by pirates. Afterwards, the imperial and federal authorities had no way of knowing what had happened from the physical evidence. Having done all this, Yang Bo waited for his reward. For Class A warships. Yang Bo was so happy, he almost jumped for joy. Then he waited for the Greyhound pirate crews to arrive at the rendezvous point, and then from there to the ambush site. Then he just waited for the target fleet to enter the ambush. Yang Bo returned to March Star with great excitement. This was a real windfall. This kind of opportunity only comes once. Next time, both the Empire and the Federation will definitely send an even stronger force. Those guys in the Federation's central state are really unlucky. They're eager to lose several warships. Yang Bo shook his head again, realizing the Federation's recent bad luck. If it were the Empire delivering 3 warships to the Federation, the Empire would send those 3 A-class warships to the Federation's central state for delivery and commissioning. Now that the Federation's central state had sent an escort fleet, it meant that the warships had already been delivered. Moreover, the personnel sent by the Federation's central state were already familiarizing themselves with the 3 A-class warships delivered by the Empire, and the 3 A-class warships had officially begun using the Federation's temporary IFF, identification friend or foe, devices. In the end, even if the Empire was willing to accept some of the losses, the Federation would still bear some responsibility. 3 A-class warships weren't cheap to build. Upon returning to March Star, Yang Bo went to the training mech intelligent manufacturing plant. This manufacturing plant looked like a transport ship on the surface. The manufacturing plant has been docked on March Star for some time now, and Yang Bo has been too busy to come over recently. So today, he's come to check on the manufacturing plant first. Welcome, Master. All access to the intelligent factory has been transferred to Yang Bo, but he discovered that this intelligent factory has many backdoors. This is because the intelligent factory wasn't manufactured by a single company, but rather by components from multiple companies. These alliance technology companies embed their own underlying programs into the hardware. These underlying programs cannot be erased. The only way is to replace the hardware. The intelligent manufacturing plant for the warship is also divided into several areas. The plant itself is composed of compartments, each a separate production workshop. These workshops produce parts for training mechs, categorized by type. These parts are ultimately sent to the final assembly bay. In other words, the basic structure of the transport ship remains unchanged. The entire intelligent factory has 1,500 robots. Of these, 1,000 are ordinary robots. 300 are mid-range robots. Only a few dozen are truly intelligent robots. Does this configuration look familiar? Like traditional manufacturing plants, the requirements for robots vary depending on the job position. This is because intelligent robots are significantly more expensive than ordinary robots. Using only high-end intelligent robots would be extremely costly. The same applies to traditional manufacturing plants. The requirements for frontline workers are not high, but the requirements for managers and technical personnel are much higher. Yang Bo shut down the intelligent system of the intelligent factory. This intelligent system also had a backdoor. Although intelligent system development companies generally don't control systems through backdoors, Yang Bo still felt uneasy. This intelligent manufacturing plant was highly sophisticated. Simply by providing the blueprints for the training mechs, the intelligent manufacturing plant could quickly break them down and then assign the component manufacturing tasks to different robots. These robots then further broke down the manufacturing tasks. Finally, these tasks were distributed to ordinary robots. In addition, the entire intelligent factory also has automated maintenance robots. These robots can maintain all the equipment in the intelligent factory, including other robots. Of course, this kind of intelligent factory has to design its own core control software. That is, the control system for the training mechs. Furthermore, this intelligent factory's authority is limited to manufacturing training mechs, not official mechs. The manufacturing industry within the Alliance is categorized quite finely. Official mech manufacturing licenses are very expensive. Yang Bo's main purpose this time was to personally inspect and see how the various programs involved in this intelligent manufacturing project could be optimized. The intelligent manufacturing factory currently has 2 sets of intelligent programs. One is the intelligent factory program, and the other is the transport spacecraft control program. This means that this intelligent factory can manufacture training meshes while in operation. Yang Bo toured the factory and was somewhat shocked by what he saw. The entire intelligent manufacturing factory, it could be said, had many backdoors. Even the transport spacecraft's control system had numerous security vulnerabilities. There were even some backdoors. And then, there were the various devices and robots inside. Furthermore, upgrading this intelligent manufacturing plant would incur a substantial expense. Yang Bo glanced at it, but didn't touch anything inside. As for the new training mech blueprints, they wouldn't be uploaded to the current intelligent factory. It's a troublesome matter. Yang Bo was capable of updating all the software and hardware on this transport ship. But that would make him seem too powerful. Because the transport ship involves too many systems, including various manufacturing industries, robots, design software, and so on. If someone could handle all of this, that person would be a legendary god. Even if Yang Bo designed the transport ships and manufacturing plant systems himself, he still had to submit them to the relevant certification departments of the Alliance for certification and review. And these certification departments are precisely the manufacturers in the relevant industries. Yang Bo had already planned it out. Since he couldn't upgrade the entire intelligent manufacturing plant, he would choose what he could do: manufacture the hardware for training meshes in the intelligent factory. Then, he would be responsible for the software part of the training meshes. The control system of the training meshes was relatively simple, because the training meshes were mainly used for training, and their weapons systems and defense systems were limited. After returning from the airport, Yang Bo submitted an application to the new official March office. Because Alliance law stipulates that reactivating these intelligent factories requires relevant procedures. Various departments need to conduct relevant assessments. However, Yang Bo had connections with Zhang Buishan, so he was able to obtain the licenses easily. You went to see the intelligent manufacturing plant today? How did it go? After their superpower training, Su Wei and the others saw Yang Bo already busy and asked. I thought I'd gotten a great deal, but it turns out to be a huge problem. This smart factory is indeed impressive, but upgrading everything to the latest version will cost a fortune. Moreover, many of the devices inside the smart factory are outdated due to age. But we can't replace them now. If we want to replace them, we have to replace the entire system. Yang Bo explained. Hearing how complicated the matter was, Su Wei and the others couldn't help but shake their heads, saying, I didn't expect it to be even more troublesome than I imagined. I'm currently applying for the relevant permits. When we have time, let's go on an interstellar trip together. Yang Bo's words foreshadowed his later departure from March Star. The anti-government forces, pirates, and assassin organizations were planning a terrorist attack on March Star. He would then leave March Star as soon as possible under various pretexts. After leaving March Star, he could completely upgrade the transport ship. Because it would be outside the Federation's jurisdiction, he could do whatever he wanted according to his abilities. The Alliance has many industry associations and many complex regulations. These industry associations and regulations, strictly speaking, restrict the emergence of other competitors. Many of the Alliance's standards are based on data provided by companies in relevant industries. Interstellar travel, Yang Bo, how about we go see the Empire? Although I don't have much attachment to my old home, I still want to go back and see where I used to live. Su Wei asked when she heard Yang Bo was going on an interstellar trip. Of course. Thank you, Yang Bo. Su Wei offered a kiss. Yang Bo accepted the thanks without any modesty. The ancient martial arts tournament opening ceremony. Why isn't your name on it? Yeah, I saw that Yang Bo's name wasn't on the organizing committee's announcement. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen asked, somewhat confused. I don't like being in the spotlight, and I received some bad news. Yang Bo said. Bad news? Yeah, I don't know exactly who it is, but there's going to be some trouble. Yang Bo said this to pave the way for his future interstellar trip. Ah? The others were also taken aback when they heard this. Chapter 1398. Mainly because during the development of March Star, Yang Bo explained that other capital entities hadn't benefited from the development, and these entities were resentful and wanted to sabotage it. And he himself was a supporter of Zhang Buishan. Su Wei and the others immediately understood. Your alliance's capitalists are the same as our empire's nobles. Aren't our empire's nobles the same? Everyone wants a piece of the action when it comes to making money. Su Wei shook her head. Annie and Xia nodded. They understood even more how despicable capital could be. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen understood even better, as they came from wealthy families. Chairman Su and the others invited me, but I declined. It's just a matter of face anyway. I don't need to increase the risk. Yang Bo added. What about us? Should we rest at home for a while? Su Wei asked after hearing Yang Bo's words. You can rest at home for a few days if you want. The mecha training and superpower training every day are very demanding, Yang Bo agreed, suggesting they take a break. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the shadows. No one knows who might be lurking in the shadows. If something happens, and we can't handle it, it'd be too late to regret it. Alright then, we take a break too. The group looked at each other, and all agreed to rest for a while. What Yang Bo didn't know was that someone was indeed watching Su Wei and her group. After all, Su Wei was a princess of the Empire. If something happened to her, the diplomatic relations between the Alliance and the Empire would be affected. Although the Empire has many princesses, within the Empire, something happening to one princess isn't a big deal. However, if something happened to a princess in another country, the Empire would definitely take it seriously. Furthermore, some people want to kidnap Su Wei and the others to influence Yang Bo. They use Su Wei and the others to blackmail Yang Bo. No matter what Yang Bo chooses, he give them a chance. Because in the Alliance, women have a high status. For example, someone might kidnap Su Wei and demand Yang Bo make other choices. If Yang Bo agrees, then their goal will be achieved. If Yang Bo doesn't agree, they can spread rumors and accuse him of disrespecting women. Also, the fact that Yang Bo has several girlfriends isn't a secret within certain circles. But once this secret is revealed, it will ruin Yang Bo's reputation. In the Alliance, some things can be done but not said. These people just don't have evidence. Once these people kidnap Su Wei and the others, then they have enough evidence. That's perfect. Yang Bo wholeheartedly agreed. I happen to have an experiment to do recently. Yang Bo used this excuse to leave and cause trouble. You don't need to worry about us. That's right. Su Wei and the others said. Next, Yang Bo investigated everyone who had entered March Star. Last time, he only found members of the Free Front and the Pirate Alliance, as well as members of the Assassin Organization Adventurers Guild and the Free Mercenary Guild. Yang Bo hadn't expected that an ancient martial arts arena tournament would attract so much attention. On the other side, Zhang Buizhen also felt a lot of pressure. Although the ancient martial arts arena tournament wasn't as eye-catching as some ordinary grand competitions. However, those involved are all elites from around the world. Even a random person from these groups has a powerful conglomerate or family backing them. Some ancient martial arts superpower users are talents cultivated by various conglomerates. These people may come from ordinary backgrounds, but their high talent allows them to be absorbed into these conglomerates. These major conglomerates and families use this method to firmly control the entire society. Zhang Buizhen also received news that someone was planning something on March Star. Uncle Nyo, have you found out? Zhang Buizhen asked. We found a group from the Mercenary Guild and a group from the Adventurers Guild. These people have all received bounty missions. But I feel something's off about this? Uncle Nyo asked hesitantly while reporting. Of course it's off. I suspect it's the person who provided us with the intelligence, doing this deliberately. Their purpose is nothing more than using this method to gain my trust, or rather, to make me owe them a favor, and then get benefits from me. Zhang Buizhen also felt something was amiss. As March Star has developed, it has formed new alliances of interest. March Star's flagship product is a perfectly high-quality gene serum. Now, obtaining a perfectly high-quality gene serum requires waiting in line and having strong connections. It even requires a certain amount of investment within March Star to gain entry. Zhang Buizhen has used this method to build his own small circle of interests. And Zhang Buizhen holds a dominant position within this circle. Naturally, some people will have ulterior motives. These two groups are currently under our surveillance, but I suspect there are many more lurking in the shadows. Those who truly want to seize the interests of March Star will definitely not let this go unpunished. Uncle Nyo nodded, agreeing with his young master's words. There's nothing we can do about it. Some things are inevitable. Every administrative star, even those jointly developed by conglomerates, will encounter various problems during its establishment process due to competition for profits. Zhang Buizhen knew that some things had to be experienced. Fortunately, Yang Bo isn't holding me back. I was originally thinking of persuading him not to attend the opening ceremony of the ancient martial arts tournament. I think these people will definitely cause trouble on this day, because that day has the greatest impact. Zhang Buizhen said. I suspect Yang Bo has also received some information. With Yang Bo's current influence, many people will actively provide him with information. Yang Bo also owns a training mecha manufacturing plant. Uncle Nyo added. After the ancient martial arts arena competition, invite my brother out for a get-together. He not only has 5 girlfriends, but I also want to see what Tai Chi is all about. Zhang Buizhen had long wanted to meet up with Yang Bo, but he'd been too busy lately. Okay, and it seems some within the family are getting restless. Uncle Nyo was referring to the Zhang family. Although the Zhang family suffered heavy losses last time, a large family is still a large family. Let them come. The more the better. Zhang Buizhen had no other choice. As the administrative planet was being built and developed, many conflicts of interest among various forces would inevitably arise. A little investigation reveals that the establishment and growth of each administrative star are always accompanied by various acts of violence. Because only violence can expand influence. On one hand, there's violence. On the other, there's the pressure of public opinion, and then there's the political attack. The struggle between conglomerates is never gentle. Yang Bo also released a spiritual seed into Zhongbui town, so he knew about the bounties offered by the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild. In just one day, Yang Bo found out about the action team sent by the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance's action team operates independently, without contacting or reporting to the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo was able to find out about the Pirate Alliance's action team because he understood the Pirate Alliance's motivations. The Pirate Alliance's action team was primarily tasked with rescuing pirates imprisoned on March Star. Therefore, these action teams needed to kidnap influential figures to exchange for hostages. Another important point is that these people needed transportation to leave March Star. So Yang Bo started his investigation by examining transport ships and other means of transportation. This led him to the trail of the Pirate Alliance's action team. The Pirate Alliance's action team consisted of 25 people this time. These 25 were all elites trained by the Pirate Alliance. These 25 people were gradually arriving on March Star. The action team's target was a hotel on March Star where the participants in the ancient martial arts tournament were taking place. Primarily, the participants were from the Empire. Yang Bo recognized the hotel's name. It was the very hotel where he had impersonated the Silver Moon pirate captain to participate in the pirate conference and brutally beat up the 9th elder of the Elder Council. These pirates suffered a huge loss at this hotel, and now they're back again, Yang Bo thought to himself, amused. I need to find a way to get the pirates to come after me. That way, I can rob them later. Looks like the only way is to spread false information. Yang Bo pondered for a moment. Yang Bo's method was simple. These pirate action groups relied on intelligence from the local Pirate Alliance on March Star. However, the Pirate Alliance intelligence personnel were only responsible for providing information and didn't know the specific action plan. Moreover, these intelligence personnel would immediately leave after providing the information. It has to be said that the Pirate Alliance's approach was very cautious. Yang Bo closely monitored the Pirate Alliance action group. Soon, the action group received new intelligence, and Yang Bo mixed some false information into it. Because the Pirate Alliance's intelligence personnel on March Star used encrypted messages. And when the action group received the information, it wasn't just one person receiving it. 3 people would simultaneously open the encrypted message before decryption. These people, of course, had no idea how powerful Yang Bo's hacking skills were. In fact, the encrypted message was intercepted before it even reached the action team. Then Yang Bo added some false information to the encrypted message. That is, Yang Bo would go to a certain luxury store to pick up a handbag at a certain time. Yang Bo intended to use this false information to test the Pirate Alliance's action team. If the team decided to ambush him, he would then go to the luxury store. He would turn the false information into true information. If the team didn't intend to ambush him, Yang Bo wouldn't bother turning it into true information. The Pirate Alliance must have a backup plan. The Pirate Alliance is in a rather difficult situation right now. After analyzing the situation, Yang Bo realized that the Pirate Alliance likely had a backup plan, so he decided to investigate further. Chapter 1399. However, Yang Bo searched carefully but couldn't find any possible action team. The more he searched, the more worried Yang Bo became. Lone wolves? Yang Bo feared this type of attack the most. Because these people don't trust or contact anyone when they operate. They have their own thought processes and their own methods of action. There are many such people in the Interstellar era, because some have inexplicable superpowers. Even if you wanted to investigate them, you wouldn't find any clues, because they wouldn't leave any trace in their past attacks. Looks like I still need to be careful. Yang Bo stroked his chin. The command center of the action team sent by the Pirate Alliance was on a passenger spaceship. This passenger spaceship was carrying members of the Federation's ancient martial arts practitioners, who came to March Star to participate in the arena competition. This passenger spaceship was originally planned to transport these guests from the Federation back after the arena competition. In other words, this passenger spaceship was carrying out a charter mission. Yongbo stealthily arrived on this passenger spaceship. The Pirate Alliance Action Group was actually staff disguised as personnel on the passenger ship. The staff on this passenger ship were all members of the Pirate Alliance Action Group. There were 25 people in total. Yongbo released mental seeds on 2 of them. These 2 were the leaders of Team A and Team B. Team A, the main attack force, consisted of 15 people. Team B, with 10 people, was divided into 2 groups. 5 people acted as support outside, and the other 5 people acted as support on the spaceship at the airport. Yongbo released mental seeds on these 2 leaders, so that he could monitor the movements of the Pirate Alliance Action Group at any time. The Pirate Alliance's Special Operations Team A was responsible for kidnapping hostages at the hotel. Team B, acting as backup outside, was positioned in a shopping mall, the very mall where Yongbo had given the false signal. This meant the Pirate Alliance's operations team had decided to attack him. Having come all this way, Yongbo certainly wasn't going to leave empty-handed. Dedicated passenger ships aren't very large. Cargo/passenger ships are much bigger. Yongbo placed an energy stone with spatial coordinates inside the ship's safe cabin, within a special box. This box could shield most energy, but not spatial energy. This was to reduce the energy stone's energy fluctuations and prevent detection, but Yongbo could still use it. The safe cabin contained many items, mainly stored survival supplies. Placing the energy stone's box among these supplies made it difficult to detect, as these supplies might not have been touched for 7 or 8 years. Furthermore, Yongbo locked the safe cabin from the inside. After all, there were more than one safe cabin on the entire ship. Even if someone outside can't open it, it'd be considered a malfunction, because the safe room is never inspected or maintained. Then Yongbo returned directly to the underground laboratory of the villa. Yongbo continued to monitor the others, who had come to March Star. He discovered an elite mercenary group. These mercenaries were actually issuing their own missions. Moreover, this mercenary group had 30 members, and the bounty for their mission reached 1 trillion credits. Yongbo immediately suspected that the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire had issued the mission, because the timing of this mission announcement coincided with the time Su Xiongdong and his group revealed the ancient martial art of Tai Chi. How did Yongbo discover these people's whereabouts? Someone requested Li Qiubai to provide information about his recent activities. Yongbo knew Li Qiubai had a dual identity. Li Qiubai provided the other party with intelligence information about himself during this period. As a super hacker, Yongbo subtly embedded a virus with location tracking capabilities into this information. Ultimately, after transiting through overseas, the information reached the email address of an elite mercenary group. Then, Yongbo used the elite mercenary group's contact information to locate them hiding on March Star. Let these elite mercenary groups collide with the Pirate Alliance Action Group. Then I wipe them all out with my training mechs. Should I find some other people? Anyway, there are quite a few people you want to target me. So Yongbo decided to go to the mall. Yongbo was going to turn the fake news into real news. While Su Wei and the others rested, Yongbo took his flying car and went to the mall. He went straight to the luxury goods section. After looking around, he placed some pre-orders. He then indicated he would call when he wanted to pick up the goods. Yongbo did this to maintain control of the situation. Yongbo believed others could gather this information, but it lacked a crucial element, timing. This would put the other side at a disadvantage. Because they were unsure of his arrival time, these people needed to prepare for 2 scenarios, since their move was already scheduled for the opening ceremony of the arena competition. To be precise, kidnapping those attending the opening ceremony before it even begins would maximize the impact. Before things even started on March Star, another major drama was about to unfold. The 3 A-class warships purchased by the Federation were silently sailing under the escort of the convoy fleet. Meanwhile, Yongbo, controlling a C-class warship equipped with energy stones, had already arrived at the designated star system. Several pirate crews, including the Greyhound pirates, had also reached their designated positions. The Greyhound pirates, comprising 4 crews, had deployed over 100 warships in total. Yongbo believed that after this incident, the conflict between the Pirate Alliance and the Federation's central state would be irreconcilable. Yongbo boarded the C-class warship and calculated the coordinates and speed reported to the Federation Ministry of Defense by the Federation's escort fleet. The Federation's escort fleet and the 3 A-class warships would arrive at the current star system in at most 2 days. Yang Bo's plan was simple. The C-class warship would take the initiative. The C-class warships were originally intended as suicide ships. The Greyhounds were a pirate crew of 4, hiding behind an asteroid. The Federation escort fleet hadn't activated its active radar, so the pirate crews could operate without worry, but anything could happen. Gentlemen, our target this time is a Federation detachment, 1 A-class warship, 2 B-class warships, and 4 C-class warships. Yang Bo informed the Greyhound pirate captains of the attack's objective. Excellent, General. We love A-class warships. The pirate captains rubbed their hands together, eager for action. If that were all, I wouldn't have let you take so many warships. Yang Bo chuckled. This detachment is acting as an escort fleet. The cargo they're escorting is 3 A-class warships being delivered by the Empire to the Federation. Only then did he reveal the true objective. Ah! The pirate captain's initial surprise turned to shock. Chapter 1400. The pirate captains exchanged bewildered glances. If it were just a squadron, it would be a pleasant surprise. They hadn't expected there to be 4 A-class warships in addition to the squadron. How many A-class warships does a main fleet typically have? Of course, the most powerful part of a main fleet is its main warship. But usually, there are 4 to 8 A-class warships, forming several squadrons. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yang Bo asked calmly, observing their expressions. The captains of the Greyhound pirate crew were understandably afraid. Those were 4 A-class warships. The defensive and offensive capabilities of an A-class warship far exceeded those of 4 pirate crews. So what was Li Zhan's purpose in doing this? Was he trying to sabotage several of his own fleets, or was he absolutely certain of success? The 3 A-class warships delivered by the Empire can only operate at less than 20% of their combat power, because these delivered warships haven't had their new systems activated yet. They're only using a simple transport system. Of course, there's still a certain risk. But have you all thought about the benefits? If this succeeds, then each of your 4 pirate crews will possess an A-class warship. Yang Bo knew his relationship with these pirate crews wasn't that close, so he explained. General, were you prepared all along? We trust you, General. The fact that you, General, knew such secret information already says everything. These pirate crew leaders weren't stupid. Things had already come to this point. They had no choice but to take a gamble. So they all expressed their opinions. Of course, the pirate captains also secretly made contact. Looks like we need to be more careful when cooperating with him in the future. Exactly. I put up almost half of my warships this time. If we lose them, it'd be a huge loss. Now that we united and have so many warships, we should try to take as few risks as possible in the future. John Lee is, after all, an official, and we're pirates. We might get sold out by him later. But there's no other way this time. He's only revealing the truth now. He must have made other preparations. The pirate captains were actually conflicted. On one hand, they were genuinely worried about the huge losses of the warships they had sent out. But on the other hand, they faced huge profits. If they succeeded, each of them would get an A-class warship. That would give the pirate groups more say within the pirate alliance. For pirates, warships meant power. Therefore, the pirate captains all expressed their opinions. Yang Bo, of course, knew the mindset of these pirate captains, so he said, Actually, there's no risk for you this time. I prepared a big gift for this escort fleet. All you need to do is follow the plan I provide and attack. Your operation might go down in history. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly as he said this. These pirate captains' main purpose in coming here was to take the blame. Of course, these pirate captains thought they had only offended the Federation. In fact, the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire was lurking in the shadows. Yang Bo was unaware of the Emperor's actions. What would his thoughts be after learning of this incident? Of course, the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire wasn't that foolish. He certainly knew there were other things going on, but finding the truth would be difficult. Of course, the Greyhound pirate crew would also incur the Emperor's wrath. Yang Bo didn't care. He had only used these pirate crews anyway. After hearing Li Zhan's plan, the pirate crew leaders were also discussing it privately. That Li Zhan is still the same, always planning the same thing. We need to be more careful in the future. This time, they managed to get 4 A-class warships out. Next time it might be their main fleet. But Li Zhan shouldn't be in that situation for now. After all, Korea and Madhya Pradesh have conflicts. Now that we have so many warships, we should assert ourselves and ask for the detailed plan. Exactly, although he has information sources, we're the ones bearing the risks. Every time, we're the ones fighting tooth and nail, and in the end, we still have to share the spoils with him. We still owe Lee John a huge amount of spoils. Several pirate captains were somewhat dissatisfied with the current cooperation model, mainly because these pirate captains were already quite powerful. These pirate captains didn't realize that their successes were all thanks to Lee John's intelligence. But that's only natural. General, what is the detailed plan? It would be helpful for us to cooperate. The leader of the witch pirate gang asked first. Yes. We want to know more about the plan to facilitate our future command. General, we finally managed to amass so many warships. We hope you can give us the plan in advance for the next operation. After all, the risk this time is too great. Exactly. We still owe you a large sum of spoils. If the risks are too high, and we suffer significant losses, we might not be able to repay you. Yang Bo listened to the pirate captain's requests for more details about the plan for the next operation. He chuckled inwardly. However, his expression remained grave as he said, "It's not that I don't trust you, but disclosing the plan prematurely could lead to the operation's failure. I think you all know better than I how complex the pirate groups under the Pirate Alliance are. Guess why I had you gather at a rendezvous point before announcing the specific mission location. Do you dare say that your 4 pirate groups are of one mind? The recent incident with the Morning Star Pirates proves everything. The Morning Star Pirates, their transport mission was so secretive. How could they have been so coincidentally discovered? And the goods they were transporting were easily discovered. Some pirate groups have also been attacked by the Alliance army. Do you think it's just a coincidence? Anyway, someone offered me some information about pirate groups. But as for me, I don't dare to easily believe this information, because it could very well be a trap." Hearing Lee John's words, the pirate leaders fell silent, because there was no trust between pirate groups to begin with. As long as someone offered a high enough price, it was not advisable to provide the whereabouts of one's comrades. Then let's proceed according to the general's plan. The leader of the witch pirate crew was the first to change his mind. Because among the pirate crews, the witch pirate crew was the weakest. Pirate crews are inherently a dog-eat-dog world. If the 4 crews were to clash now, the weakest, the witch pirate crew, would be the first to be devoured by the other 3. This is like the law of the jungle. The weakest member of a group is often the first to disappear. Yang Bo found it somewhat amusing. These pirate crews had no trust in each other to begin with, yet now they were joining forces to try and force him. I can reveal more of the plan, but you all must first hand over temporary control of the warships, Yang Bo demanded. The pirate crew leaders readily relinquished temporary control of the warships. At this moment, Yang Bo answered the questions from several people. My plan is simple. I prepared a self-destructing C-class warship, loaded with enough standard energy stones. The energy shock from this self-destructing C-class warship will paralyze the entire escort fleet. Before that, I obtained the warship's exact coordinates and speed through an inside contact. And what you need to do is simple. Attack with all your might based on the coordinates I provide. Of course, I hope you release the crew members, because there are my informants among them. Several pirate captains' eyes widened when they heard that Lee John had actually deployed a C-class warship. This was a C-class warship. Over 50% of the pirate crews only had one C-class warship, and the rest didn't even have one. The pirate captains didn't suspect Lee John's motives. Lee John already had conflicts with the Central State, and if the Central State had sufficient power, their first target would be someone like Lee John. Alright. We follow the general's orders. The pirate captains readily agreed. Yang Bo grunted and then withdrew. Seeing Lee John leave, the pirate captains also withdrew. Actually, the pirate captains weren't part of the operating fleet. They were all at their bases or elsewhere. The actual execution of the operation was handled by the vice captains. Meanwhile, in another part of this grand operation, the Federation's 1st Fleet Force Squadron, 1 A-class warship, 2 B-class warships, and 4 C-class warships, escorted 3 A-class warships in a high-speed formation. The commander of the 4th Squadron never expected anyone to dare attack their escort fleet. These were 4 A-class warships. Unless the enemy had a main fleet. Therefore, the entire escort fleet, including the transport personnel on the 3 warships, was extremely relaxed. There was absolutely no sense of crisis. The number of transport personnel on the 3 A-class warships was not large. Because these A-class warships, which were not yet fully delivered, did not need to exert their full combat power. Although the fleet was currently sailing in silence, everyone was very relaxed. Those who wanted to play games played games, those who wanted to sleep slept, and those who wanted to entertained themselves. The escort fleet captain had just reported the coordinate node information to the Ministry of Defense via the Space Quantum Communication Module. And everything was normal. The fleet, in its silent navigation mode, required no propulsion whatsoever. Relying on its powerful inertia, it sped through the dark expanse of space. These routes were precisely calculated. Auxiliary engines were only activated when turning was necessary. The fleet navigated silently, yet its passive radar remained operational. The fleet was completely unaware that a C-class warship was also silently navigating nearby. Because both sides had their passive radars activated and were relying on inertia for silent navigation, neither was aware of the other's presence. The escort fleet was completely oblivious to the ambush it had entered. Yang Bo, through the Federal Central State Ministry of Defense, relocked onto the target's location and calculated the optimal self-destruct position for the C-class warship based on its speed and direction. However, before that, Yang Bo needed to activate the C-class warship's active radar. The purpose of this was to disrupt visibility. Getting too close, and then suddenly detonating would reveal the fleet's exact location. Therefore, the self-destructing C-class warship activated its active radar at a certain distance. The moment the active radar was activated, the self-destructing C-class warship raised its energy shield to maximum. Furthermore, it simultaneously activated its energy engine, using energy stones to power it, causing the entire C-class warship to surge in speed once more. Half a minute after activating, the active radar of the self-destructing C-class warship swept across the escort fleet. The escort fleet's passive radar was instantly activated. An urgent alarm sounded throughout the fleet. The radar energy waves of the warship were completely different from those of civilian transport ships. The passive radar, simply by collecting the radar data of the self-destructing warship, was able to identify it as a warship. The entire escort fleet was startled by this sudden alarm. An unknown warship had appeared. The fleet captain leaped from the recreation room and rushed to the command room, simultaneously issuing orders loudly. Activate active radar. Speak on public channel. All weapons ready. Notify the other 3 warships. Prepare to contact the Ministry of Defense. The captain didn't contact the Ministry of Defense yet, because he didn't know how many warships the enemy had. Contacting the Ministry of Defense too early would make him appear incompetent. A minute later, the escort fleet's radar acquired data on the Suicide Class C warship. During this time, the escort fleet tried to communicate with the enemy through the public communication channel, but received no response. Looking at the data from the active radar, the escort fleet captain was incredulous. The enemy only had 1 C-class warship, and it had even activated its energy shield? What was it trying to do? Was it out of control, or was there some problem? Otherwise, why was no one responding? Level 1 Combat Alert. Attack immediately if the enemy enters the safety red line. The distance was still relatively far. For now, they could only issue a warning. The escort fleet personnel never imagined that someone would use a C-class warship for self-destruction. Because the warships were relatively far apart, the force of the self-destruction wouldn't be enough to destroy them. This wasn't like the suicide trucks of the past. In the Interstellar era, using self-destructing warships was completely ineffective. Mainly because of the distance. The shockwave from the explosion could have some impact on the warship, but it was limited. The captain of the 4th Squadron repeatedly hailed the mysterious C-class warship, but there was no response. Over an hour passed, and the C-class warship had reached the red line warning range. The escort fleet captain issued the attack order without hesitation. This attack targeted only 1 A-class warship, 2 B-class warships, and 4 C-class warships in the escort fleet. The fleet's safety red line was 2 million kilometers. The instant the C-class warship entered the 2 million kilometer range, it self-destructed. The entire escort fleet, 4 A-class warships, 2 B-class warships, and 4 C-class warships, lost all external data within seconds. The energy shockwave from the explosion of numerous artificial energy stones inside the self-destructing C-class warship directly caused the fleet's external sensors and detectors to malfunction. At this moment, the systems of the 3 A-class warships, which were carrying cargo, suddenly froze, malfunctioned, and went black. This was an internal system blackout, not a failure of the external sensors. Then, the warships inexplicably activated emergency rescue procedures. Hundreds of people aboard the 3 Class A warships were completely bewildered as they were shoved into escape pods by robots and launched into space. Help! Help! What happened? The 3 warships only had a few hundred escorting personnel, who had no idea what was going on. These personnel were superhumans, and some were mech pilots. However, they hadn't resisted because emergency evacuation alarms had sounded inside the warships. Just now, all external detectors and sensors had malfunctioned instantly. The escorting personnel knew something was wrong. It must have been subjected to a powerful energy shock. Under the influence of the energy shock, the warship system seemed to malfunction. Although the 3 warships underwent energy shock tests upon deployment, they hadn't experienced such a massive shock. Therefore, even with mech pilots and engineers on board, they dared not remain aboard in that situation. What if the energy shock triggered bugs in the warship systems, leading to an accident? The crew of the ejected warships watched helplessly as the 3 A-class warships activated their energy shields and unleashed their engines at full power. Then, from inside the escape pods, they watched as the 3 A-class warships seemed to lose control and plunged into the void, ultimately heading in 3 different directions. Simultaneously, those in the escape pod saw a massive, blinding light emanating from the direction of the mysterious C-class warship. Like a sun. These people instantly understood. The C-class warship had self-destructed, carrying a large number of energy stones. They realized something was wrong. Then everyone saw bursts of energy beams erupting from the escorting Federation fleet's warships. An ambush. Looking at the location of these energy beams, they were clearly on the flank of the fleet, indicating an energy cannon attack from the side. Laser is invisible and intangible in space. Those inside the escape pods were in their throats, because the sheer number of energy beams erupting from the Federation escort fleet's warships meant that a large number of warships were launching a sneak attack. Laser is invisible and intangible in space. Those inside the escape pods feared they would be caught in the blast. Fortunately, the escape pods had manual control systems, and the crew manually maneuvered them to move in the opposite direction of the fleet. The escape pods were moving quite quickly. The Federation escort fleet's warships were under attack, but those inside were completely unaware of the outside situation because radar and detectors had all been activated into self-protection mode by the energy impact. Only the warship's passive sensing systems detected that they had been hit. Then, the sailors inside the warships reported through their internal communication systems that a specific area had been hit. This is why warships in the intelligent era still have so many sailors. Because under such an energy impact, all external systems on the warship are ineffective. The warship's internal passive sensing systems are not necessarily accurate, so accurate reports from the sailors are crucial. The 4th Fleet's flagship, a Class A warship, was hit twice in succession. A rapid alarm sounded inside the warship, accompanied by the frantic cries of soldiers. "Captain, we've been hit." "It must be a Class B warship." "Captain, we've been hit again." The enemy's firepower is intense. At that moment, the alarm system inside the Class A warship suddenly issued its highest alert. "Warning! Warning! The warship's escape system has been activated. 30 seconds remaining. Warning! Warning!" Upon hearing this warning, the soldiers inside the Class A warship of the 4th Fleet of the Federation's 1st Fleet panicked and began to run in disarray. This warning meant the warship was in its most dangerous state, and given the 2 consecutive hits, one of the most dangerous areas had been struck, such as the energy engine. No one was listening to orders. Everyone was focused on ejecting as quickly as possible, because a self-destruction of the warship's energy engine would have a huge blast radius. Actually, this was a virus Yang Bo had implanted inside the warship. The virus was triggered only when the warship was hit twice. Because Yang Bo understood the warship's internal procedures too well. 2 soldiers reported that the warship had been hit twice, directly triggering the virus. The warship's entire system had already been secretly compromised by Yang Bo, so the virus directly activated the warship's emergency escape system. Under these circumstances, everyone on board had no real ability to distinguish the damage, as they only had 30 seconds. These people successfully ejected. The first thing those ejected saw was the energy glow of other warships in the escort fleet also being hit. And in the distance, an even more dazzling bright spot. A self-destructing Class C warship. These damn pirates, using such a despicable and shameless method. The escort fleet commander, seeing the more dazzling bright spot, immediately understood it was in the direction of the mysterious Class C warship. Chapter 1401. Where are the other warships? The escort fleet commander looked back and wondered where the other 3 A-class warships were. After a careful search, the commander finally found the 3 A-class warships. Because the energy engines of these 3 A-class warships were fully operational, and their energy shields were also fully activated. So even though these 3 warships were far from the incident area, they were still visible. The escort fleet commander and his crew were completely bewildered. The escape pods originally had communication devices, but the energy shock from the self-destructing warships made it impossible to establish effective communication in this area. What puzzled the escort fleet commander was why only his own A-class warships were out of control. Why were his 2 B-class warships and 4 C-class warships able to withstand the energy shields and move further, and further away. What on earth happened? The escort fleet commander cursed, but no one listened. However, in just half a minute, the escort fleet commander quickly steered the escape pods away. Hundreds of warships appeared in the distance. These warships were firing their laser cannons. Although lasers are invisible, the laser cannons still produced visible bright spots when firing. These hundreds of warships belonged to the 4 Greyhound pirate crews. These warships had just emerged from behind a planet. The Greyhound pirate crews were currently firing blindly. The energy shock from the self-destruction of a Class C warship had caused energy chaos in the area. These pirate ships were now relying on coordinates provided by Yongbo beforehand. Their high hit rate was only due to their first wave of attacks. It wasn't that Yongbo couldn't pinpoint the pirate warships' locations. Providing precise locations later would raise suspicion. The energy shock from the laser cannons hitting the warships would shift their positions. Furthermore, it would be a waste to destroy the 2 B-class and 4 C-class warships, as it would only embolden the pirates. After all, these pirates had taken the blame for such a huge mistake. Yongbo, being a man of principle, wanted to offer them some benefits. Fortunately, the pirates didn't have many high-level warships, otherwise, the first wave of attacks would have destroyed the escort fleet. The pirates' strongest warships were B-class, but there were only 2. The rest were C-class and D-class. Their energy cannons couldn't destroy the escort fleet's ships, they could only cause damage. Of the escort fleet's 2 B-class and 4 C-class warships, 1 B-class and 1 C-class were hit. This hit rate was already quite high, considering the distance. On the contrary, the flagship, an A-class warship, was hit twice. The pirate group's attack lasted for 2 minutes, then they stopped attacking, but their warships continued to approach the scene at high speed. 15 minutes later, the Greyhound's radar finally returned to normal. Then 2 minutes later, the pirate group realized the situation was different from what they had expected. Not only did the pirate group realize the situation was different from what they had expected, but the escort fleet also realized it was different from what they had expected. The pirate ships discovered 4 A-class warships that had deviated from their course and were at maximum speed. And what about all those life pods in space? What? Greyhound, a pirate captain, also witnessed the scene. The 4 pirate captains were equally bewildered. Pursue the escort fleet. The 4 captains ordered simultaneously. The 2 B-class warships and 4 C-class warships in the escort fleet were currently the slowest. And they were closest to the pirate crew. The remaining 6 warships in the escort fleet hadn't been operating at full power for the past 10 minutes. Because they didn't know what was happening, blindly activating their engines at full power could lead to unforeseen circumstances. These warships were originally sailing in formation. Although they could contact the Ministry of Defense via the Space Quantum Communication Module, they didn't know each other's distances. The warships didn't know their exact coordinates. A sudden increase in speed could potentially lead to a collision, although the probability was low, and they didn't know if there were any ambushes ahead. Therefore, the 6 warships maintained their original speed. The Greyhounds, a pirate crew, emerged from their hiding place and immediately accelerated to maximum speed. From the very start of the battle, 3 A-class warships delivered by the Empire went out of control and broke away from the battlefield. Following the pirates' first wave of attacks, the escort fleet's A-class warships also went out of control and sped away from the battlefield. Therefore, these 4 A-class warships are now the furthest from the pirate crew. The crucial point is that these A-class warships are now at maximum speed, making it impossible for the pirate crew to catch up. Therefore, the only option left for the pirate crew is to pursue the 6 escort fleet warships. Anyway, with 2 B-class warships, 4 C-class warships wouldn't be a loss. General, what's going on? After giving orders to their deputy commanders on site, several pirate captains contacted John Lee. Wait, let me find out the situation first. Yongbo didn't immediately answer the pirate captains. While waiting for John Lee's reply, the pirate captains discussed among themselves. Why are the trajectories of these A-class warships so strange? These A-class warships aren't even going in the same direction. Could it be a pre-planned strategy? That doesn't make sense. They have 4 A-class warships. Wouldn't it be better if they grouped together? Yongbo heard the pirate captain's discussion, but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the officers and men on the remaining 6 warships of the escort fleet were completely bewildered. Why were the 4 A-class warships ahead, and each going in a different direction? However, the officers and men on these 6 warships didn't have time to think about that now, because the pirates were already very close, and their speed was incredible. The Federal Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, and the President and Vice President were all gasping in shock. They had received information from the fleet that it was under attack just over 10 minutes earlier. The commander of the escort fleet's Class A warships only reported being hit by energy cannons. Then contact was lost. The other 6 warships could establish contact with the Department of Defense via space quantum communication modules. However, these 6 warships provided no useful information, as they were currently being subjected to massive energy interference. Even the 3 Class A warships delivered by the Empire were without any information, as these 3 warships also possess space quantum communication modules. Those 10-odd minutes were agonizing for the various departments of the Alliance, as well as the President and Vice President. Finally, after the radars of the 6 warships had begun to return to normal, the situation on the ground left them speechless. The 3 A-class warships delivered by the Empire had veered off course, and were disengaging at full speed. Even the A-class warships of the squadron were disengaging at full speed, having already far outpaced the 6 escorting warships. Behind these 6 warships were hundreds of pirate fleet warships. And these hundreds of pirate fleet warships were simultaneously broadcasting messages on the public channel and continuously launching attacks. Federal soldiers, listen up. If you abandon your warships now, we won't attack you. Federal soldiers, think this through. Your warships belong to the nation, but your lives are your own. You have 10 minutes to consider. If you don't abandon your warships within 10 minutes, hundreds of our warships will launch a coordinated attack. Federal soldiers, how much do you earn each month? Is it worth risking your lives? Abandon your warships within 10 minutes, and we guarantee we won't attack your escape pods. Look at those escape pods over there in the distance. We haven't attacked them at all. Several vice captains from the 4 Greyhound pirate groups, who were on a mission on the battlefield, shouted these words while simultaneously wondering what was going on with those escape pods in the distance. Finally, the commander of the escort fleet inside one of the escape pods made contact with the 6 warships in the escort fleet. The escape pod contained real-time data storage of the A-class warships of the escort fleet during the attack. Although the 6 warships of the escort fleet were frantically fleeing, it didn't stop the escape pods from transmitting signals to the Ministry of Defense through the 6 warships. Out of control. The transport warships went out of control the moment they were hit by the massive energy impact. We don't know what happened. The warships were only broadcasting a 30-second countdown. We don't know exactly what happened. We had no time to think, and the warships had already activated their forced escape systems. We were practically shoved into the escape pods by the escape robots. The first to report were the transport personnel from the 3 Imperial-delivered Class A warships, who were uploading information while responding. Ours is a little better off. Our flagship was hit twice and damaged. The rear also went missing. We don't know the exact cause. The captains of the escort fleet also began to report. The Federal Minister of Defense, the Minister of Homeland Security, the President, and the Vice President, faced with this situation, were speechless, and the escort fleet was clearly on the verge of collapse. Why can't we contact any of the A-class warships? Investigate. Also, report this situation to the Empire. These pirates self-destructed a C-class warship. These pirates have gone completely mad. The Federation President's face turned green. They lost 4 A-class warships, and an entire squadron in one fell swoop. These 3 A-class warships delivered by the Empire were hastily assembled using spare parts from the Empire's strategic reserves. Subsequent warship deliveries won't be as quick. And the crucial issue now is that all the A-class warships are out of control. Are there any safety concerns? As for what exactly happened, it's impossible to say. This data requires analysis to draw conclusions. Soon, the Empire also received the relevant information. The Empire was completely bewildered. 3 Class A warships had simultaneously gone out of control. What surprised the Empire most was that the pirates had used Class C self-destruct warships to launch the attack. Moreover, the energy intensity of the Class C self-destruct warships was extremely high. Because the Empire's warships had never undergone energy impact tests of this intensity, they couldn't be sure if there was a problem with the warships themselves. This worried the Empire. Although the exported Class A warships were downgraded versions, not the Empire's military versions, their systems still had commonalities. If the warship systems had some system bugs that only activated under extreme circumstances, that would be dangerous. The Federation transmitted the relevant data to the Empire, which analyzed it, and then the Empire also analyzed it. At this moment, Yang Bo replied to the leaders of the Greyhound pirate crew, "I just received news that several A-class warships have gone out of control. The first to go out of control were the 3 A-class warships delivered by the Empire. The Federation escort fleet's A-class warships also went out of control after being hit twice. The cause of the loss of control is still under investigation. Upon hearing Lee John's words, the leader of the Witch pirate crew asked, all the A-class warships have gone out of control, could it be due to the suicide ships? I also think it might be due to the suicide ships, otherwise it's impossible for 4 A-class warships to go out of control at the same time. Do you think these warships might have a bug that only becomes apparent under such extreme circumstances? That's very possible. After all, the energy impact was too strong. They definitely didn't expect the general to use such a super move as self-destructing a C-class warship. Yang Bo shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't know the result would be like this either. A C-class warship wasted for nothing. The original plan was 4 A-class warships, 1 for each of your pirate crews, which would have greatly increased our strength. The specific reason is still unclear, but the warship going out of control is probably due to its own inherent problems, since your warships and the Federation's escort fleet's B and C-class warships didn't go out of control. But I had no choice. Without using such an extreme method, we had no chance at all. Hearing Lee John's words, the leader of the Greyhound pirate crew said, the general's plan is fine. It's just that their A-class warships might have a system problem. The general lost a C-class warship this time. We will compensate the general with 1 B-class warship and 2 C-class warships. The other 3 pirate crew leaders almost cursed inwardly upon hearing this, because everyone wanted a B-class warship. However, everyone owed John Lee a lot of spoils, so they couldn't object. I don't want the warships. Even if you gave me these warships, I wouldn't be able to use them. My warships are still short of manpower. In the meantime, see if you can gather information on some pirate groups within the Pirate Alliance, and then I replenish the warships. Yang Bo didn't want the warships. No problem. The Greyhound pirate groups were among the strongest in the Pirate Alliance, so their leaders had other ideas. These pirate crews couldn't leave the Pirate Alliance right now, as its main function was to dispose of stolen goods. However, the crew leaders still wanted more influence. Of course, before gaining influence, they had to deal with some other pirate crews within the Alliance, as some were fiercely loyal. They could use John Lee to deal with these guys. Sigh, you guys handle the rest yourselves, Yang Bo sighed, making it seem like he suffered a huge loss, and then ignored the rest. Yang Bo had other things to do, and how much the remaining pirate crews would gain depended on them. Then Yang Bo sent the Alliance's scandal to the Blue Ocean Empire's royal email address. The Blue Ocean Empire's emperor was utterly shocked. He had no idea how the other side had managed it. There were too many things he couldn't understand. Subsequently, the officers and soldiers of the Federation escort fleet abandoned their warships. The 4 Greyhound pirate crews acquired 2 B-class warships and 4 C-class warships. Then, the pirate captains contacted the people introduced by John Lee, and after more than 20 hours, they gained full control of several warships. Actually, this was also Yang Bo using a different identity. This way, Yang Bo could collect more money. This incident quickly shocked the 3 countries. The Alliance's news outlets reported on it extensively. Pirate Alliance deploys over 100 warships to attack a fleet of 4 A-class warships from the Federation. This headline shocked the entire Alliance. Chapter 1402. For Class A warships, this title shocked everyone who saw it. However, upon opening it, they discovered 3 Class A warships, new warships delivered by the Empire to the Federation's central state. This was also astonishing. Had the pirates become so powerful? Moreover, the pirates had, for the first time, used Class C warships equipped with energy stones for self-destruction. This made everyone's hearts tighten. Warship energy engines were far more powerful than civilian ones. The explosion of the energy engine alone was enough to shock everyone, let alone the fact that the warship was equipped with energy stones. The pirate self-destructing warship created a black hole effect for the entire Federation's escort fleet for nearly 20 minutes. During those 20 minutes, none of the fleet's warships could obtain any information about the outside world. It was as if they were inside a black hole. It was also reported that all 4 Class A warships went out of control after being hit by the energy impact of the self-destructing warship. The 4 Class A warships were now missing. The Federation issued a huge reward for the whereabouts of the 4 Class A warships. Meanwhile, the Empire also issued a huge bounty. Adventurers' guilds, mercenaries' guilds, many people accepted the job. The Federation proactively leaked this information, mainly because they couldn't afford the embarrassment. This time, they lost 4 A-class warships, 2 B-class warships, and 4 C-class warships. This was a huge blow to the Federation's central state. And this matter couldn't be concealed. What frightened the Federation's central state even more was that the pirates were capable of using C-class warships to self-destruct. What if the pirates used this method to attack administrative planets? Furthermore, the pirates deployed over 100 warships this time. Also, the Federation can't afford to lose face like this. Losing so many warships at once would be incredibly embarrassing. Middle State needs to figure out exactly what happened. Furthermore, Middle State has suspended its orders for A-class warships from the Empire. Based on this incident, the A-class warships going out of control is most likely due to a system malfunction. However, there's currently no more data, and the out-of-control A-class warship hasn't been located. Therefore, it's impossible to determine which system on the warship malfunctioned. Although some data has been preserved, this data is limited. This information only covers the period before the loss of control. After the loss of control, all system operational information disappeared. In addition, the 4 A-class warships are extremely valuable. Middle State already suffered significant losses, and now this additional loss of so many warships. If the responsibility lies with the Empire, then Middle State's losses will be minimized. Therefore, Middle State proactively disclosed this incident, otherwise, the Alliance media would have no detailed information. Yang Bo returned to March Star, glanced at the Alliance news reports, and chuckled to himself. However, upon seeing some other reports, he shook his head. The Greyhound pirate crew and the Death pirate crew publicly claimed responsibility for the attack. Yang Bo knew, of course, that the Greyhound pirate crew had volunteered to take responsibility. The main reason was to gain fame. Pirate crews crave recognition, while ostensibly these two crews, in reality, the 4 had formed a small group. The primary objective of the Greyhound crews was to absorb more pirate crews, and then contend with the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo thought the Greyhound pirate crew's actions this time were somewhat foolish. Short-term fame would greatly boost the Greyhound crew's reputation, attracting many other pirate crews to join them. But what's most crucial for piracy? First, information channels. Second, channels for selling stolen goods. Third, channels for procuring weapons and equipment. Why could the Pirate Alliance purchase weapons and equipment from the Empire? Because the Empire had influence within the Pirate Alliance. Besides, what wouldn't the Empire's nobles sell if they could make money? Most importantly, these warships had backdoors, so the Empire had nothing to worry about. The Greyhound crew, lacking such networks and channels, even if they managed to win over some other pirate crews, wouldn't be able to maintain a long-term relationship. Of course, it's possible these pirate crews want to negotiate with the Pirate Alliance, Yang Bo thought to himself. Hee hee. Thinking this, Yang Bo chuckled. The more people the Greyhound crew won over, the more pirate warships he could control. Because the pirate groups he won over would definitely need to communicate with the Greyhound pirate group. They might even be planning something big together. Then the virus he implanted in these warships would spread through data links. This way, he could know more about the pirate group's activities, making it easier to boost Zhao Dongfeng and Zhang Han's reputation. While Yang Bo was watching the spectacle, the Empire was also in chaos, with the 2 houses of parliament arguing fiercely. The nobility were already divided into many small groups, and further divided into many factions due to commercial interests. The simultaneous loss of control of 3 brand new Class A warships gave some nobles ammunition to attack others. This was because it involved the Empire's financial expenditures. The interests involved in these warships were too great, already causing discontent among some. Now that they had a pretext, those who were dissatisfied attacked those who controlled the warship's interests. The Emperor of the Blue Empire breathed a sigh of relief, as he had been under immense pressure both domestically and internationally recently. Furthermore, the simultaneous loss of control of the Class A warships also implicated the military. Military research and manufacturing institutions were carefully investigating the systems of the Class A warships. However, no results would be available in the short term. The system of a single Class A warship was too complex. It was currently impossible to determine which system was malfunctioning. Modern warship intelligence systems were highly sophisticated. All electronic components on board contained underlying code. The primary focus now was investigating the sensor and radar systems, because based on the existing data, the loss of control the instant the warships were struck by their energy, most likely indicating a problem with the sensor and radar systems. However, a Class A warship has hundreds of types of sensors. Each of these sensors has its own system, and there are compatibility issues between these systems. Not to mention the energy systems that power these sensors, and the sensor analysis systems, etc. Going even deeper, there's the entire warship's intelligence system. Energy impact tests need to be conducted on each sensor. And even energy impact tests on a single sensor cannot prove that there are no problems. The key issue is that the out-of-control Class A warships are currently untraceable. It would be ideal if they could be found. These Class A warships are now under Yongbo's control, operating in a silent state. Therefore, no one can find their whereabouts. This is because the detection range of active radar is limited. The 4 warships controlled by Yongbo are in remote areas. They would never pass through the main shipping lanes. So even though the Empire and the Federation have dispatched numerous search ships, these specialized warships have powerful passive energy detection systems. That is to say, these warships primarily determine their location by detecting passive energy fluctuations. Early astronomical telescopes use this type of detection method. Early astronomical telescopes analyzed cosmic energy waves to understand events occurring millions of light-years away. They were essentially seeing events that occurred millions of light-years ago. In other words, all the stars and celestial phenomena we see today occurred millions of light-years ago. The Empire is in chaos, and the Federation is also in disarray. Within the federal state of Mudya, there were already many conglomerates. These conglomerates each had their own interests, primarily concerning the division of Mudya's fiscal budget. However, some conglomerates were very dissatisfied with the recent purchase of warships from the Empire. This was because these conglomerates received a relatively small share of the profits. Now, with such a major incident, and the possibility that the warships themselves were faulty, this gave these conglomerates ample pretext. Just as everyone was discussing the pirate attack on the Alliance fleet, an Imperial media outlet published a news report. Freedom or death versus officials and gangs. Alliance officials screen qualified candidates through medical examinations, then sell their personal information to gangs. These gangs then use various means to lure the targets to the Federation, where they disappear, becoming experimental subjects for the officials. A great deal of evidence was then published. It involved high-ranking Alliance officials, political families, biological research institutes, gangs, and even Federation companies. The high-ranking officials mentioned in this news were 2 Alliance senators. This news instantly overshadowed the news of pirate raids. Pirate raids aren't exactly news, as they're commonplace. Moreover, pirate raids stem from existing conflicts between the 2 sides. However, this newly revealed news from the Empire sent chills down many spines. Because ordinary people have no way to resolve such a situation. The Alliance's news media exploded. The Alliance has several major political parties, each backed by different financial groups. The senators in the Senate are representatives of these financial groups. Now that someone's down on their luck, their opponents will naturally seize the opportunity to kick them while they're down. Moreover, the Empire has presented a lot of evidence. This emperor is quite clever. Yongbo said, looking at the news reports, which only mentioned 2 senators. Yongbo said this because the whole affair involves too many people. Exposing everything at once might not be effective. Because so many people are involved, these people might have the ability to suppress the whole matter. However, this only involves a portion of the population. So, others will now take advantage of the situation. The 2 individuals involved are also members of certain political parties. Now that these 2 are being targeted, once others are exposed, the parties behind them will certainly not let it go unpunished. This will ultimately trigger a major power struggle within the Alliance. Of course, these politicians in the Alliance are unaware that there are many more revelations from the Empire. Even if they knew, these politicians wouldn't give up, not even as a member of a single party. Because those involved in these matters are undoubtedly the more powerful members of these parties, and some political families. The internal struggles within each party are extremely fierce, because the greater the power, the greater the rewards. The same applies to political families, even among allies. Once the other side reveals a weakness, the first to strike is the allies' betrayal. Therefore, even if these people know the whole truth, they won't give up. Moreover, the Alliance currently has many other groups. The internal situation within the Alliance is somewhat out of control. Originally, the Alliance's elite class wanted to deceive, but the lower classes are engaged in infighting. Then small groups formed. But the politicians in the Alliance needed votes. Ultimately, these politicians had no choice but to endorse these small groups. This led to internal divisions among these politicians. Because if these politicians didn't endorse the small groups, they wouldn't get votes. So the boomerang hit these elites directly. Even if these small groups held incredibly foolish ideas. For example, the Alliance's infamous anti-radio group. Politicians also endorsed them. Moreover, these politicians, when expressing their governing philosophies, had to align with the demands of these small groups. Therefore, the situation within the Alliance was currently chaotic. Yongbo watched the spectacle unfold, waiting for the Freedom Front and the Pirate Alliance to make their move. These people had already planned it all, just waiting for the right opportunity. That opportunity was the opening ceremony of the ancient martial arts arena. As the day drew closer, Yang Bo gathered more and more intelligence. Where is the Pirate Alliance's backup plan? Yang Bo still hadn't found the Pirate Alliance's hidden hand. However, he did find members of 4 elite mercenary groups and 3 A-rank adventurer groups. Moreover, these adventurer groups were connected to the pirate groups. In other words, these adventurer groups were actually part of the pirate group. On the surface, however, there was no connection. Huh? With the opening ceremony of the ancient martial arts arena fast approaching, an unexpected situation arose on Yang Bo's side. Someone sent a message to Yang Bo's company email. Mr. Yang, the Pirate Alliance has sent assassins to kill you. Yang Bo's expression turned strange upon seeing the message. Someone was actually selling him information. Yang Bo searched through the various factions where he had released his spiritual seed, but found no one using this method to plot against him. Yang Bo replied curiously, "Who are you? How do you know?" The sender's name was a string of numbers ending in 6898. 6898, who I am isn't important, but I know where the assassins are and how to deal with you. Yang Bo, what do you want? 6898, I want mutated black rock honey. Yang Bo, where did you get that information? 6898, that's none of your concern. Besides, I can tell you, Mr. Yang, that 2 people in your company are not ordinary. Li Qiubai was commissioned by the Imperial Swordsmanship Association to approach you. Yang Bo, huh? Yang Bo, how can I trust you? 6898, Mr. Yang, I need some samples of mutated black rock honey. Once I have the samples, I will naturally provide more information. Yang Bo, how do I get it to you? 6898, you ship it online to the self-service locker, I pick it up myself. At this point, Yang Bo already had a guess. This person was most likely connected to the Swordsmanship Association, and might even be an important figure within the association. Furthermore, they were probably proficient in soul magic, perhaps even using it to damage their own soul, thus requiring the mutated black rock honey. Thinking this, Yang Bo replied directly, okay. The other party sent a message. The address was in the city, at a self-service locker in a shopping mall. Yang Bo immediately had a flying car deliver the goods. The flying car delivered the goods to the mall, and the mall's robot placed the goods in the self-service locker. Then Yang Bo sent the pickup code. The other party had no idea that Yang Bo had already hacked into the mall's network system, and was remotely monitoring it. Chapter 1403. After the items were delivered to the self-service locker, Yang Bo noticed someone wearing a mask, hat, and hoodie take them. Then this person took a flying car to a park in the suburbs. In the park, Yang Bo lost track of the person. Looks like a cunning old fox. This was within Yang Bo's expectations. Although the identity of Li Qiubai provided by the other party was useless to him, Yang Bo wanted to appear that the information provided was useful, which was why he gave them the black rock mutant honey. He wanted the other party to mistakenly believe that his information was useful. In fact, based on the direction of the information provided, Yang Bo already had a rough guess. The mysterious person who received the black rock mutant honey arrived at a relatively secluded spot in the suburban park. Then, he opened the sealed bottle containing the black rock mutant honey. This mutated honey contained very trace amounts of energy fluctuations. The mysterious person took out a portable testing device, tested a small amount of the mutated honey, and found nothing wrong. Then he consumed a small amount. Then his eyes widened, and he took a large bite. This bottle was similar to a squeeze bottle, and because of the slight energy fluctuations, it isolated the effects of energy. Then the man narrowed his eyes. He felt the changes coming from the depths of his soul. Good stuff. This guy surnamed Yang is so lucky. The mysterious man squinted. It's this guy, like a tortoise. I've been here for a month, and I still haven't found a chance to infiltrate his territory. The mysterious man pondered to himself. Yang Bo's private land has its own energy defense tower. This is because the mutated animals on Yang Bo's private land can provide materials for gene-based drugs. Furthermore, the energy defense tower on Yang Bo's private land is not connected to the internet. Even if someone wanted to infiltrate from the outside, it would be impossible. Moreover, the energy defense tower on Yang Bo's private land is the most advanced in the alliance. The mysterious person quickly finished the sample. There wasn't much to begin with, just 2 bites. Then the mysterious person found a secluded place, changed clothes, became shorter and thinner. During this process, the mysterious person did not use any external force. Yang Bo waited for 2 hours, and the other party sent another message. 6898, Mr. Yang, another person in your company named Yulia has an even more mysterious identity. I demand a pound of her. Yang Bo, hee, I don't care about their identity. Besides, you probably don't know, but I only met them twice since the company was founded. 6898. Mr. Yang, the number of times you meet them doesn't matter, but they are now living on your territory, and their identities will bring you big trouble. Yang Bo, that's employee housing. The Alliance Security Department alerted me that someone was planning an attack, so I house my employees on my private land. 6898. Mr. Yang, no matter how you explain it, as long as they live on your land, they cause you trouble. Yang Bo, can they really attack my private land with arms? Yang Bo, to put it bluntly, on this planet, nobody's going to make a difference. The mysterious man felt a bit annoyed by Yang Bo's answer, because what Yang Bo said was true. 6898. Yulia is in big trouble, and she's involved with the imperial family in a scandal no less. Yang Bo, you know so much about this, it must also be related to the imperial family. 6898. Why do you say that, Mr. Yang? Yang Bo, it's simple. First, you're from the empire, and you call my private land a territory. In our alliance, private land is simply called private land, not territory. Only nobles use that term. Furthermore, you mentioned a scandal involving the imperial family. Such scandals are best known only to insiders. 6898. Mr. Yang, you're so clever? Then guess who I am? Yang Bo, you specifically asked for black rock honey, and the greatest effect of this honey is related to the soul. And primarily, it has healing properties. The imperial family is skilled in soul magic. Although I don't know which department within the imperial family is skilled in soul magic, I believe that the people in that department certainly don't have complete freedom of movement. Being able to freely come to March Star must mean they're high-ranking members of that department. Furthermore, the number of people in this department is probably quite limited. Considering the role of the Black Rock Bees, you likely encountered problems during your cultivation of the soul secret technique, or suffered a soul injury for some other reason. Finding your identity is very simple. I make this public, and the royal family can easily find out who you are. Because, considering all the information above, the number of people who can be identified should be limited. Yang Bo's situation is generally similar to something that has greatly shocked the mysterious person. 6898. Yulia is the former crown princess. The mysterious person sent the message directly, attempting to confuse Yang Bo's judgment. Yang Bo, whether this is true or false, it has nothing to do with me. First of all, she has obtained official status in the alliance. If the imperial royal family wants trouble, they cause trouble for the alliance. Furthermore, don't you know that if Julia's identity is real, she will be protected by many women's groups? You must know how much influence these women's groups have in the alliance's decision-making. Besides, your statement is only one side of the story. After sending this message, Yang Bo gave the other party a few minutes to process it before sending another message. Yang Bo, and considering you secretly used this information to exchange for honey, it must be your personal request. Because the imperial royal family would never use a scandal like the former crown princess for trade. Even if this information is false, the imperial royal family wouldn't use such information. Putting aside whether what you're saying is true, do you think the imperial family would admit or deny it if this news were made public? If they deny it, do you feel you're in some danger? The mysterious man gasped after seeing Yang Bo's message. The imperial family would definitely not admit it, because Julia has already obtained a new identity. If they did admit it, it would be a huge scandal. So what would the imperial family do to those who expose these scandals? The mysterious man was momentarily at a loss. He had originally thought he could use this information to blackmail Yang Bo. Unexpectedly, he was being blackmailed instead. Yang Bo, why aren't you replying? Are you scared? Furthermore, I can pinpoint your identity. Li Qiubai works for the Imperial Swordsmanship Association, and I can roughly guess the reason. It's probably related to the power inheritance in the second world. Those who know Li Qiubai's identity are likely high-ranking members of the Swordsmanship Association. Because if Li Qiubai truly obtained something useful from me, he wouldn't tell too many people. And this ancient martial arts tournament has members from the Imperial Swordsmanship Association participating. Therefore, you have two identities. First, a high-ranking member of the Imperial Swordsmanship Association. Second, a member of the royal family, and also proficient in soul techniques. Through these three conditions, your identity is exposed. 6898. Mr. Yang's analysis is good, but it's just an analysis. Yang Bo, what I hate most is having someone secretly watching me. I give you 10 minutes to consider and confess your identity, otherwise I expose this matter. The mysterious man was furious when Yang Bo actually threatened him. He wanted to send a message cursing Yang Bo, but he didn't dare. Because if this matter were exposed, he would be the first to die. Yang Bo smiled slightly, seeing that the other party hadn't replied. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? The mysterious man gritted his teeth. He only wanted the black rock honey to heal his injuries. He hadn't expected Yang Bo to be so clever, analyzing so much from such limited information. Seeing no reply, Yang Bo sent another message. You don't have much time left. I really don't understand why the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire has such an idiot as a subordinate. 6898. Mr. Yang, what you're doing is wrong. We're making a fair trade. I did this to avoid putting you at risk. I didn't mean any threat or anything. I just wanted a fair deal. Yang Bo, how many years have you lived? You still believe in fairness? Besides, you've been hiding your identity from the beginning. Is that fair to me? 6898. Mr. Yang, I can't reveal my identity, but I have more information to offer you. What I want is mutated black rock honey. Your analysis is mostly correct. I do need this honey to treat my injuries. Although I know it's risky, I still want to live. Yang Bo saw the message and felt a bit submissive, but he wasn't ready to let it go. So he sent a message. If you want the deal to continue, you have to reveal your identity. That's what you call fair. The mysterious man gritted his teeth upon seeing Yang Bo's message. But now, he seemed to have no way out. Although Yang Bo didn't know his identity yet, once he revealed these conversations, his identity would be exposed. But revealing his identity might lead to Yang Bo blackmailing him again. The mysterious figure weighed his options, and ultimately decided to reveal his identity. Because he dared not gamble. If Yang Bo really did release the contents of today's conversation, his fate would be dire no matter what. First, the imperial royal family would certainly punish him. The charges would be numerous. First, for making a private deal with Yang Bo. Second, for leaking royal scandals. And third, for leaking information about the Swordsmanship Association. Of course, he could choose not to return to the Empire, and apply for political asylum in the Alliance. The Alliance will definitely spare him, but their intelligence department won't let him go. They extract even more useful information from him. While he's still useful, he might be protected by the Alliance, but what if he's no longer useful? And how many methods does the Imperial Royal Family have? What about his family? 6898. I am Wu Feng, a director of the Imperial Swordsmanship Association. Yang Bo saw that the other party not only sent a message but also a photo. Wu Feng looked like a handsome middle-aged man. Yang Bo checked and found that this person was not only a director of the Swordsmanship Association, but also held the title of Viscount. Yang Bo, I'm not interested in the intelligence or information you mentioned. Wu Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yang Bo's message. However, after careful consideration, he sent a message. Wu Feng, then what is Mr. Yang interested in? Yang Bo, I hope you can provide the treatment data for black rock honey. Wu Feng looked at Yang Bo's message without any surprise. Yang Bo's request for this data was understandable. Wu Feng, Mr. Yang, I can't provide the treatment data because this treatment is based solely on self-perception. Yang Bo, it can be described simply as a percentage. The amount of honey consumed, the time, and the recovery speed. If your excellency is willing, I can provide that for free. Yang Bo doesn't have any data related to the honey treatment because he hasn't found suitable test subjects. Wu Feng, I can provide that, but I hope Mr. Yang will keep my affairs confidential. Yang Bo, do you have any other information that might interest me? Wu Feng, didn't Mr. Yang say he wasn't interested? Yang Bo, just consider it satisfying my curiosity. Besides, there are many kinds of honey. Some are 1-year-old and some are 2-year-old. Wu Feng knew Yang Bo was threatening him. Yang Bo sent another message. Is Yulia really the former crown princess? How did you find out? Wu Feng, actually, I didn't find out before coming to March Star. Li Qiubai said her colleagues were a bit strange. After arriving here, I carefully investigated her colleagues. Although Yulia had undergone some cosmetic procedures, and was more beautiful than before, some of her little habits still betrayed her. Especially some unintentional gestures, because as the crown princess, she received strict royal etiquette training. Of course, it's just these gestures, I only suspect them. The most important thing is her personal preferences. As Mr. Yang just mentioned, I have another identity, so I have a clear understanding of many of the former crown princess's little habits. Yang Bo, is it that simple? Wu Feng, yes, the former crown princess had some rather unique personal preferences. Furthermore, I discovered from some publicly available information within the alliance that the other party applied for refugee status, and the timing of this application coincided with the period around which the former crown princess disappeared. Of course, neither the royal family nor the empire would acknowledge this information, even if there were evidence. This scandal involving the crown prince is something that neither the empire, the royal family, nor our nobles want to mention, especially on the surface. Yang Bo nodded upon seeing the numerous messages sent. Yang Bo, what materials did you use when developing the second game world to have a power inheritance like the Meteor Fist? Wu Feng, I don't know, because the game wasn't developed by our association. Perhaps it's something the royal family has hidden. The imperial royal family possesses the oldest and largest treasure vault. Nobody knows how much they collected. Yang Bo, I provide you with half a pound of black rock honey. I hope you can provide more useful information, otherwise, I might forget my promise to you. Wu Feng cursed inwardly upon seeing this message. It was clearly a threat. But he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Fine. Then Yang Bo gave the other person half a pound of black rock honey, and then disappeared into the distance. Yang Bo was going to release a spiritual seed into the other person to see what kind of person they were. If they were lying, he would make them take the blame. Chapter 1404. Yang Bo had always kept his distance from the imperial family and related personnel. These guys were experts in soul manipulation techniques. Yang Bo generally wouldn't release spiritual seeds to these people because their soul perception was quite acute. So why was Yang Bo so bold this time? Of course, he was picking on the weak. Judging from Wu Feng's behavior, his soul must have been damaged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked making a deal with him. And the damage was probably quite severe. This would greatly reduce his soul perception. Yang Bo had some understanding of the soul manipulation techniques practiced in the Water Blue Empire. Wu Feng's situation had deteriorated to an extremely serious level, which was why he risked contacting him. Yang Bo understood this, because if the other party's location became useless, he might simply disappear. Because he knew too much. Yang Bo felt it was good to have Wu Feng around. If there was any information, he could use this guy as a scapegoat. After all, he knew a lot too. Furthermore, Yang Bo wanted to see if black rock honey would be effective in this kind of situation. Wu Feng retrieved the black rock honey from the self-service locker. However, as he left the mall, he inexplicably felt the airflow from the vents was a bit chilly. Wu Feng didn't pay much attention, as he had been proceeding cautiously. After obtaining the black rock honey, Wu Feng went directly to a suburban park. If someone was following him, he could shake them off in the park. Besides, there were no surveillance cameras in the park. Unless they used planetary surveillance satellites to lock onto him, but that would trigger an alarm on his personal equipment. Wu Feng had no idea where the air vent was. It was only because Yang Bo released his mental seed that he felt the air was cooler. After releasing the mental seed to Wu Feng, Yang Bo realized that Wu Feng's identity was far more complex than he had suspected. On the surface, this guy was a director of the Imperial Swordsmanship Association. In reality, he was one of the deputy members of the Imperial Royal Shadow Blade Organization. He was an A+ level superhuman, specifically a mental one. This organization was a weapon in the hands of the Imperial Emperor, primarily used for external operations. The Red Earl was a subordinate agency of this organization. In other words, the Red Earl wasn't a single person, but an entire organization. TSK. Yang Bo had long suspected that there was a powerful figure behind the Red Earl organization, but he hadn't expected it to be the Emperor of the Azure Empire. The Red Earl terrorist organization existed for two reasons. Firstly, to disrupt the Alliance's order. Secondly, to target individuals within the Empire. Furthermore, the Red Earl terrorist organization indirectly controlled certain individuals. For example, Sophie's family is supported and controlled by the Red Earl terrorist organization. This means the Emperor of the Blue Empire indirectly controls the political families of the Alliance. Of course, Sophie's family's rise to political power is also inseparable from the support of the Red Earl terrorist organization, otherwise, they wouldn't have become a political family. Those who oppose Sophie's family have already been eliminated by the Red Earl terrorist organization through terrorist attacks. Moreover, Wu Feng also knows the truth about the Second World Game. Yang Bo also discovered that Wu Feng knew the truth about the Second World Game. It seems the Water Blue Empire Emperor's soul technique has many flaws. Wu Feng used the soul technique on his target during an external operation, and his own soul was severely damaged. Yang Bo knew that the damage to Wu Feng's soul was mainly due to the use of the soul technique. The soul techniques Wu Feng and his group learned are probably incomplete. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such severe side effects. The Water Blue Empire Emperor certainly wouldn't have taught the complete and correct soul technique. Yang Bo had a guess in his mind. Of course, Wu Feng's understanding of the Second World was very limited. Because the Second World was personally managed by the Water Blue Empire's Grand Steward, and the secret organization managing the Second World only allowed people to enter, not leave. Therefore, Wu Feng wasn't sure what the Water Blue Empire Emperor was looking for in the Second World. However, he was certain that he was also searching for some kind of power. Yang Bo then disappeared back into the villa, constantly reviewing Wu Feng's memories, trying to find more useful information. Wu Feng had indeed accomplished a lot to reach his current position. The soul technique definitely has flaws. Yang Bo discovered that the more tasks Wu Feng completed, the greater the damage to his own soul. This is because completing tasks requires interrogating the target. Often, the target is stubborn, so the soul technique is used. However, the soul technique has many drawbacks. Firstly, it consumes too much energy and is prone to backlash. Secondly, the information obtained through the soul technique is incomplete, and sometimes the information obtained is completely useless. His soul technique is like randomly grabbing memories, and there are many restrictions when using it. But I always feel it's a problem with the soul secret technique itself. And I didn't learn the specific cultivation method of the soul secret technique from the other party's memories, only the application method. It seems the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire still has many secrets. But that's not surprising. After all, as a royal family, their heritage is extremely long. Moreover, the Blue Water Empire's royal family has remained royal for so many years, which shows how much influence they have. For the imperial royal family, or rather, for the Emperor, Wu Feng and his ilk are just dogs they trained. They would never give them the complete cultivation method of the soul secret technique. So that means there might still be people who cultivate the truly complete soul secret technique. Yang Bo didn't know how many organizations the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire had under his command. In any case, it couldn't be a single organization, because Yang Bo knew before that the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire had secret guards and other organizations. Today, he discovered another organization. The Imperial Swordsmanship Association is actually targeting me. Yang Bo discovered that the Imperial Swordsmanship Association had devised many plans against him, trying to find information about how he could gain more power in the Second World through various means. The Swordsmanship Association had devised a plan, even scheming to lure him abroad and then kidnap him. They even planned a honey trap. Unfortunately, he barely visited the Swordsmanship Association, so their entire plan against him failed. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled, his otaku persona having saved him from a lot of trouble. Yang Bo noticed Wu Feng was consuming black rock honey again. This honey does indeed have a healing effect on the soul, but the effect is very minor. However, this honey has a calming effect, which can significantly reduce the discomfort caused by the damage to the soul. Wu Feng's soul was damaged, causing severe discomfort. The most prominent manifestation was his inability to control his emotions. He also sometimes exhibited symptoms of schizophrenia. Mainly, when forcibly reading other people's memories, the other person's experiences were integrated into his own memories. Sometimes he felt that he was not himself, but the person who had forcibly read other people's memories in the past. We caught some more dirt on the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire. Yang Bo sorted through Wu Feng's memories, and found that the biggest gain from them was the Blue Ocean Empire Emperor's actions against the Alliance and the Federation. Yang Bo also learned the truth about the events on Pato Star. The governor of Pato Star and the biggest beneficiaries of Pato Star were the Hawks of the Alliance. As the Emperor of the Empire, he disliked the Hawks of the Alliance the most, because the Alliance was the strongest of the three countries, both economically and militarily. Although Yang Bo believed that the Alliance's current system was also utterly corrupt. However, this system is far superior to the imperial aristocracy and the federal warlord system. The empire appears very powerful, but it also suffers from significant internal conflicts. Given the opportunity, the imperial nobles would overthrow the current monarchy and seize the throne for themselves. As for the federal warlords, just look at the war between the Federal Central State and the Pirate Alliance. The Federal Central State was soundly defeated. Now we know just how powerful the warlord government truly is. The rebellion on Pato Star directly destroyed a political family within the Alliance. The Emperor of the Azure Empire achieved his goals in this way. Of course, the Emperor of the Azure Empire made several preparations for the Pato Star rebellion. The first was to destroy the hawkish political family. Although on the surface only one member of this political family was implicated, after all, Alliance law doesn't allow for collective punishment. Everyone with a discerning eye knows the extent of the losses from the Pato Star incident, and those affected financial groups certainly won't let it go easily. This political family will only slowly perish. The alliance once had a political family that even produced a president, but after taking office, this president sought to cripple other political families. Then this president was assassinated, and this political family was completely wiped out within the next 200 years. Because other political families wouldn't allow such a person to exist. Of course, if the Pato Star Rebellion succeeded, then the goal of splitting the alliance would be achieved. What the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire hadn't anticipated was the devastating losses inflicted on the Red Earls organization by the rebellion on planet Pato. The Empire and the Federation didn't even have time to intervene before Wang Mushu had quelled the rebellion. The Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire hadn't expected this outcome, as he had conducted numerous simulations from the outset. The simulations showed that the Alliance's army would need time to assemble. Pato could use this time to hold a national referendum. Furthermore, the Empire and the Federation could also participate, but only after the situation had escalated to a certain point. Furthermore, the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire had prepared some contingency plans. However, he hadn't expected that Wang Wuxue, leading her fleet, would encounter the rebellion on Pato Star. Before anyone could react, she resolved the situation. The Allied military didn't even have time to assemble troops to claim credit. Therefore, the blow to the Red Earl organization was enormous. Moreover, the Red Earl organization had so many members in the Blue Ocean Empire's capital, mainly used as scapegoats. The Red Earl had also been involved in numerous terrorist attacks within the Empire, targeting nobles. It was because these nobles had gone too far in certain matters that the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire couldn't tolerate them. It seems I need to be more cautious. Yang Bo knew that his Spirit Seed ability also had side effects. That is, using it on too many targets could easily lead to a split personality. However, his mental strength level had reached its maximum. And Yang Bo felt that the side effects of using the Spirit Seed were minimal. This was probably related to his mechanic mode. Because in mechanic mode, his memories were like a robot's quantum computer. The memories in a robot's quantum computer are all numbers. While modern androids can achieve a lifelike state, meaning their tone and expressions resemble real people, these aren't the robot's inherent emotions. They merely simulate human language and expressions through a programmed intelligent system. The effect of the Spirit Seed reading others' memories on Yang Bo was like watching an emotionally charged documentary. Furthermore, another advantage of Yang Bo's use of the Spirit Seed is that the target won't resist him. From Wu Feng's memories, we learn that the soul technique he used to read others' memories was filled with curses and other extreme emotions directed at him. After all, being able to unleash soul-binding technique signifies reaching the final stage. These people also know their fate. This means they reached the peak of their emotions, whether it's resentment, curses, or anything else. Yang Bo releases a spiritual seed without the other party's knowledge, meaning Yang Bo is like a thief sneaking into someone's home to monitor them. Wu Feng's soul-binding technique is equivalent to robbery. He directly enters someone's memories, forcibly reading them. Therefore, Wu Feng's own soul will also be harmed. In robbery, no matter how high your chances of winning, if the other party isn't willing to die, you still suffer some damage. Yang Bo recorded all the missions Wu Feng had performed and those he knew about. This is the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire's leverage. The Red Earl's terrorist organization has done quite a few things over the years. Most of them were purposeful and had missions. A few were covert operations. Once I get the second world, I expose this. Yang Bo has no goodwill towards terrorist organizations. Although Yang Bo had long anticipated that terrorist organizations capable of existing in interstellar society all had powerful backers, like anti-government armed groups, it seems the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire really is going to be replaced. However, the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire certainly has more than one way out and many trump cards. Could the cloned Emperor be prepared for some crucial moment? I need to be careful. I must stab from the shadows. However, the Red Earl has done a lot over the years, causing many people's futures to be severely affected by terrorist attacks. When the time comes, I present the evidence first, and let these people go first. Finally, I use my status as the Grand Duke to deliver the final blow. After this arena competition, I leave March Star and completely disappear into the starry sky. Yang Bo's overall plan remained unchanged, with only minor adjustments. Chapter 1405. Wu Feng was also pondering what information to provide to Yang Bo. Suffering from the side effects of his soul injury, Wu Feng found relief after using black rock honey, like taking painkillers. Moreover, Yang Bo had mentioned that black rock honey came in many different vintages. Wu Feng had no idea that Yang Bo had already emptied his mind. Wu Feng didn't want to reveal more about the royal family. Thinking this through, Wu Feng decided to gather other information related to Yang Bo. Wu Feng knew someone was targeting Yang Bo, but he hadn't investigated before. However, Wu Feng decided to test Yang Bo first, so he sent him a message. Mr. Yang, I received some information that someone is targeting you. Yang Bo, I'm perfectly safe on my private land. No matter who it is, they can't stay in March Star forever. Wu Feng was speechless upon seeing Yang Bo's reply, so he simply sent a message. Mr. Yang, how many years old is the honey you gave me this time? Yang Bo, 1 year. Wu Feng, Mr. Yang, what are you interested in? Wu Feng felt he couldn't live without black rock honey now. Although its therapeutic effect was negligible, it was better than nothing. The key was that it provided relief, significant relief, so Wu Feng wanted more honey. Yang Bo, I don't like dealing with people like you whose identities are unknown. Yang Bo wouldn't satisfy him now, he would wait until the honey was used up before guiding him to do something. Actually, Wu Feng and his ilk regularly conducted loyalty tests, but these tests involved the application of soul perception, something Wu Feng was quite familiar with. Just like last time Yang Bo caused trouble in the capital, the people from the Dark Hall managed to evade the test. Moreover, this time, by providing him with information, Wu Feng had already crossed the line. After all, it involved the former crown princess, and Wu Feng should have reported it immediately. However, Wu Feng didn't, even though he wasn't certain that Yulia was the former crown princess because he had no evidence. When Wu Feng was preparing to gather evidence, Yulia had already moved to Yang Bo's territory. Wu Feng simply told Yang Bo the news, with two plans in mind. If the deal with Yang Bo succeeded, he would keep the news under wraps. If Yang Bo was stingy, then he would report the matter, and the higher-ups would definitely send people to investigate and take drastic measures, giving him a chance to obtain the black rock honey. Wu Feng was like an old fox, full of calculations. But faced with Yang Bo's answer, Wu Feng didn't know what to do. Because Yang Bo had no weaknesses, possessed wealth and women, and held a prominent position in March Star, with his private land equipped with a state-of-the-art security system. Yang Bo closed the email and ignored Wu Feng. Wu Feng continued sending messages without receiving a reply from Yang Bo, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Wu Feng carefully considered his options. He dared not betray information about the royal family or the empire, but if someone wanted to target Yang Bo, he would find them. Once he found these people, he could provide Yang Bo with information. Alternatively, he could cooperate with them, having them attack Yang Bo. He could be their ally, or the one providing information to Yang Bo. To put it bluntly, if these attackers succeeded, Wu Feng planned to take advantage of the chaos. Wu Feng got busy, using the Swordsmanship Association's intelligence network to carefully analyze suspicious individuals. Yang Bo wasn't surprised by Wu Feng's plan. This old fox was always thinking about his own interests. While waiting for the show to begin, Yang Bo wandered around, visiting Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. He went to Devon Star to have afternoon tea with Ning Shui and the others, and then accompanied Catherine to Stargaze. Then he went to Tianyun Star to spend time with Lin Yu and train Sophie. Or he might go to the Circle Hotel on Devon Star to listen to the latest royal news gathered by Su Ruoxin. Most of his time was spent in his villa on March Star, pretending to design training mechs. Yang Bo had even applied for a license for his training mechs, meaning he could freely pilot them within the designated area on March Star. During this time, Yang Bo also went out twice, both times piloting the training mechs, but in intelligent flight mode. This is essentially treating mechs as flying cars, as a means of transportation. Many mechs can be seen in the major cities of the Alliance. Of course, mechs are definitely toys for the wealthy. Yang Bo also discovered that Wu Feng had people following him, because the Imperial Swordsmanship Association wanted to learn more about the secrets of the Second World's power from him. So, sending people to follow him was quite normal. Yang Bo made a reservation at a luxury goods store, which gave some people an opportunity. The Alliance's anti-government armed force, the Freedom Front, split into two groups, one targeting Yang Bo, and the other targeting the Imperial contestants participating in the arena. Furthermore, Yang Bo deliberately went to retrieve his items a day early. The Freedom Front also planned to launch their attack a day early, because on the opening day, the participants in the arena would be clustered together, making it difficult to act. A day early, the contestants and their companions were in various hotels, goose houses, and even their own properties. Members of the Pirate Alliance were also present. The Pirate Alliance hadn't originally planned to target Yang Bo. Their target was Zhang Buizhen and the Federation's participating contestants. The Pirate Alliance's demand was to pressure the March Star government into releasing imprisoned pirates. The Pirate Alliance also learned that Yang Bo was going to the store to retrieve his items, so they separated a portion of their forces to target him. Additionally, Yang Bo discovered that many members of the Ace Mercenary Guild and S-rank adventurers were there for him, including some assassin organizations. These were some of the Alliance's financial groups, dissatisfied with their insufficient gains in March Star's development. Now that Yang Bo was on private land, he dared not make any underhanded moves. Because Zhang Boijin had applied for special protection for Yang Bo, meaning that whenever Yang Bo left his private land, he would be monitored by aerial surveillance satellites and the city's security system. And Zhang Boijin hadn't told Yang Bo about this. Yang Bo felt something was wrong when he left his private land last time, and only after checking did he discover what was going on. Yang Bo could only pretend not to know. The training mech activated autopilot mode. Sitting inside the training mech felt like sitting in a flying car. The training mech looked rather clumsy, but its speed was anything but slow. Inside the mall, several groups of people were gathered. The Freedom Front, an anti-government armed force, consisted of 10 members divided into 2 squads, lying in ambush. The Pirate Alliance had dispatched an elite 5-man combat squad. 2 elite mercenary groups had each sent a 5-man combat squad. There was also an S-rank adventurer. And assassins, and possibly others. They were all waiting for Yang Bo to come and collect his items. Although Yang Bo's purchase information was theoretically confidential, and these people had spotted each other, no one would suspect them if they were placed separately elsewhere. However, when everyone was gathered in one place, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Damn it! What's going on? Why do I feel like there are so many ill-intentioned guys? A captain from one of the Freedom Front squad sat in a cafe, drinking coffee, and wearing virtual reality glasses, seemingly immersed in the virtual network. In reality, he was observing his surroundings. The virtual reality glasses looked like sunglasses, and large ones at that. Of course, many people dress like this, because these glasses can function as virtual reality glasses or sunglasses. Meanwhile, the squad leader was in a private room of a nearby tea house, observing the surrounding situation through the perspective of his squad members. The 2 squads of the Free Front split up. They moved from different directions, ensuring a pincer movement against the target. This was to prevent the target from escaping and to create chaos, because any action would definitely trigger the mall's security system. The remaining 50 members of the Freedom Front, divided into 10 squads, were operating inside a hotel. Some of these 50 were accompanying guests, while others posed as visitors. Their target was the Imperial contestants participating in the arena tournament, residing in the hotel. Only in this way could they escalate the situation. Keep a close watch on the surroundings. The second squad leader had also spotted several suspicious individuals. Anti-government forces, pirate alliances, elite mercenaries, top adventurers, and assassins. These groups had also sent people to scout the entire area beforehand. The scouts primarily focused on the surrounding environment, including entrances and exits, the security system, and so on. To avoid attracting attention, the scouts were infrequent. These individuals hadn't encountered each other during their scouting, but when it came time to act, they all came together. These individuals had no idea they were gathered together. It was entirely Yang Bo's initiative. Because Yang Bo had chosen this time and place. Now, their only task was to closely monitor everyone else. The Pirate Alliance's agents also noticed several suspicious individuals at the scene. Ace mercenaries, top adventurers, and assassins were also discovered. These people all operated in the same manner, so their actions were easily identifiable. Therefore, they all activated their contingency plans. They redistributed some of their forces, originally intended to target Yang Bo, to ensure the safe execution of their own plans. However, they didn't expect Yang Bo's proactive choice once again. According to the plan, Yang Bo was supposed to personally go to the shop to retrieve the items. This was also something Yang Bo had agreed upon with the people in the shop. Given the current situation, Yang Bo couldn't possibly go there himself. Although Yang Bo wasn't afraid of these people, he couldn't reveal too much. So Yang Bo once again proactively chose the location, the mecha parking area. Yang Bo calculated the time Yen Kai would arrive at the mall, then sent a message to the shop, instructing them to deliver the goods to the mecha parking area. The mall staff were already prepared, waiting for Yang Bo to pick up the goods and show them to him. After all, Yang Bo was now a celebrity in the alliance. Now that Yang Bo had requested the goods be delivered elsewhere, the only 2 staff members began to busy themselves. These luxury goods were still being manually packaged. Those lurking nearby sensed something was amiss when they saw the situation inside the shop. After the staff packed the goods and placed them in the cargo robot's crate, they realized things had changed. because the cargo robot's crate contained the items Yang Bo had agreed to retrieve. So, in an instant, these people sprang into action. Then these people noticed that the suspicious individuals around them were also starting to move. However, they couldn't worry about that now, because the cargo robots were too fast. Meanwhile, Yang Bo's training mech had arrived at its designated parking area. The training mech was placed outside the shopping mall, because the mall's interior space wasn't large enough for the mech to enter. These shopping malls are essentially fortresses. Some fortresses are designed this way to prevent mechs from entering, thus preventing them from being quickly breached by mechs in wartime. Perfect timing. Yang Bo smiled smugly. No matter how meticulous the opponent's plan, he only needed to make a slight move to mobilize them. These people also noticed each other. However, they quickly realized that the other's purpose was the same as theirs. Their eyes met, filled with tension, because these people had no idea who the other was. These people all believed themselves to be the strongest. Of course, bringing these people along was indeed impressive. The Alliance's anti-government armed force, the Freedom Front, had a history of notoriety throughout interstellar society. Two elite mercenary groups. The word elite said it all. The Pirate Alliance was currently riding high, giving the Federal Central State a hard time. And members of an assassin organization, those who accepted this mission were all renowned assassins. These people looked at each other as if they were already dead, but they didn't make a move yet, because Yang Bo was their top priority. However, when these people arrived at the mall entrance, they saw a delivery robot fly past a training mech. The cockpit of the training mech opened, revealing the target inside. Team B. Attack! The captain of Team A of the Freedom Front, seeing this, decisively issued the order. Within the Freedom Front, the captain of Team A can command the captains of Teams B, C, D, and so on. That is, anyone with an A in their name has the highest authority within their rank. The Freedom Front has this rule primarily to prevent chaos if the commander is killed. In other words, among several combat teams A, B, C, D, if the captain of Team A is absent, the highest command is the captain of Team B. And Team B is fire support. Team B of the Freedom Front is specifically designed to guard against potential reinforcements, so it carries heavy firepower. Boom! The Freedom Front members, already in ambush, launched their attack upon hearing the order. A beam of high-energy laser light struck the training mech. This also signaled the others to attack. What a pity! The Freedom Front members felt disappointed that their first attack had missed its target. Just then, the training mech suddenly knelt down, and the target inside seemed about to jump out. This kneeling perfectly dodged the laser attack. Chapter 1406. Of course, to outsiders, this action appeared as Yang Bo wanting to personally disembark from the mecha to inspect the cargo inside the cargo robot. Because the mecha's cockpit was very high. Only by kneeling could the mecha pilot easily exit. The robot delivering goods, Yang Bo inspecting them, this was perfectly acceptable. No one would notice anything amiss. After the training mecha was attacked, Yang Bo, who was just about to exit the cockpit, simultaneously controlled the training mecha to stand up and then shut down the cockpit. However, the Freedom Front members, far from being discouraged by this situation, were actually delighted. Ha ha! Come out! The two captains of the 10 Freedom Front members laughed heartily. Then the two captains released 2 space mechas, and the 2 captains jumped into the space mechas. The other members also took out space mechas. After taking out their space mechas, these members opened fire on the surrounding watchtowers. Meanwhile, at the March Stars Command and Control Center, they were also attacked by the Freedom Front's armed forces. Furthermore, the entire March Star system network suffered a massive hacker attack. Ha ha! There are even fellow hackers here. Let's see who completes the mission first. 2 members of the Pirate Alliance pulled out space mechs, which then charged towards Yang Bo. The members of the Ace Mercenary Group, seeing this, exchanged glances and quickly hid. The Ace Mercenary Group was also very strong, but the situation was unclear, so they remained on the sidelines observing. They just needed to find the right opportunity to strike and claim the high bounty. The assassins quickly left the scene and headed towards Yang Bo's private land. They likely intended to ambush their target on their way back. A rapid alarm sounded inside Yang Bo's training mech, the alarm indicating it had been hit by laser weapons. Hit! 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 Armor damage 2%. Armor damage 2.5%. Yang Bo listened to the alarm from his training mech. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the 12 space mechs, more than 6 of which were focusing their fire on him. Luckily, these space mechs had just been deployed, and the laser weapon's energy wasn't at maximum. Otherwise, his training mech might have been destroyed in 2 seconds. Yang Bo's training mech staggered to the side, like a drunkard. However, this very movement allowed him to evade a round of concentrated fire. This area was originally a parking area for mechs, so quite a few were parked here. Mainly because many dignitaries and important figures have been visiting March Star recently. After a stumble, Yang Bo's training mech hid behind a 13th generation mech. This 13th generation mech had automatically activated its energy defense system. The mech's passive energy sensor detected intense fluctuations in the surrounding area, so it directly activated the energy defense system. Of course, since the mech's owner was not present, the mech could only activate the passive defense system and could not activate the active attack system, because the mech could not determine who the culprit was. Furthermore, the mech would not move, because the owner was not present. If the mech caused damage or harmed others during movement, the owner would bear full responsibility. Yang Bo's training mech performed poorly, hiding entirely behind other mechs. Of course, this didn't prevent it from evading the enemy mech's attacks, as there were simply too many of them, a total of 6 mechs. Only 4 of the Freedom Front's mechs targeted Yang Bo's mech, while the remaining 6 continuously attacked the surrounding sentry towers. These 6 mechs also released energy-disrupting missiles. Miniature energy-disrupting missiles are primarily designed to target satellite surveillance systems. A single miniature energy-disrupting missile can turn a 20-kilometer radius into a black hole, lasting approximately 5 seconds. This means that during this time, the radar of the aerial surveillance systems would be unable to see the situation in the area, nor could they pinpoint the perpetrators. Of course, miniature energy-disrupting missiles are not something that ordinary people can obtain. The 9th Fleet had already responded to the emergency. However, the 9th Fleet hadn't yet taken action, because military intervention is different. At this moment, Yang Boishan was furious. Because the satellite surveillance system was paying special attention to Yang Bo, Yang Boishan received the news the instant Yang Bo was attacked. Meanwhile, the entire planet's network system was also under attack. While not enough to paralyze the network, it slowed down its response time. Using this time difference, all the surveillance towers and other equipment around Yang Bo were jammed. Then, the release of miniature energy-disrupting missiles caused everything in that area to lose its target. The police drones that had just taken off also failed to locate their targets due to the energy interference and returned along their original path. The entire security force of March Star was drawn to the events unfolding in Yang Bo's location. The entire planet activated its emergency counterterrorism response mechanism immediately. Meanwhile, in another hotel, the remaining 8 squads of the Freedom Front, totaling 40 people, were scattered throughout the hotel. Hearing the alarm sounding, they also acted immediately. Freedom Front personnel planted within the hotel, accompanied by hotel staff, knocked on the room doors. The moment the doors opened, armed Freedom Front members in armor entered the rooms and opened fire, killing the bodyguards. The nobles from the Empire participating in the arena, witnessing this, were filled with rage but dared not move, simply grabbing the guests and taking them away. The Freedom Front's 40 terrorists used the chaos to capture 11 people in the initial moment. Then, using these 11 individuals, they captured over 40 more. This was because the 11 nobles held higher ranks, while the other 40 were essentially subordinate to them. The Freedom Front captured a total of 54 nobles. The highest-ranking noble was a hereditary earl. However, this hereditary earl's father was a Grand Duke. Others included viscounts and barons. Although their titles were not high, their families wielded more influence than their fathers or even their elders' titles. Meanwhile, Yang Bo's training mech was being chased and forced to flee in disarray by 4 Freedom Front mechs and 2 pirate mechs. Warnings of being hit repeatedly blared from inside Yang Bo's training mech. The 6 mechs behind him weren't surprised yet, as someone was hitting the training mech every time. The training mechs were flying around aimlessly, like headless flies. The experienced mech pilots behind them could tell from this that Yang Bo wasn't a skilled mech operator. Skilled mech operators react purposefully and strategically. Like when attacked, their first instinct should be to escape the battlefield, not to keep hiding. Yang Bo continued to utilize the parked mechs in the mech parking area, all of which had activated their energy shields. It wasn't that Yang Bo didn't want to leave the battlefield, but there were ambushes on several roads outside the parking lot. If things went according to plan, his training mechs would either be back on private land, at the police station, or in another shelter. However, the elite mercenary group, the Pirate Alliance, and assassins were all lurking nearby. Furthermore, Yang Bo wanted fame. Even if he defeated one of them during the breakout, it wouldn't surprise anyone. And there were 12 mechs here. If he could take down all 12 of them, he would become famous. Damn it, take out these eyesores first. 3 minutes had passed, and the training mechs were emitting bursts of light from the impact, sparks from activating their armor. But the training mechs continued to dart back and forth like giant black rats. This infuriated the captain of Team A of the Freedom Front, who immediately gave the order. Then he shouted in the public channel, "You two damn idiots, stop causing trouble here." The Freedom Front only had 4 mechs targeting Yongbo, while 6 other mechs were engaged in interception, with 2 mechs continuously releasing microenergy jamming flares. 4 more mechs are currently engaging the police mechs. 3 minutes have passed, and the police have reacted, deploying their man mechs. These mechs are also a show of force, given the abundance of skilled fighters. They need to maintain sufficient firepower to handle any unforeseen events. Each planet has its own guardians, who are highly capable. Furthermore, Zhang Buizhen has his own private army. Of course, the Freedom Front underestimated Yongbo when they made their plan. Yongbo's training mech is still thriving despite being surrounded by 6 mechs. However, the training mech surface is now completely blackened. This is because its external armor was attacked by laser weapons, and the immense heat melted the armor. Originally, the Freedom Front planned to take down Yongbo in a minute at most, as their initial battleground was inside the shopping mall. Although an unexpected event occurred, they remained confident of ending the battle within a minute, considering Yongbo is just a training mech, and they have 4 mechs on their side. Unexpectedly, 2 more mechs appeared. The 2 mech pilots from the Pirate Alliance, hearing the Freedom Front members calling them idiots on the public communication channel, immediately lashed out, shouting, "You're a bunch of pigs. If it weren't for you, we would have taken care of the other side long ago." Why were the 2 sides clashing internally? Because their actions were interfering with each other. Both sides' AI systems, one with 4 mechs from the main force, and the other with 2 from the Pirate Alliance, defaulted to each other as the greatest threat. Although the system had locked onto Yongbo's mech, Yongbo's training mech was unarmed. Therefore, every time the mechs from both sides fired, their first instinct was to defend against the greatest potential threat nearby. Moreover, there was no trust between the 2 sides, so both sides were wary of their own ally. Since they had to be wary of those around them, the mechs needed to maintain sufficient energy reserves, thus reducing their output against Yongbo. Furthermore, during the pursuit, for example, if both mechs planned the same route, but the 2 mechs weren't on the same system, then when both were chasing Yongbo along the same route, they would realize halfway through that their routes were identical, and then both mechs would simultaneously change course. The changed route was definitely not as good as the original planned route, which gave Yongbo more opportunities to survive. Team B, stop those 2 bastards for 30 seconds. The Team A captain yelled. Roger. The Team B members, who were carrying out the interception mission, immediately turned their guns and aimed at the 2 pirate mechs. Chapter 1407. Bastards. The 2 mechs of the Pirate Alliance, attacked by the Freedom Front B team, cursed loudly. Then, the 2 mechs retreated while attacking the Freedom Front members. Then, the Pirate Alliance members also began attacking the Freedom Front members. The rest of the Pirate Alliance had been waiting on the sidelines. The Pirate Alliance members mocked the Freedom Front members. Although they didn't know which city the Freedom Front members were from, they saw a large number of them, and yet, they hadn't managed to take down a single training mech. The Pirate Alliance members were mostly hiding inside the shopping mall, because they needed to kidnap more ordinary people to force March Star to release the pirate criminals they held captive. These people were hiding inside the mall because it was now crowded. The mall had become a shelter. The Pirate Alliance members were also mixed in inside, not showing themselves, because the Pirate Alliance members discovered that others were carrying out terrorist attacks. The Pirate Alliance members' thinking was simple: let others take the lead first. As for the people outside the mall, there were relatively few. Hidden members of the Pirate Alliance launched a surprise attack on the Freedom Front B team. Those on the outskirts of the Freedom Front were caught completely off guard. Now, those on the outskirts of the Freedom Front faced pressure from both the police and the Pirate Alliance. Of course, the police are just putting on a show, because the Alliance prioritizes its own safety. If killing hostages is necessary to ensure their own safety, then these police officers will not hesitate to kill them. Although these police officers are just putting on a show, their numbers are still considerable. The main reason is that the Freedom Front members released energy-disrupting missiles, rendering the mech's automatic attack systems unusable. Otherwise, they would have deployed unmanned mechs. Yongbo saw that the opposing side had suddenly turned on each other, with no one paying any attention to him. The reason Yongbo didn't retaliate immediately was because, if he had resisted before, he would have faced a combined attack from the Free Front Pirate Alliance, and even others hiding in the shadows. Of course, Yang Bo was prepared to wait until he lured the enemy into a suitable battlefield before launching a counterattack. Now that the Free Front and the Pirate Alliance had caught up, his opportunity had arrived. Another reason was that, previously, the Free Front had been continuously releasing energy-disrupting micro-missiles, making it impossible for outsiders to observe the current situation. No matter how well he performed, no one would notice. Now, the Free Front's mechs, which were releasing energy-disrupting missiles, were unable to do so due to the Pirate Alliance's attack, and the number of disruptive missiles was almost exhausted, as 5 minutes had already passed. Yang Bo's training mech was now completely blackened. The surface of the training mech was pitted and uneven, but these were all external armor plates. Because Yang Bo had released mental seeds to the Free Front and the Pirate Alliance members, he was able to anticipate their reactions. If it weren't for the fear of startling others, Yang Bo would have dodged all the attacks long ago. Therefore, the surface of Yang Bo's mech was covered with thousands of cratered holes. That's how many times the enemy had hit him in 3 minutes. It looks quite frightening, but it didn't actually cause any fundamental damage. This is because when Yang Bo was dodging, he deliberately allowed the thicker parts of his armor to take the hits. Although the external armor could withstand attacks from the mech's laser weapons, the high temperature of the laser could still melt the external armor, hence the pitted and uneven surface of the mech. The entire mech was pitch black, and Yang Bo's training mech, with its scrambling and rolling movements as it dodged, looked like a giant black rat bursting into the dormitory. The people inside frantically grabbed various weapons to attack, but the giant black rat was completely unharmed. Yang Bo began to show off his fancy maneuvers. Yang Bo feigned a breakout, and the training mech's rocket pack instantly went into overdrive. The training mech shot off in a flash. However, Yang Bo's training mech had barely escaped when it attracted attention from all sides. The Free Front and the Pirate Alliance, who had been engaged in fierce fighting, simultaneously attacked Yang Bo when they saw him trying to escape. For both sides, Yang Bo was the primary objective, and fighting their own comrades was pointless. If Yang Bo hadn't broken through, the fighting would have continued. But Yang Bo's movement immediately drew their attention to him, and at this moment, the surveillance satellites could already see the situation on the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Boijin's heart was in his throat. But at that moment, Zhang Boijin received another piece of bad news. The anti-government armed group, the Freedom Front, had kidnapped more than 50 nobles from the Empire who had come to participate in the competition inside the hotel. This news shocked Zhang Boijin. The Freedom Front had already posted a message online. The Freedom Front demanded that the alliance dissolve its parliament and hold new elections. Furthermore, they demanded that the anti-government armed group be given official seats. And they demanded that all previous charges against the anti-government armed group be dropped. The anti-government armed group stated that if the alliance did not comply with their demands, they would kill one hostage every minute starting every half hour. The statement, and accompanying video from the Freedom Front, an anti-government alliance, immediately drew worldwide attention. The alliance declared a state of emergency. This is because the Freedom Front has a history of atrocities. Furthermore, the attack on Yang Bo was discovered by the news media. Many others were present at the scene of the attack, filming the incident. The Freedom Front members had kidnapped an imperial nobleman inside a hotel. The outside world had limited information, but Yang Bo was being attacked in the mech parking area. No matter the circumstances, there are always those who are fearless. The mech parking area was now in chaos, littered with marks left by laser weapons. Those broadcasting live were recounting the events. At that moment, Yang Bo broke out in one direction, and the Freedom Front and Pirate Alliance members, who had been fighting fiercely, instantly launched a concentrated attack on him. Yang Bo's training mech had its energy engine at maximum power during the breakout. The Pirate Alliance and the Freedom Front launched a concentrated attack, the explosive energy causing the training mech to go out of control. After going out of control, the training mech darted left and right, then even began to spin. This scene surprised the viewers watching the live stream. A training mech this simple, how could it go out of control? It's probably scared by the concentrated energy attack. It looks like there's more than one group targeting Yang Bo. Has Yang Bo offended so many people? The viewers discussed amongst themselves. However, a few people felt a chill when they saw Yang Bo's training mech begin to spin rapidly, because this situation seemed familiar. Chapter 1408. Yang Bo's training mech was inherently heavier than other mechs of the same type. Because, aside from its basic functions, the training mech had no other modules, everything else was armor. Yang Bo's training mech looked as if it had been sniped by other mechs during a high-speed breakout. Then, while changing direction, it lost control, the entire mech spinning rapidly, and the speed kept increasing. Now, to others, Yang Bo's mech looked like a rapidly spinning top. However, what was puzzling was that for the first 10 seconds or so, this rapidly spinning top not only didn't collide with anything else, but also dodged the anti-government forces and the Pirate Alliance's snipers. The only puzzling thing was why Yang Bo's training mech's rotation speed was increasing. This situation caused the anti-government forces and the Pirate Alliance members to curse, because both sides had to be wary of each other while also sniping Yang Bo. In addition, police drones began to fly over and begin attacking. However, the police's attack power was clearly weaker, mainly because all police resources were focused on the hotel. Because the hotel incident involved a terrorist attack and a large number of people, it was the highest priority. Even Zhang Boijin couldn't easily change this. It's out of control. Based on my experience, it's absolutely out of control. Those using the training mechs are either novices or lack mech talent. I must say, Yang Bo's timing was absolutely perfect. But unfortunately, he overlooked one thing: both sides are targeting him. If he hadn't moved, things would have been fine. If he makes a move, neither side will let him off. Because of the ancient martial arts tournament, there are quite a few online bloggers on MarchStar. One of these bloggers mainly analyzes international affairs and has over 80 million followers across the internet. This blogger uses various methods to belittle the Empire or the Federation to gain attention from the Alliance's viewers. Anyway, the three countries have been quite successful in educating themselves. They all look down on the other two. This blogger has recently become very popular because when the Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State first clashed, he predicted that the Federal Central State would lose. He claimed that the soldiers in the Federation fleet were slaves to their officers. Those officers were also all cronies, useless members of their families, placed in the army to collect salaries without working. Subsequently, the Federal Central State lost to the Pirate Alliance, making this person quite famous recently. Furthermore, this person is also a high-level mech pilot. Therefore, this blogger's commentary has received a lot of approval. Anyone in the same boat would doubt that the mech was still under human control, given its abnormally high rotation speed. Yang Bo's training mech was spinning like a top, moving at breakneck speed without any discernible trajectory. Last year, the mech's rocket packs were running at full power, accelerating its rotation. Even the Pirate Alliance and the Freedom Front were cursing under their breath, because despite firing simultaneously, they hadn't managed to hit Yang Bo's training mech once. Meanwhile, Wang Muxue in the 9th Fleet saw Yang Bo piloting the training mech, which on the ground resembled a giant spinning top. A slight smile appeared on his lips. TSK TSK. Just then, Yang Bo's mech suddenly slammed into another mech. This mech was someone else's 14th generation mech, its surface protected by an energy shield. Because mechs can only passively defend, they can't move or actively attack, as their owners aren't present. The immense power of Yang Bo's training mech, a heavy spinning top, sent this mech flying. Coincidentally, this mech crashed directly into several mechs from the Freedom Front. Yang Bo's training mech didn't slow down at all. After colliding with a 14th generation mech, it bounced back at high speed onto another mech, sending that one flying again. This time, Yang Bo's training mech hurtled towards a building on the other side. It slammed into the building, smashing through the exterior decorations to reveal the warship armor underneath. Then, the training mech was bounced back by the immense force. The two mechs that had just been knocked away flew in two directions, one towards the 4 mechs of the Freedom Front, and the other towards a mech of the Pirate Alliance. The 4 Freedom Front mechs dodged in a flash, as did the Pirate Alliance mechs. However, just as both sides had dodged these two mechs, one of the Freedom Front mechs had just avoided the 14th generation mech. Then it was suddenly struck by Yang Bo's training mech. It turned out that, after being bounced into the air, Yang Bo's training mech drew a strange arc, like a banana kick. Yang Bo's training mech was like a heavy, spinning top, while the Freedom Front mechs were simply not in the same league in terms of weight. The Freedom Front's mech was sent flying by the impact, while Yang Bo's mech instantly rammed into another Freedom Front mech beside it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yang Bo's training mech bounced repeatedly between the 4 mechs, like a bouncy ball. Then all 4 mechs were sent flying by the impact. And the time it took for Yang Bo's training mech to knock down the 4 mechs was less than a second. The 4 Freedom Front mechs were operating together. The viewers watching the live stream were dumbfounded. Even those at the scene stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. This is impossible. What did I just see? No one could believe their eyes, and at that moment, Yang Bo's training mech traced a strange arc through the air, crashing directly into the Freedom Front's B-Team mech. The Freedom Front still had 6 mechs, one engaged in sniping the police and drones, while the other was fighting against the Pirate Alliance's mechs. The 6 mech pilots from the Freedom Front were completely taken aback by the fact that the other 4 mechs had been destroyed so quickly. They were also startled by what they had just witnessed. These 4 mechs were the organization's elite. Before they could react, Yang Bo's training mech flew over again. Only 2 of the 6 mechs could turn around and face Yang Bo's mech, and they opened fire. Yang Bo's mech exploded in flames in midair, looking like a bright red meteor. This was from an energy weapon, striking the mech's external armor and generating intense heat. The intense heat melted the external armor, creating a jet of superheated energy. At this moment, the others finally noticed the 4 mechs that had just been struck by Yang Bo's training mech. After being knocked away and landing, there was no reaction whatsoever. No one knew what happened. Normally, such an impact shouldn't cause any problems. Judging from the distance the mech was thrown, the impact force didn't seem very high. And this was a state-of-the-art space mech. Space mechs are much safer because their price is outrageous, so there shouldn't be any issues with safety. Most military mechs are manufactured to the minimum safety standards. This is to reduce costs, but space mechs, sought after by the wealthy, are definitely manufactured to the highest safety standards. This brings us to Yang Bo's impact skill. This was only because Yang Bo had mostly controlled his skill, otherwise, the mech inside the cockpit would have been a pool of blood. Yang Bo's training mech transformed into a fiery meteor, directly striking the other 6 members of the Freedom Front. Yang Bo's training mech seemed to have gone out of control again, crashing into the surface of a building, because the anti-government forces were sniping from the building surface. However, Yang Bo's training mech bounced off the building surface. After this bounce, it spun directly towards the 4:2 o'clock position, then, as if by an invisible force, pulled the spinning mech towards the 3 o'clock position. This knocked away another anti-government mech. Then, Yang Bo's high-speed spinning training mech bounced around aimlessly, like a bouncy ball, crashing into things without any trajectory. The 6 anti-government mechs were caught off guard. 4 of them were already engaged in combat with the police. The 4 mechs that were originally besieging Yang Bo were their strongest. Now that their strongest point has been breached, they can't focus their attacks on Yang Bo anymore. The police drones, along with their drone mechs and mechs, while not making any real progress, are still firmly holding back several mechs. Moreover, Yang Bo's training mech's rebound speed is too fast. It reaches speeds of Mach 10. And the distance between these mechs isn't far, so Yang Bo used his training mech to launch all 6 mechs away in less than a second. If the last time Yang Bo launched 4 mechs away in this way was a coincidence, then it happened again in less than a second, because Yang Bo's mech's rotation speed is too fast, and its flight speed exceeds Mach 10. The distance from where the other 4 mechs were launched to the current distance of the 6 mechs is only about 1.8 kilometers. At Mach 10, that's 0.52 seconds. From the moment 4 mechs were knocked away to the moment 6 were knocked away, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. The same action repeated itself within those 2 seconds. Was this still a coincidence? The Pirate Alliance members gasped at the sight. Then, they took off running because Yang Bo's training mech was still spinning rapidly. The Pirate Alliance members scattered in all directions. Although Yang Bo's training mech wasn't spinning in their direction, the Pirate Alliance members felt a chill run down their spines. Because in those few seconds, Yang Bo's training mech hadn't once been spinning directly towards its target. To be precise, it had been spinning away, but unexpectedly, Yang Bo's training mech actually flew away. The direction Yang Bo's training mech flew away was towards his private land. Meanwhile, the police were also closely monitoring Yang Bo's situation. Upon seeing this, all their equipment was deployed. Drones and drone mechs were dispatched to pursue the Pirate Alliance members, though the police didn't yet know they were from the Pirate Alliance. Another group quickly subdued the Freedom Front members. However, the Freedom Front's 10 mechs lay scattered on the ground. The police first tightly attached self-destructing drones to the 10 mechs. Once attached, these drones would detonate if the mechs moved, blasting them away. Hiss! Even Zhang Boijun was stunned for a moment before gasping. He had no idea how to evaluate Yang Bo's actions. Just then, Niu Bo spoke up. It seems there are still people blocking Yang Bo's way back. Quick! Use the surveillance satellite to broadcast live. Zhang Boijun quickly said. Chapter 1409. The entire internet erupted in an uproar. Then someone finally remembered. Little Bull Run. On the Mech Pilot Training Network, a mech pilot named Little Bull Run had used this method to achieve victory after victory. Those who had watched Little Bull Run's battle videos knew that his operation wasn't just similar to Yang Bo's, it was practically identical, And Yang Bo's operation was even more outrageous. One training mech defeated 10 space mechs, and it all happened in just 3 seconds. Now everyone understood that Yang Bo's training mech hadn't been given a chance by the criminals for a long time. It was Yang Bo's own skill, not luck. 10 space mechs. Criminals. 10 space mechs were worth at least 100 billion credits. And in just 2 seconds, Yang Bo defeated these 100 billion credit space mechs. However, at that moment, someone started live streaming Yang Bo's training mech and was attacked by unidentified armed forces. It turned out that Yang Bo's training mechs were ambushed on their way back to his private land. This time, it was 2 elite mercenary groups, 6 space mechs, and 6 elite mercenaries. These 2 elite mercenary groups were unlucky, because they had adopted a radio silence strategy. In other words, these 2 elite mercenary groups were trying to avoid being detected, because receiving a radio signal would alert the surveillance satellites in the sky. 2 elite mercenary groups, 6 people per group. Both elite mercenary groups had chosen the route Yang Bo was bound to take back to his private land. They then used their unique mercenary signals to confirm they were traveling together, and then silently lay in ambush in one place. Even the elite mercenary groups weren't confident they could intercept Yang Bo, as someone might beat them to it. However, the elite mercenary groups had their own procedures, lying in ambush, just in case. During this process, they had to maintain radio silence, meaning they couldn't receive any radio signals. Because both elite mercenary groups knew that March Star's surveillance satellites were operating at full capacity, and radar was searching the entire ground. Any unusual signal would be detected. Persistence paid off. The 2 elite mercenary groups finally saw the black training mech, its surface riddled with dents. Each of the 2 elite mercenary groups, with 3 mechs and 3 elite mercenaries each, instantly attacked. The mercenary groups had a tacit understanding. Both sides knew Yang Bo's importance, and that there was very little time for reaction, so they cooperated. 2 elite mercenary groups, 6 mechs. And they were space mechs. The 6 space mechs swarmed towards Yang Bo's mech. 2 elite mercenary groups, led by their vice captains this time. The mercenaries were focused on completing their mission efficiently, so all 6 mechs swarmed in. The tactics of the 2 elite mercenary groups were simple. Open the can and rush in, forcibly pulling Yang Bo out of the training mech. Then quickly retreat. The 2 elite mercenary groups, along with several other elite mercenaries, were already setting up their escape route using energy jamming equipment. This equipment could interfere with all surrounding electronic devices for a short period. These elite mercenaries had already prepared their equipment, waiting for the 6 mechs to open Yang Bo's can and then activate the equipment. 6 mechs attacked Yang Bo from both sides in a pincer movement. Yang Bo's actions had been witnessed by many, especially the viewers on March Star, as locals were eager to know what had happened. Therefore, after Yang Bo piloted his training mech away, he was immediately live-streamed by everyone who could see him along the way. These people gained a surge of attention. Of course, neither these people nor the viewers expected anyone to dare to intercept Yang Bo. The dozens of people live-streaming this scene instantly attracted millions to tens of millions of different viewers to their accounts. Because Yang Bo's trajectory was constantly moving, while the live-streamers couldn't, these viewers had to constantly switch between live streams. The platform also used intelligent recommendations. Yang Bo disappeared from one live stream and immediately reappeared in another. Seeing the 6 mechs suddenly appear, they actually took the initiative to attack Yang Bo. The viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded, and these 6 mechs even abandoned their preferred ranged attacks and went straight for the kill. Where did these idiots come from? Do these guys think Yang Bo is no match for them? Now I finally understand why criminals in movies and TV shows always get caught by the police. Are criminals all this stupid? Are criminals still living in the Stone Age? Don't they ever check the internet? Judging from their movements and reactions, they must be a mercenary group. And judging from their formation, there must be 2 mercenary groups. A while ago, I saw a bounty on Yang Bo's head at the mercenary guild. Later, I heard that the mission was taken by 2 elite mercenary groups. These criminals aren't unconnected, it's just that there was a terrorist attack on March Star. If they were connected, the signal fluctuations would be easily detected. Haha, this is going to be interesting. This Yang Bo truly lives up to his reputation as the creator of Yang-style Meteor Fist. What's so special about him? He's supposed to be the creator of Tai Chi? What exactly is Tai Chi now? We have no idea. Go watch Little Bull's mech simulation combat video. His fighting style is exactly the same as Yang Bo's. He's spinning. Yang Bo's spinning again. The training mech is spinning again. Haha, These 6 bumbling thieves actually chased after him. Ha ha. Ha ha. The people watching the live stream discussed amongst themselves, then burst into laughter. Because during the live stream, Yang Bo's training mech saw someone blocking its way and turned mid-flight. Then the classic scene unfolded. After turning, Yang Bo's training mech crashed into a nearby building. After colliding with the building, the training mech began to spin, and then it started spinning rapidly. Just like before, the 6 mechs intercepting Yang Bo didn't back down. Instead, they charged forward gleefully. The pilots of these 6 mechs, seeing the current situation, assumed Yang Bo's training mech had gone out of control. The viewers in the live stream could already predict the fate of these 6 mechs. Yang Bo's mech crashed into buildings, its speed increasing rapidly. The 6 mechs were also incredibly fast, activating their rocket packs, but despite their frantic maneuvering, they couldn't even touch Yang Bo's training mech. Yang Bo's training mech was like a running motor, and the power source was the rocket pack. The rocket pack's power was immense, propelling the massive mech at an incredibly high speed, but just then, a string of curses came through the communication channels of the 2 elite mercenary groups. "You idiots, run!" It turned out that the leaders of the 2 elite mercenary groups had remotely activated top-level communication. Because the mercenary group leader had witnessed how Yang Bo's training mechs defeated 10 mechs. Yang Bo, having released spiritual seeds into the minds of the 2 vice leaders of elite mercenary groups, naturally knew about this incident. He sneered inwardly, "You came here thinking you could run? Stay and strengthen my soul." Chapter 14:10. Yang Bo said this because he had released spiritual seeds into others. By killing them, their souls would become nourishment for his own. Once released, spiritual seeds cannot be removed, and the consequence is that they can easily cause fatal damage to the other party. The souls of those from the Freedom Front that Yang Bo had just killed became nourishment for his own soul. Yang Bo felt his spiritual power had increased by about 10% after killing those Freedom Front members. This was a remarkable improvement, considering Yang Bo's current spiritual power was extremely abnormal. Of course, absorbing the souls of others also had certain side effects. That is, for a certain period of time, those deeply ingrained memory fragments within the soul would continuously influence him. This prevented Yang Bo from indiscriminately releasing spiritual seeds to strengthen himself, otherwise, he would suffer from a split personality. After absorbing these souls, Yang Bo needed time to settle and erase some of the deeply ingrained memory fragments. In short, Yang Bo would not kill those who release spiritual seeds unless absolutely necessary. Because being able to release a spiritual seed from Yang Bo was valuable enough. The 6 elite mercenaries from the 2 ace mercenary groups, currently on a mission, heard their leader's order and prepared to flee without hesitation. These 6 elite mercenaries were using 6 space mechs. These elite members of the ace mercenary groups wouldn't question their leader's orders, though they didn't know why. The 6 elite members of the ace mercenary groups, although they immediately chose to stop advancing, the inertia of the mechs still propelled them forward. Because the 6 elite mercenaries piloting space mechs were trying to capture Yang Bo immediately, they were sprinting at full speed, aiming for a swift victory. The viewers watching the live stream were excited. I wonder what kind of iconic scene Yang Bo will create this time. That's amazing. He can even do that with a training mech. Yang Bo must be a psychic. Why is Yang Bo using a training mech? Doesn't he have the talent of a mech pilot? Probably not. If he's this good at operating a training mech, he'd be even better with a regular one. I wonder what will become of these criminals. Something seems off. These space mechs seem to be slowing down. Haha, everyone, keep your eyes peeled. I feel like an iconic scene is about to unfold. The viewers in the live stream saw Yang Bo's mech spinning rapidly. And while spinning, it was constantly crashing into things around it. Some of the things that were hit by Yang Bo's training mech's high-speed spin were knocked away. The debris set flying crashed directly into the criminal's 6 mechs. The remaining debris consisted of buildings, and Yang Bo's mech bounced around like a bouncy ball, propelled by the high-speed rotation. Suddenly, Yang Bo's mech was launched into the air. This time, however, it was launched in a straight line into the air. The 6 mechs on the ground slowed down. Then, the 6 mechs retreated rapidly. They split into 2 groups of 3, moving in 2 directions. Further away, 2 elite mercenary groups were preparing to provide backup. The elite mercenary group's plan was excellent, because in this era of intelligent systems, there were still surveillance satellites monitoring the situation. To escape the battlefield easily, they needed to use energy interference to disrupt the various detectors of the intelligent systems. The 6 mercenaries in the elite group now knew what had happened. The leaders of the 2 elite mercenary groups simultaneously gave a brief report, Yang Bo had single-handedly destroyed 10 space mechs. Frankly, the elite mercenaries present didn't believe their leader's words. They thought their leader's statements were incorrect. Because these mercenaries couldn't fathom how a single training mech could destroy 10 space airports. Destroying them was no simple task. These elite mercenaries didn't have time to review the recordings. Their primary task was to escape. Yang Bo's training mech seemed strange, out of control, posing no threat whatsoever. Why did their leader say that? But at that moment, Yang Bo's training mech spontaneously launched into the air. However, the training mech's trajectory seemed to differ from what the elite mercenaries had anticipated. Yang Bo's training mech was launched into the air, then traced a graceful arc before crashing directly into 3 space mechs belonging to one of the mercenary groups. The 3 space mechs of the elite mercenary group were in combat mode, but they had just changed direction, meaning they had switched from executing an attack order to withdrawing from the scene. The mechs had just stopped and were retreating in another direction when their speed was at its lowest, as they transitioned from high-speed forward movement to retreat. First, the speed will drop to 0 before accelerating backward. This takes time. Furthermore, the mech's energy consumption is significant during this time, as the energy consumption is greatest when the mech suddenly stops. The energy consumption is already high, and the additional energy required to change the mech's speed from forward to backward makes this the weakest point for the mech. Yang Bo's training mech rapidly drew an arc in the air before crashing into 3 space mechs belonging to one of the mercenary groups. This mercenary group saw Yang Bo's training mech hurtling towards them in a strange trajectory in midair. To be honest, the mercenaries in the group were extremely arrogant. Just when they thought they were about to capture Yang Bo, their leader ordered a retreat. These mercenaries were carrying out their leader's secret, but now that Yang Bo had delivered himself to their doorstep, they weren't afraid at all. Moreover, these mercenaries were using even more powerful space mechs, so when they saw Yang Bo's mech turn around, instead of retreating, they attacked him. Those watching the live stream sensed something was wrong. This wasn't Yang Bo's style. Moreover, these viewers thought the 3 mercenaries from the elite mercenary group were complete idiots. If it were them, they would have scattered and fled as far as they could, instead of forming a battle formation to fight Yang Bo head-on. Yang Bo's training mech was a pitch-black blob, like a dark meteorite, due to its high-speed rotation. Just then, a burst of light erupted from Yang Bo's training mech. Then, Yang Bo's training mech, at a speed exceeding Mach 16, instantly veered towards the other 3 mechs. The other 3 mechs, belonging to another elite mercenary group, were retreating in combat stance. At this time, the 6 mechs from the 2 elite mercenary groups were relatively close. Because Yang Bo's training mech wasn't targeting him, these 3 mechs weren't prepared for combat. When Yang Bo's training mech was only 200 meters away from these 3 mechs, its rocket pack suddenly ignited, instantly altering its trajectory. Any high-speed moving object, with a small amount of force, can have its direction drastically deflected. A simple example is driving at high speed. The steering wheel angle is very small when turning, because a large angle and high speed would cause it to veer instantly to another direction. This is why some cars and accidents crash into guardrails instantly. These 3 mechs only had time to activate their energy shields, because 200 meters is too short for a speed of Mach 16. Even if the mech pilot's nerves and hands could react in time, could the mechs actually execute commands? 3 space mechs were directly rammed by Yang Bo's training mech, the immense spinning force sending them flying. The energy glow on the energy shield instantly dimmed. After colliding with the 3 space mechs, Yang Bo's training mech then arced off in another direction. Bravo! The viewers in the live stream cheered loudly, as they saw Yang Bo's mech abruptly change direction mid-spinning. Precise control is crucial at speeds exceeding Mach 16. Mach 16 means traveling 16 times the speed of sound per second. That's approximately 5.4 kilometers per second. Yang Bo, only a few hundred meters from the first target, precisely issued the command. The rocket pack ignited instantly, propelling the mech to a sudden turn. How difficult is this? Even a 0.001 second delay in reaction time would result in a direct collision. A 0.001 second increase would alter the mech's trajectory, causing it to move earlier. However, the mercenaries present and the mercenary leaders watching the live stream were horrified when they saw Yang Bo's training mech flying in the direction it was heading. Yang Bo's training mech was flying directly towards the direction of the elite mercenary group's support team. The mercenaries responsible for the support team were terrified when they saw Yang Bo's training mech approaching. These mercenaries were elite soldiers, the core of the group, all possessing various superpowers, and all at a high level. They didn't bother to conceal their identities, and scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, Even an A+ level superpowered individual might not be able to defeat a mech, let alone a training mech controlled by a monstrous figure like Yang Bo. These scattered mercenaries were simply no match for Yang Bo's training mech. They were repeatedly rammed into it and sent flying. Then, when the soldiers were no longer an option, Yang Bo's training mech used a bizarre maneuver to crash into the remaining 3 space mechs. At this moment, the pilots inside the 3 space mechs felt completely numb. The situation had reversed in an instant. It all happened in just a few seconds, and the pilots of the 3 space mechs didn't have time to think. Thinking too much was useless, their cover was gone, and escape was impossible. Surrender? Surrender to the police immediately. The 3 mercenary leaders remotely ordered. So, tracked by the surveillance satellite, the 3 space mechs rushed towards the police in the distance. And the 3 space mechs shouted loudly through public communication channels and their external speakers, "We surrender. We are from the mercenary group. We surrender." Meanwhile, Yang Bo's training mech crashed into several buildings before finally returning to normal. Finally, Yang Bo's training mech flew directly towards his private land. The viewers watching the live stream were incredibly excited, because Yang Bo had made history with his training mech. It could be said that he had set a world record. The training mechs took down 13 space mechs in one go. The Freedom Front's 10 mechs, and 3 mechs from an elite mercenary group, not to mention the invaluable casualties. Every member of the elite mercenary group was an elite among elites, 1 in a million, perhaps even 1 in a million. These 2 elite mercenary groups might go bankrupt because of this operation, as they openly lost 3 space mechs. That's worth at least 30 billion credits, not to mention the 6 elite soldiers they lost. For an elite mercenary group, talent is the most valuable asset. Only talented individuals can continuously generate profits. Yang Bo's reluctance to show himself was partly due to the chaotic situation outside. Although he had conducted preliminary reconnaissance, who knew if anyone was secretly plotting something? Furthermore, some things need to ferment for a while before he intervenes. This will yield better results. Yang Bo piloted his training mech and successfully returned to the villa. Yang Bo, you scared us to death. Yes, it was too dangerous. Yang Bo, you're not allowed to take risks in the future. A training mech is just a training mech. Su Wei and the others had also watched the live broadcast, but they were more worried about Yang Bo. I listened to you. It's a pity the gifts I prepared for you are gone. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't say that everything was planned, because that would worry Su Wei and the others. At this moment, Yang Bo saw on the news that March Star had descended into chaos. First, many of the planet's security systems had been attacked, whether by the government, businesses, or merchants. This was a disaster for the entire planet. The losses were immeasurable. The Freedom Front and the Pirate Alliance launched a terrorist attack. The Freedom Front kidnapped over 50 imperial nobles in a hotel. The Pirate Alliance kidnapped over 500 people in a shopping mall. Both the Freedom Front and the Pirate Alliance presented their demands. The Freedom Front demanded the resignation of the current ruling party, the dissolution of the president, vice president, prime minister, and cabinet, and the holding of new elections. With the Freedom Front required to secure a certain number of seats, the Pirate Alliance's demands were much simpler: the release of the pirates imprisoned on March Star. Yang Bo smiled inwardly. This was exactly the result he wanted. Of course, Yang Bo also knew he was now famous, and very famous at that. Chapter 1411. I want to go out and hide for a while. What do you think? Yang Bo was happy inside, but outwardly he still appeared worried. The women were curious when they heard Yang Bo say this. I feel like a quest NPC in a game right now. One after another, people are targeting me. And I feel like I had exceptionally good luck today. I was originally going to go to the mall to pick something up, but then I didn't want to go inside, so I had someone deliver it. If I had gone into the mall, I might be in that video right now. The video Yang Bo was referring to was of the Pirate Alliance kidnapping hundreds of people in a mall, dragging out all the important figures, making them kneel in front of them, and then beating them one by one. This was to threaten the March Star government into releasing the imprisoned pirates. The women immediately understood. Yang Bo spoke again: Pirate Alliance, elite mercenaries, anti-government forces. They're all after me, this celebrity. They all want to capture me and expand their influence. So if I'm still on March Star, I might encounter even more trouble. Not just myself, but you might also be implicated. Let's go out and hide for a while, then we come back. Yang Bo was now looking for an excuse to leave the alliance. This was a perfect opportunity. After all, the situation he was facing was so dangerous, and given his cowardly nature as a homebody, it was understandable that he was afraid of such things. How do you plan to escape? I think some of these people are targeting March Star, and some might be targeting Zhongbo Town. It's very likely that some of the financial groups within the alliance are involved. So if we try to escape, it'd be easy for these financial groups to discover our tracks. Then, their methods might be even more sophisticated, Su Wei said. Su Wei also knew how fierce the competition was between the various financial groups within the alliance. What I mean by escaping is leaving March Star in a private spaceship and disappearing into space. We'd bring enough supplies on the spaceship. We have a space quantum communication module. We can play games and go online. We can find any star system and hide for a few years. I have a training mech manufacturing plant in the spaceport. This intelligent factory is perfectly capable of providing us with a comfortable living environment. It's actually a converted transport spaceship. Yang Bo had already planned it out. Of course, we can buy a better private spaceship. Yang Bo himself didn't mind. He could teleport anywhere at any time. The key issue was that with several women on the spaceship, there was a possibility of various problems arising over time. Although the spaceship has all sorts of facilities, staying in this environment for too long can be uncomfortable. Of course, this won't last long, as the current situation is already chaotic enough. The Emperor of the Empire holds a considerable amount of incriminating material on the Alliance. Yang Bo estimates that the Emperor will soon release this material to further destabilize the Alliance. The Alliance has declared a state of emergency, primarily because the anti-government Freedom Front has kidnapped the Empire's participants in the arena tournament. These are nobles of the Empire. Furthermore, the Pirate Alliance has kidnapped hundreds of people. This is a severe test for March Star, and also a test for the entire Alliance. Hearing Yang Bo's words, the women still had some doubts, but they had no better choice at the moment. The women felt that Yang Bo's method wasn't the best solution. Even if they went out to hide for a while, they would eventually have to return. Then, they might face a host of troubles or dangers, but there was truly no better option at the moment. Then what if we encountered danger in space? The women were still somewhat uneasy. After all, what if there was danger in the vast expanse of space? Although they had encountered various dangers on planets, they were only temporary. The governments and nations of each planet had sufficient power, even danger was fleeting. But in the vast expanse of space, if they encountered pirate groups or other armed forces, the consequences would be unimaginable. I considered all of this, so I decided to modify the Training Mech Smart Factory. Convert this Training Mech Smart Factory into an armed spaceship. However, such a modification is illegal within the Alliance, so we need to leave the Alliance. Judging from the current situation, some capital within the Alliance is already using extreme measures to threaten Fourth Brother. If I disappear now, it will actually help Fourth Brother. I have him secretly prepare some things for me then. Yang Bo again dragged Zhang Buizhen into the mix, using his influence to his advantage. If any weapons or equipment appear on the spaceship, none of them will suspect anything. The women still had some doubts after hearing this, but Yang Bo was right. Yang Bo, do you have a pilot's license? Can you pilot a spaceship? She asked. I can take the test. I'm telling you this now mainly to get your opinions. I originally wanted to go to the Empire, but I learned something from the second game world, so some people in the Empire want more from me. Besides, I offended quite a few nobles in the Empire last time. As for the Federation, it's too chaotic, there's no guarantee of safety there. And going to other planets within the Alliance would be even more dangerous for me, so the vast starry sky is the only option now. Yang Bo analyzed carefully. Su Wei immediately agreed after hearing Yang Bo's explanation. Yang Bo, I listen to you. Me too, the other women chimed in. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. The rest would be much easier. Yang Bo first communicated with Zhang Buizhen, expressing his desire to pilot a spaceship and venture out for a while, essentially, to hide away until things return to normal on March Star. Zhang Buizhen found Yang Bo's idea somewhat strange, but considering Yang Bo's recent experiences, he agreed. Zhang Buizhen was currently overwhelmed with problems, and Yang Bo was a weakness to him. If Yang Bo went on an adventure, it would be tantamount to disappearing. Yang Bo asked Zhang Buizhen to help him obtain a spaceship pilot's license. Then, there was Wang Muxue. When Wang Muxue heard that Yang Bo was going into hiding for a while, and that he would be piloting the spaceship alone, her first thought was that Yang Bo was up to something big again. What will I do if you leave? Wang Muxue texted Yang Bo directly. What do you plan to do? Yang Bo asked. To be honest, Yang Bo didn't want Wang Muxue to come with him on this adventure, because there were many bugs in the process of finding the warship, especially for someone as skilled as Wang Muxue. However, Yang Bo couldn't simply refuse her. I want to go with you. Wang Mushua's intuition told her that Yang Bo was definitely up to something big this time. Wang Mushua still didn't really understand what kind of person Yang Bo was. Of course you can. You can pilot the spaceship. It's just a bit of a waste for a future high-ranking official like you to pilot a small civilian spaceship. Yang Bo knew that Wang Mushua was testing him, because he had also released a spiritual seed into her. A career-driven woman like Wang Mushua would never give up her career, although she felt that she was definitely going to do something big this time. Yang Bo will only notify Wang Mushua after he finds the warship. Only then, when he has acquired a fleet, will Wang Mushua be able to join him. Because at that point, the fleet will belong to him, and naturally, to Wang Mushua as well. Right now, the 9th Fleet belongs to the Alliance. Wang Mushua is only in charge of its management, not truly owning a fleet. Alright, I ask for leave first. Have you thought about how to tell Su Wei and the others? Wang Mushua was still testing Yang Bo. What's so hard about saying it? I believe they understand me perfectly well. If they don't, then use family discipline. Yang Bo replied again. You scoundrel. I'm going to ask for leave. Wang Mushua replied. Su Wei and the others were preparing for the upcoming voyage. Yang Bo, should we bring Shen Gongmao and the others along? Su Wei asked. Take them if you want. What about our Flower Fruit Mountain and 10,000 Flower Valley? There are still mutated black rock bees inside? How about we have Li Qiubai and the other 2 stay here and watch over them for us? They're company employees anyway. Alternatively, we can control them remotely through the intelligence system. Which method do you think is better? Yang Bo actually already knew what to do, but he still wanted to get everyone's opinions. Remote control isn't a panacea. What if someone uses energy interference or hacks us? After all, mutated black rock bees are very valuable. Jokerson said. Okay, then let them watch over them for now. Yang Bo nodded. Just then, the Empire's mainstream media published a news article. The title was, The Free Alliance Every Day. It contained incriminating material that Yang Bo had provided to politicians and research institutions within the Imperial Alliance. These individuals sold the Alliance's citizens information, luring selected individuals abroad for various perverse studies and experiments. The information published in the Imperial mainstream media was extremely detailed, involving specific individuals. What Yang Bo didn't expect was that the Imperial media reported even more information involving some Federation companies. Following this, the federal government issued a statement announcing the arrest of personnel from these companies and uncovering a great deal of evidence. Only then did Yang Bo realize that the Imperial Emperor hadn't released this information earlier because he was better prepared. This is terrifying. Su Wei and the others were utterly astonished by the news reports. Chapter 1412. Human society has always been accompanied by a dark side. Where there is light, there is darkness. In its most primitive form, humans were essentially no different from animals. Even after thousands of years of civilization, some primitive tribes still engaged in internecine warfare, and there were even cannibalistic tribes. This is the law of the jungle. From primitive tribes to today's technological society, humanity has always survived within the law of the jungle. Without the law of the jungle, human civilization could not have developed to its current state. The law of the jungle, simply put, is competition and survival of the fittest. The more capable, the more resources they enjoy. Even now, with the technology of these 3 countries having reached this level, they still compete with each other. However, civilization's development seems to have reached a bottleneck. While space teleportation technology is developing, there haven't been any major breakthroughs, mainly due to significant limitations. Furthermore, the cost is too high, and there's currently no way to reduce it. Of course, as civilization continues to develop, these costs will gradually decrease. Hearing Su Wei's words, Yang Bo sighed. The capitalists of the Alliance are capable of anything. This time, I was not only attacked by anti-government forces, but also by the Pirate Alliance, and even 2 elite mercenary groups. Yang Bo spoke so clearly because the authorities had identified the attackers through the identities of the dead, thus determining who Yang Bo's group was. Although the Pirate Alliance members weren't killed by Yang Bo's training mechs, they did directly enter the shopping mall and kidnapped several hundred people. 2 squads from the Freedom Front were wiped out by Yang Bo, their space mechs also destroyed. Their identities have been confirmed by the authorities, as have the identities of the 2 elite mercenary groups. I feel that Alliance capitalists are involved behind these people. These guys will use all sorts of methods to achieve their goals. In the early years, the probability of Alliance presidents being assassinated was quite high mainly because capitalists were dissatisfied with some of the decisions made by the alliance presidents, which damaged their interests. Yang Bo said all of this was true, and he was saying it now to get himself out of this planet faster. Shocking. Deliberately leaking citizens' information to criminal organizations. Criminal organizations use citizens' information to identify their weaknesses, then use those weaknesses to lure these people out and sell them to laboratories for experiments. These political families, I never thought they could be so ruthless. Joe Kersen looked at the sets of data in the news reports. Each set of data represented an alliance citizen being lured abroad and sold to a related laboratory. The most crucial element is the citizens' information. The reason these citizens are so easily lured abroad is because their information contains big data, allowing overseas criminal organizations to launch targeted operations based on this data. This makes them even more vulnerable to deception. In other words, in the current environment, it's very difficult to be scammed if someone doesn't have access to the citizens' information. Furthermore, the political families involved are wielding considerable influence within the alliance. Even someone like Joe Kersen, from a less prominent family, finds this situation unbelievable. Because these political families have held sway for many years. First, various groups within the alliance rushed to speak out. These groups strongly condemned the actions of the Luo family. The first to issue a statement was the Pierre family. This is the family Sophie belongs to. Sophie had known about this for a long time, but only spoke out now that the incident had erupted. The Pierre family is also a political family. With the first political family stepping forward, other political families quickly followed suit. In fact, for these families, if one falls from grace, the others will take advantage of the situation. Because the downfall of a political family brings many benefits. The Luo family wields enormous influence in the alliance's energy industry. And the energy industry is a highly profitable and monopolistic sector. Others have long coveted this industry, but have never had the opportunity to enter. This time, it's not just the Luo family that's suffering. Families allied with the Luo family are also affected. Even some of the Luo family's business partners are facing a huge crisis of confidence. This gave others an opportunity. Even Yang Bo, who had just become famous, was overshadowed by the news's popularity. Yang Bo, on the contrary, felt this was for the best. He didn't need lasting fame, just knowing that he could use a training mech to do something like this was enough. Now that the league had such a huge scandal, suppressing his fame was actually beneficial. If he were constantly in the spotlight, everything he did would be scrutinized. But now everyone was focused on the league scandal, waiting for it to die down. They had long since disappeared without a trace. The Alliance presidential spokesperson also strongly condemned this criminal act and signed a special executive order to establish a special criminal investigation team. Several Alliance Supreme Court justices jointly signed a judicial order to arrest those involved and shut down related institutions. The Alliance Department of Justice held an emergency meeting. The Alliance Department of Homeland Security urgently investigated the channels through which the information was leaked. The entire political situation within the Alliance underwent a dramatic change. Even the March Star terrorist attack was overshadowed by this news. This saddened the Freedom Front members, and it saddened the Pirate Alliance members as well. Because the Pirate Alliance discovered that they had kidnapped hundreds of hostages, and no one cared. These people in the Alliance were more concerned about their privacy and their personal information. The people of the Alliance are actually very selfish. Don't be fooled by the various groups within the Alliance doing all sorts of things. If you actually ask them to do those things, they wouldn't agree. For example, environmental groups and animal protection organizations. Their purpose isn't to personally protect animals or do environmental work, but to monitor others. For example, it's impossible to persuade anti-radio groups to stop using smart systems, various phones, or even smart watches. These anti-radio groups even urge people online not to use radios, let alone wireless networks or anything with a signal. One has to wonder if these people are mentally ill. If everyone stops using the internet, what's the point of their online appeals? Seeing the current chaos in the three countries, Yang Bo realized it was the perfect opportunity to discover the second world. Although the Alliance's various departments reacted quickly, these politicians were undoubtedly criticizing the empire behind the scenes. The Alliance, which had always touted freedom, would surely retaliate after being proven wrong. Furthermore, the Federation had also helped the empire humiliate the Alliance. Therefore, the Federation would also face some measures from the Alliance. What about the animals in your lab? Sui asked, concerned about the animals in Yang Bo's lab. I feed them using an intelligent system. Yang Bo could return to the basement at any time, so there was no need to worry. Okay then, how long do we plan to leave? The sooner the better, of course. While things are in chaos, no one will be paying attention to us. But before we leave, I want to collect my spoils. I'm going to study the anti-government forces space mechs. Maybe I can gather some space mechs for you guys. Yang Bo said this because he was confident he could dismantle and reassemble the wreckage of the Freedom Front and the two elite mercenary Group 16 space mechs into new ones. Ah! People have died there. Are we really going to use it? And he was still somewhat disgusted. Let's get the wreckage first and study it. Anyway, there's a training mech manufacturing plant on the transport ship. Maybe we can convert it into a space mech production line. Yang Bo could only answer, "That's more like it." The girls nodded.